Chapter 2016. The reason why family Xia was able to become the most influential family in the capital was because everyone in the family was very united and never did anything that would harm the family. Just like the Du family, who did not dare to openly fight with family Xia, they would play some tricks from time to time to make things difficult for family Xia. However, those little tricks were all unpresentable. No wonder family Xia looked down on them. Although Zhouijin's surname was Zhou, half of her blood came from family Xia. Like all family Xia's people, she was born with a rebellious nature. Hearing this, she wrinkled her nose and said, "Why should I leave? If anyone has to leave, it should be her. I don't want to trouble brother Yuzheng. Let's not talk about her. Let's not talk about her. Let's talk about sister Yiwei's boyfriend and brother Jinyuan's girlfriend. Yesterday, I secretly heard third uncle say that he went to meet brother Jinyuan's girlfriend. Old madam even complained that third uncle didn't bring her granddaughter-in-law back. The 24-year-old girl grew up in a good family environment. While she was mature, she still maintained a pure and kind heart. The words she spoke to her family were full of a little girl's naivety. Xia Yiwei picked up an orange from the fruit plate on the coffee table and threw it into her arms with a smile. "What do you want to know? Did the little girl also fall in love with him? Do you want to bring a boyfriend home for us to meet?" "Sister Yiwei, you are my target." Zhouijin, who caught the orange quickly, raised her eyebrows playfully. She waved the yellow fruit in her hand and smiled brightly. "When the time comes, I would like to ask Sister Yiwei how to be single for so many years. How dare you make fun of your sister Yiwei? You really need to be taught a lesson. Jin, it's not that scary to piss off your mother. It's scary to piss off Queen Wei." Zhouijin returned a look that said, "I'm not afraid." Then she immediately stood up and handed the cut orange to Xia Yiwei. She held Xia Yiwei's arm and smiled sweetly. "Sister Yiwei, tell me about brother Jinyuan's girlfriend. Third uncle must be very satisfied with her. Otherwise, how could he tell old madam that it's better to wait for sixth brother to come back and not scare her away?" Everyone was interested in sixth brother Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend. As the only one who knew a little about it, Xia Yiwei became the focus of attention. Xia Yiwei, who was elegantly tidying her hair, looked at the burning gazes. She curved her lips slightly, revealing an intellectual and dignified smile. "You're a pretty good girl, Ajin. If I hand you over to sixth brother's girlfriend, you'll be reborn within 3 months and become the pride of your parents." The eldest brother, Xia Lingxiao, was rather interested. Originally, he only wanted to know if the relationship between the two of them was okay. Now that he heard the arrogant Xia Yiwei praising Yijian, Xia Lingxiao was interested in Yijian herself. What kind of girl is she? Xia Yiwei didn't mind putting in a few good words for Yijian in front of his family. It didn't matter whether he said it or not. As long as they met Yijian, especially his brothers who were soldiers, they would definitely admire Yijian. A girl who can catch sixth brother's eye. "Brother, what do you think? She's a very good girl. She's skilled, talented, and beautiful. She's talented, beautiful, and skilled. Sixth brother has good taste. You've got a treasure." This was a very high evaluation. The men of family Xia sat up slightly. As the eldest brother, Xia Lingxiao smiled and said, "Our queen of family Xia has never praised another person of the same gender. It seems that sixth brother's girlfriend is really good." Chapter 2017. Xia Yiwei liked Yijian's unpretentious personality. When asked by his family, he always gave her high praise. He nodded affirmatively and answered the most authoritative elder brother of his generation. "Yes, she's not bad. You'll know when old Six brings her back." Zhouijin was shocked. "No way, she's younger than me. And she's a military school student. If she's coming over, shouldn't I stay away from her?" "I'll find a way to catch you and make you learn from old Six's girlfriend," Zhouijin said with a smile. His elegant voice was filled with savagery. "You'll be so ashamed that you'll wish you were human again." The conversation between the two siblings made everyone laugh. The servants in the old mansion heard their master's laughter and couldn't help but smile. When Yijian returned to the hotel, he was called over by Principal Chen for a talk. Seeing Principal Chen's serious expression, Yijian felt a little scared. Just now, Lu Tuan mentioned that Yi Jifan has a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du Little Yi. You seem to have known about this for a long time. When did you find out? Principal Chan asked as he sat on the sofa. His voice was very deep, which made Yi Qian's heart beat faster. She didn't know when she had angered Principal Chan, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem to be the case. In the hospital, Captain Xia had told him to keep this from Yi Qian for the time being. Even the fact that Yi Zhifan had a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was not to be mentioned to her. However, little Yi didn't seem surprised. Instead, she seemed to understand. It was enough to show that she already knew, but it couldn't have been Captain Xia who told her. So that's what happened. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. After thinking for a while, she told him everything that happened in the mall today. When I left, Sun Dongqing told me that I wouldn't be happy for long. Once Ying enters the army, I'll suffer. So, when Lu Tuan mentioned that Yi Zhifan had a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, I wasn't surprised. Fortunately, she met Yi Zhifan and his group in the morning. Otherwise, she really couldn't explain why she wasn't surprised. It was actually something she knew in her previous life. Principal Chan nodded slightly at her explanation. I see. That makes sense. Since you already know, there are some things that I don't have to hide from you anymore. Principal Chan told Yi Qian everything that he had discussed with Xia Jinyuan at the hospital that day. After Chief Kai went to the University of Science and Technology of China to look for Yi Qian and deal with Sun Yaozu, Yi Qian already knew everything that Xia Jinyuan wanted to hide. The only thing she didn't know was that Yi Zhifan had a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du because he had saved the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's son. Captain Xia suspects that the two parties are in cahoots. The first is to deal with you and the second is to deal with the Xia family. He was afraid that you would think too much, so he only mentioned it to me. I'll tell you when I find out the truth. There's no need for that now. You already know what we want to hide from you for the time being. The military commission is also involved. I'm not worried that you'll do something wrong because of your mother. Also, you can't blame Captain Xia for not telling you. I saw that you were about to take the exam, so I told him not to tell you so that you wouldn't be distracted. Principal Chan didn't want to take all the blame for the gap between their lives. If Captain Xia didn't report your mother's matter directly to Commander-in-Chief Xia, I'm afraid that the military commission wouldn't know about it. You can't blame Captain Xia. You should thank him properly. Chapter 2018. Yi Qian could tell that he was defending Xia Jinyuan. He rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Uncle Chan, I'm not an unreasonable person. Why would I blame him? Just as you said, I should thank him properly. Principal Chan nodded in satisfaction. That's good. When Yi Qian returned to his room, his smile disappeared. His picturesque eyes revealed a sword-like coldness. Ying had saved her life. It seemed that Ying might really enter the army. She only hoped that the military commission would act as soon as possible and cut off Yi Zhifan's career. That way, even if Ying entered the army, she would still be the daughter of a guilty official. Although she didn't want to see Ying enter the army, the Du family and family Xia had different political views. If the Deputy Chief of Staff Du really sent Ying, who had a heart condition and a tainted record, to the army, wouldn't that be a weakness? She needed to inform Captain Xia. If Captain Xia didn't return by then, she could directly inform the Commander-in-Chief. At this time, Yi Zhifan, who was feeling proud of his success, didn't know that he was being targeted. He was happy that he made friends with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's family. He was even happier when he saw the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's wife holding his daughter Yi Ying's hand from time to time. Director Yi is so lucky to have such a beautiful and obedient daughter. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du had always respected his wife. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of his wife. Seeing that his wife liked the little girl, he smiled and said, I have a younger daughter. She's 4 years older than Director Ye's daughter. She's also very obedient. When she enters the army, the two of them will definitely have many things to talk about. Director Yi knew that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du had a daughter in the Nongguang Military Arts Troupe. He was so happy that he flattered without batting an eyelid. Your daughter is the real daughter of a famous family. My daughter is at most a pretty girl from a humble family. Don't annoy your daughter. Regarding the matter of Ying entering the army, it was finally confirmed this time. Even Madame Li had nodded. There were no more questions. Mrs. Li was very satisfied with Yi Zhifan's eloquence. He was very good. He was not flattering her, but he always said good things about her family style and education. Such good words were really likable. Therefore, he said, "Director Yi, you don't have to belittle yourself. A pretty girl from a humble family also has her own advantages. Although my daughter is well behaved, she is too opinionated. Director Ye's daughter is so well behaved. She's considerate and can listen to the adults. Most children nowadays like to make their own decisions and think that they are so great. In reality, they are nothing without the protection of their parents. Director Ye's daughter is very good. I like obedient, sensible and well-mannered children." Although she inadvertently revealed a seductive attitude that made people feel uncomfortable, her words were gentle and delicate. No matter what she said, her sitting posture was not right, and her face did not show any anger or embarrassment. Instead, she asked him for advice very gently. From this point of view, she was better than many girls who thought they were good at everything. "You flatter me. Ying doesn't dare to be rash in front of you. I always feel that everything you say is right. Ying will listen carefully." Ying looked as if she could not stand the compliment. Her face was full of shyness. "You have a temperament that others don't have. I can't describe it. Ying only feels that if Madam can give me advice, even if it's just a little bit, I will benefit for the rest of my life." If Yi Jifan's words satisfied Madam Li, then Yi Ying's words really touched the bottom of her heart. Madam Li's originally polite smile immediately became more sincere. Chapter 2019. Mrs. Li, who had been strong all her life, hated it when others disobeyed her. What she liked most was when others did as she said. Mrs. Li laughed at Yi Ying's words. "What an obedient girl. She looks good and has a good temper. Director Yi, you are so lucky." In the face of praise, Yi Jifan didn't show his joy on his face. His attitude was quite good. He said modestly, "Madam, you flatter me. I'm relieved that I didn't make you angry." He was telling the truth. He had wanted to bring Sun Dongqing, but he changed his mind and only brought Yi Ying. He was really worried that Yi Ying would say something wrong and make Mrs. Li angry. Sun Dongqing would make a scene on the spot, and then his relationship with Mr. Du's family would be broken. Now that he had seen Yi Ying's outstanding performance from beginning to end, Yi Jifan had already decided that he would rather bring his daughter than Sun Dongqing out for social events in the future. Seeing that her father was satisfied, Yi Ying heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She did not know Mrs. Li's temperament, but she knew that all elders liked obedient and gentle young people. Therefore, she followed Mrs. Li's wishes the whole night. She did whatever Mrs. Li asked her to do. In order to enter the army, it was worth it to be lectured by the wife of a deputy chief of staff. Some people would never be lectured their whole life, just like that wretched girl Yi Jian. The next time they met, he would definitely scare her. What was so great about going to the military school and wearing a military uniform? As long as Yi Ying wanted it, there was nothing she could not get. Yi Ying lowered her eyebrows and a trace of pride flashed through her eyes. She was still as obedient as Mrs. Li saw her. Yi Ying, who was good at pretending to be obedient, watched Mrs. Li get into the car and leave. She was really relieved. She had been worried the whole night when talking to such a noble lady, for fear that she would make her angry. Fortunately, her obedience pleased Madam Li. "Ying, you won yourself a future with your performance tonight. It seems that you have made a lot of progress after being abroad for half a year." Yi Jifan looked at his slender and elegant daughter. Thinking of her performance tonight, he was very pleased. "I think Madam Li likes you very much. You should accompany Madam Li these days and learn how to behave like a real young lady." After he finished speaking, he continued, "You've always been smarter than Yi Qian since you were young, but you were held back by your mother. Fortunately, you had your own opinions and didn't ruin yourself. Don't listen to your mother in the future." After spending less than 2 hours with Madam Li, Yi Ying could also tell what a real rich lady was like. Her mother was just like her. Alas, she could only embarrass herself in front of Madam Li. Fortunately, father was wise and did not bring mother out. With Madam Li's comparison, Yi Ying began to complain about Sun Dongqing in her heart. If she had a mother like Madam Li, she wouldn't have been suppressed by Yi Qian, that bitch. She would have played with her long ago. At this moment, Yi Ying understood Yi Jifan's good intentions. Her face, which was like a blooming flower, showed deep gratitude. She said softly, "Father, thank you." If the phone in her small handbag vibrated, Ying said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won Madame Li's favor." She took out the phone. With just one glance, her face suddenly changed. Her slender fingers did not hesitate to hang up the call. Yi Jifan saw that something was wrong with her. Before he could ask, Ying frowned and said with disgust, "It was the landlord. I told him that I would pay the rent when I got back." Chapter 2020. Ying was far away in France. Yi Jifan didn't know what she had done or experienced. Plus, Yi Ying's performance tonight was particularly outstanding. Yi Jifan was astute and didn't notice his daughter's panic. On the contrary, because he did control Yi Ying's living expenses when she went abroad, he believed her explanation. "You don't have to go to France. If there's anything you need, ask your classmates to pack it up and send it back to China. I'll pay the rent for you." Now that his daughter was going to join the army, there was no need to control her living expenses. Yi Ying's heart was beating like a drum. Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, her changed expression gradually eased. "Dad, thank you." The waiter of the restaurant happened to drive the car over. Yi Ying, who had a guilty conscience, hurriedly said, "Dad, the car is here. You drank a lot. I'll drive." "You'll drive?" Yi Jifan, who burped, was surprised. "When did you learn how to drive? Why didn't I know?" Yi Ying, who had finally calmed down, looked a little unnatural. She took the car key from the waiter and motioned for him to help Yi Jifan into the car. "I learned it abroad. My classmates all know how to drive, but I don't know. I thought that I would have to learn in the future, so I might as well get an international driver's license. Unfortunately, international driver's licenses can't be used in our country. I can only use it abroad." Yi Jifan observed that she was very skilled, so he let her be. It was good that a girl could drive. Could be useful in the future. It seemed that his daughter had matured a lot after studying abroad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have performed so well today. Yi Ying, whose palms were sweating, glanced at Yi Jifan, who was resting with his eyes closed, from the rearview mirror. She sighed softly and drove away from the restaurant. Before returning to China, she didn't think that she wouldn't have to go to France again. So many things in France had not been settled yet. No. Since she was going to join the army, she had to settle everything there. She couldn't let any rumors spread back to China. Yi Ying, who was holding the steering wheel tightly, bit her lower lip. As if she had made a decision, she sped into the dark night. Mrs. Li, who had returned to the hotel, said to Deputy Chief of Staff Du, "Old Du, what do you think of Director Ye's daughter? I've been paying attention to her for a long time tonight. Although she's not very dignified, she's well-behaved and obedient. She's a moldable talent." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who was unbuttoning his military uniform, did not get the other meaning. He smiled and said, "She's from a small family. How can she be as dignified as a lady from a famous family? Just be obedient." "Did you not understand what I meant?" Madame Li glanced at her husband, who didn't care about anything at home, and thought of her youngest son. "My son doesn't want to join the army. He only wants to go into politics with your elder brother. There's no problem in going into politics, but he needs a capable family and a good wife. I've seen Director Ye's resume. He's an honest official with outstanding performance. He's been promoted all the way to his current position. He only has one daughter. If we give him some other information, he'll definitely be happy." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du finally understood. He frowned and pondered for a while. Then he shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. I feel that Yi Jifan is very scheming. If it weren't for the fact that he did save Kai Wei, I wouldn't have associated with this kind of person. As for his daughter, you can wait and see. With our family background, we don't have to worry about not being able to find a good daughter-in-law. The director's daughter's family background is still a little low. When you married me, you suffered so much. Now that I think about it, I feel that I've wronged you." Chapter 2021. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who was born into a family of workers and farmers, was most grateful to his wife. It could be said that without his wife, the Du family would not have the status it had today. Therefore, although he did not care about the family affairs, he respected Mrs. Li. Now that he was living a good life, He still felt that he had wronged his wife when he was a poor man. He gently put his arm around his wife's shoulder and sighed. Let our son marry the daughter of a small director. Don't make him feel wronged. If you really think his daughter is good, you can continue to observe her. I haven't talked to his daughter before, but I feel that although the girl is very obedient, there is always a seductive look in her eyes. She doesn't look very dignified. Mrs. Lee also noticed it. She pursed her lips and thought for a while with a serious expression. After a while she said, observe her for a while. It's not confirmed yet. Girls who were not dignified and seductive were usually not suitable to stay at home, let alone put their thoughts on the family. Rest early. You have an inspection tomorrow. I'll let Director Ye's daughter accompany me around and observe her carefully. If she's really good, I can consider her as my son's daughter-in-law. Anyway, my son is still young, so I'll slowly choose from the girls I like. Mrs. Lee, who was old and tired, yawned. Seeing her husband turn on the TV, she casually picked up a black leather menu on the bedside table. She glanced at it and saw that there was wild ginseng chicken soup. She asked the front desk to send it up. As the top 5-star hotel in the southern province, the Caesar Hotel always prepared the ginseng chicken soup for the guests who stayed in the presidential suite. The room was booked by Yi Jifan, so the bill was naturally paid by him. He also took care of the hotel. No matter what the guests wanted, the hotel had to unconditionally satisfy them. The Caesar Hotel was the headquarters of Ho Zi in the southern province. In the past, it could even satisfy the needs of murder and arson, not to mention serving a person comfortably. The front desk received the call and immediately informed the kitchen. 10 minutes later, the ginseng chicken soup was sent to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's room. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du also watched the military news channel to see what international military news was. He did not go to sleep until midnight. Yi Jian, who had already fallen asleep, picked up the vibrating mobile phone on the bedside table. She glanced at the string of 0000 displayed on the screen. She, who was originally lying down, sat up and answered the phone. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian knocked on Uncle Chen's door. Before Principal Chen could get up, she stuffed the note she had just written into the crack of the door and left the hotel with her student ID without looking back. Principal Chen, who was startled awake, bent over to pick up the slip of paper that had been stuffed into his pocket. Looking at the familiar handwriting, a faint smile appeared on his thin face. Little Yi, you have a bright future ahead of you. Although it was dangerous, he had fought for it with his own strength. This was the true pride and glory that belonged to him. There were only 2 words on the note. I have something to do. Other than that, there were no other words. Soldiers who left without saying goodbye needed to be understood, especially Special Forces soldiers who left without saying goodbye. Perhaps they would never see each other again after this parting. Uncle Chen, who was standing in front of the window, waited for 2 minutes before he saw the most familiar figure pass by the hotel fountain. She was dressed casually and fearlessly walked into the long night. There was news from abroad that an engineering team from their country had been robbed. Most importantly, this engineering team was sent by the Military Research Institute. They had a lot of confidential information. Once the information was leaked, it would cause a huge storm. Chapter 2022. The mission this time was to rescue the controlled engineering team overseas and secretly bring them back. Yi Qian needed to meet up with Pigeon and the others before setting off together. When she arrived at the airport, she received another call from the Major General. The only people in the Snowfield Brigade who could contact her directly were Captain Xia and the Major General of the Army. Listening to the Major General's stern voice, Yi Qian's expression turned even colder. Head straight to Jin City to meet up with the other 9 comrades and set off on a military cargo ship. Major General Yang's voice was low and serious on the other end of the phone. The engineering team is carrying a transmission point that communicates with our military satellite. Our military knows that the engineering team is being controlled because we received the signal that they would only use if they had no other choice. Because it's a fake trip abroad, on the surface it looks like the engineering team was sent by a company. The controlling party doesn't know that our country already knows. Yi Jian, all information related to you in this operation will be erased. You can only recover your identity after the mission is completed. The Major General paused slightly and asked Yi Qian, Do you know what it means to erase all information? I do. Yi Qian answered in a low and cold voice. Including my school record, all personal information related to me will be erased. I will no longer be a legal citizen of our country. I will no longer exist. That's a very comprehensive understanding. There's more important information that will be told to you when you meet up with your comrades. It was not convenient to say too much over the phone, so the Major General reminded Yi Qian before hanging up. At 3:20 a.m., Yi Qian took a plane from Nan Province to Jin City Airport. Pigeon had already arrived at Jin City Airport. After the car stopped, he turned around and said to the two comrades sitting in the back, "She will arrive at the airport in 3 hours. You two haven't seen her yet, but I have. I'll just go in and pick her up when she arrives." The people in charge of the overseas rescue mission were all from the Snowfield Brigade. Everyone's code name was Chinese. Other than Pigeon, there were 2 other comrades in the car. One of them was called Weaving Sparrow, and the other was called Walking Cuckoo. Both of them had been overseas for training some time ago, and had only returned a month ago. The country they went to was a country that was exposed to the sun all year round. Both of them came back with tan skin. Since it was winter in their country, they had to take care of their skin for a month before their skin tone lowered to a healthy bronze color. When the two heard this, they shook their heads at the same time. GK said seriously, "It's precisely because we haven't seen her before that we should go and pick her up. We can't be casual when meeting for the first time. We have to be polite." Seeing this, the pigeon smiled and said, "All right, let's go together. Yi Qian is easy to recognize. Although you haven't seen her before, you'll definitely be able to recognize her from the crowd." As a soldier, he had a familiar aura, so naturally, he could recognize him at a glance. Zhou smiled and said, "I want to see if she can recognize us at a glance. Pigeon, you wait outside. Weaving Sparrow and I will go in to pick her up. How about it? You want to test Yi Qian's judgment? Ha ha ha, as long as she sees you, she will definitely recognize you at first glance." Pigeon said confidently. It was obvious that he recognized Yi Qian's ability. Yi Qian wasn't an ordinary female soldier. With her amazing shooting skills, she could crush everyone. Even so, Pigeon didn't stop his comrades from testing her. This was their first time working with Yi Qian. It was only right for them to speed up their cooperation in the future. Chapter 2023. Weaving Sparrow and Zhou didn't mean to make things difficult for Yi Qian. They just wanted to deepen their understanding of each other as soon as possible. Yi Qian only knew that a comrade from the Snowfield Brigade would come to pick him up, but he didn't know who it would be. She followed the crowd to the exit. When she was about 5 meters away from the exit, her gaze swept across the crowd. Weaving Sparrow and Zhou, who were mixed in the crowd, saw many tourists arriving in Jin City in the early morning. Their gazes also swept across the crowd walking towards them. When Weaving Sparrow's gaze fell on a young girl walking with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She wasn't carrying anything in her hands. A faint smile appeared in her eyes. Straight ahead, 9 o'clock, 168 centimeters, short hair, black coat, no luggage. At this moment, his gaze had already met the girl in the black coat. Before he could finish describing her features, the girl with stunning facial features smiled at him. Less than a second after his gaze fell on her, the girl also locked her gaze on him and smiled at him. "Identity confirmed," Weaving Sparrow said with a smile on her face. She raised her hand and waved at Yi Qian, who was walking over. Zhou, who also smiled, lowered her voice and said quickly, "She's stunning. No wonder those guys who saw her loved to say beautiful when they mentioned her. That's not called beautiful, is it? What's it called?" Weaving Sparrow, who also had a look of amazement in her eyes, quickly said. She had to finish before Yi Qian got close. It would be awkward if she heard. "Are you stupid? It's called stunning." Zhou, who still had a smile on her face and didn't move her lips, said quickly and fell silent. They were all specially trained special forces. They knew a little about lip reading. Yi Qian definitely knew it too. Yi Qian could recognize his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade, just like how they could recognize her. There were 2 main reasons. The first, temperament. The second, the gaze. As soldiers who had undergone strict training, their temperament was often different from ordinary people. Yi Qian could see the sharpness in the eyes of the two people in casual clothes. Yi Qian, who was smiling at them, quickened his pace and walked over. Weaving Sparrow was a southerner, while Zhou Wan was a northerner. If they hadn't introduced themselves, Yi Qian wouldn't have been able to tell that one was a northerner and the other a southerner. Their physiques and heights were about the same, and they didn't have any local accents. It was indeed hard to tell. As the scout, Sparrow Weaver introduced herself and quickly explained why they had come to pick her up. Pigeon told us that you would definitely recognize us at a glance. I thought you would definitely recognize us, but it would take at least a few seconds. Who knew that you were only 2 seconds behind me? It's easy to recognize you. You were sizing me up just now, so it's easier for me to detect you. After shaking hands with the two and briefly introducing himself, Yi Qian smiled and said, "You have the same aura and the same gaze. It's hard not to recognize you." GK and Zhou laughed softly. The two of them walked out together with Yi Qian. When the pigeons who had been waiting outside saw the three of them, they smiled and went over to welcome them. "Happy New Year, Yi Qian." "Happy New Year." When Yi Qian saw her comrades, the smile on her delicate lips deepened. "I haven't seen you in a few days. Why do I feel like you've put on some weight?" "No way. You can tell?" Pigeon laughed softly. Her extremely pleasant and soft laughter rang out. Yi Qian couldn't help but soften her footsteps to listen. She couldn't bear to let the sound of her footsteps disturb her enjoyment of listening. Chapter 2024. He straightened his clothes and gestured 3 fingers at Yi Qian. The mandatory requirement was to gain 1.5 kilograms. They only had 20 dumplings for 30 nights, and I was the only one who ate 30 dumplings. I had no choice, my weight didn't meet the standard, so I was targeted by the J5. The Snowfield Brigade's management of the Special Forces was extraordinarily strict. In the harsh and uninterrupted physical training, tactical training, weapons and explosives training, you were not allowed to lose weight. If you lost weight, it meant that you didn't eat enough. There were no conditions for you to reach the standard weight. Of course, you couldn't be fat either. The consequences of being fat were more serious than being thin. If you could gain weight under such harsh training, you must have been slacking off. You had to work overtime. Yi Qian got into the car and heard this rule for the first time. His face showed obvious surprise. He looked at GK, who was driving, then turned to look at Zhou Wan and Dove in the back. After a while, he suddenly understood. No wonder I said your height and weight were about the same. So there was such a rule. Do you know where this rule came from? Dove leaned forward and explained to Yi Qian this rule in the Snowfield Brigade. In the early days of the Snowfield Brigade's establishment, a 6-man combat team carried out missions. Before the scout died, he told his captain that if his body couldn't be brought back to his homeland, please bring his uniform back. It was a rule that made her want to laugh, but it suddenly became serious. Yi Jian put away the smile on her face and quietly listened to the past that made her feel awe-inspiring. At that time, there was no way to bring his fallen comrade back to his homeland. So, our senior took off his uniform with tears in his eyes and put it on himself. The scout who died watched his captain put on his uniform and said, "I'm still too skinny. It's too small for you." Then he closed his eyes. After the mission was completed, the captain who came back wearing his comrade's uniform suggested to the military that the special forces who joined the Snowfield Brigade in the future must be of the same height. That way, they could ensure the same weight as much as possible. The standard weight of the team couldn't be more than 4 kilograms. If it was, I was afraid that your comrade wouldn't be able to come back wearing your uniform. It turned out that behind the seemingly unwritten rules, there was actually such a sad story that made people cry. As a special force, the Snowfield Brigade would carry out many missions that could only be carried out in secret. Just like Yi Qian's mission this time, it was a mission that could not be made public and could only be carried out in secret. If someone really died, they might only bring back the uniform of their comrade. There were still many tragic stories about the Snowfield Brigade that no one knew. Pigeon had only mentioned one of them, but it was enough to shock Yi Qian. This mission is also a secret mission. The engineering team that we are rescuing will only give us a week. If we don't succeed in rescuing them within a week, or if the controlling party discovers that they are not part of the company's engineering team, Qingmiao, even if we have arrived at our destination, there is no need to rescue them anymore. She then asked Yi Qian, Qingniao, do you know why we don't need to rescue them anymore? Because they will take care of themselves. Yi Qian's heart palpitated as he clenched his fists and spoke softly. Because they were all soldiers who could sacrifice themselves for the country at any time. There was a sharp light in his dark eyes as he looked at Pigeon and said, even if there is an optimal rescue period of a week, we will try to save them one day earlier. Chapter 2025. That's right. It also means that our mission is full of danger. If we're not careful, we might come back wearing the uniform of our comrades. So Qingniao, you have to be mentally prepared, Pigeon said softly. She enunciated every word clearly, as if she was reminding her. Yi Qian nodded, indicating that he was mentally prepared. When the Major General told her that the military would erase her identity for this mission, she knew how dangerous this mission was. But no matter how dangerous it was, she would still face it. She would never embarrass the military uniform that carried the responsibility. She also didn't want to hear the news of the engineering team waiting for rescue. They were no longer needed. Pigeon's mobile phone vibrated. When the call connected, Long Ying's voice came through. He looked at Yi Qian and smiled. I've received, Yi Qian. The other side asked something and Pigeon laughed softly. You're in good spirits. You should have rested on the plane. Although he didn't know who it was, Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. I slept from takeoff to landing. I didn't wake up halfway, so of course I'm in good spirits. Thank you for your concern. Did you hear that? The person in question told you in a loud voice that she's in good spirits. Pigeon's smile deepened and she replied. Now the speed is 90 kilometers per hour. We'll arrive at the school in 10 minutes. Yes, Long Ying will need another hour and a half. There were a total of 10 people on this mission. Long Ying was from Ninghai Province. He immediately set off from home when he received the mission. Ninghai Province was further from Ninghai Province than Ninghai Province, so he was the last to arrive. The temporary meeting place was a hotel near Jinhai Civil Aviation University. After Long Ying arrived, they would take a cargo ship from Jinhai Port. They would need to transfer to another plane to reach their destination. Yi Qian knew all the Snowfield Brigade members waiting in the hotel. They were all comrades who had participated in the training with the Storm Commandos. They only said Happy New Year and sat down to discuss. The satellite signal was received here. And our engineering team should be working here. It's on an island 400 kilometers away from the work site to the signal. 2 hours before they were controlled, they were still in regular contact with the country. 2 hours later, they were 400 kilometers away. The military suspects that our engineering team left the site by helicopter after the hijacking. The one who spoke was Pigeon. He was the leader of the operation team. The helicopters that can appear at my engineering team's work site have all been approved by the government. That is to say, it is very likely that our engineering team boarded the plane normally. After arriving at the destination, they found that something was wrong. So they immediately contacted the government. Now that the human body temperature sensor signal is flashing for the time being, we believe that our engineering team has not been detected by the controller. There are two possibilities. First, they don't know about the situation. Second, they know but don't dare to contact us. The local enterprises have been doing business with our enterprises for 7 years, so the possibility of the former is higher. They still don't know the situation and think that our engineering team is completing the surveying work as usual. Young Sparrowhawk looked at the battle map, then looked at the information of the companies in the country and said, if the local companies still don't know about it, then it's actually good news for us. It means that the identity of our engineering team hasn't been exposed. Now that the human body temperature signal is still there, the personal safety of our engineering team is still safe. Chapter 2026. In the room where the curtains were closed, only Pigeon's soft chirping could be heard. It was no longer as soft and gentle as usual. Instead, it was filled with coldness. That's right, but if the human body temperature signal disappears, it means that our engineering team is in danger. He tapped lightly on his notebook with a pencil. According to the military's arrangement, we need to take a 48-hour cargo ship and then transfer to a plane to the destination country. Since the satellite signal is coming from the island, we need to sneak onto a sightseeing cruise ship and jump into the sea when we are about 34 nautical miles away from the island. It's been 6.5 hours since our engineering team was robbed. Brothers, we need to be fast when we're going ashore with heavy loads. We need to complete the infiltration and rescue within 4 days. Instead of taking a plane to the destination country, they took a cargo ship to sneak in. Then, they used a fake identity to enter the destination country. This was all for the sake of concealing their identities and the difference in time. Next was the assignment of the combat mission. Even though Chongqing had not arrived yet, he had been assigned a mission that would be given to him when he arrived. Without using a pen or paper, Pigeon, whose fingers were soaked in water, placed the assignment on the dark coffee table in the hotel according to the satellite map of the island. The standard operation team consisted of 6 people in a team. There were 2 snipers, 1 explosives expert, 1 firepower support, and 2 assaulters. This mission was a covert rescue mission, so there were 2 rescuers, 1 firepower support, and 1 assaulter. The mission of the team of 10 was clear. For this mission, Pigeon arranged for Yi Qian to be the first assaulter. You have a petite physique and are good at stealth combat. You are very suitable for infiltration on the island. Bai He will be the second assaulter and will be in the same team as you. Bai He and Yi Qian had worked together before, so it was best for them to be in the same team. The 2 did not have any objections. The rescue team will be the last team to infiltrate the island. They will also be the reinforcement team. Banjo, Vulture, you 2 will be in the same team. Yes. Following Pigeon's arrangement, the team members who had their own positions nodded without any objections. Every member of the Shuiyu team had a main attacker and a support attacker. They could be either assaulters or exploders. The only difference was that they were strong in one area and weak in the other. Just like Yi Qian, she could be both an assaulter and a sniper. Pigeon, who had been on a mission with Yi Qian, knew her strengths and would naturally arrange things according to her strengths. 10 minutes before Long Eagle arrived, Pigeon carefully wiped the tea table with a wet towel to avoid leaving fingerprints. When Long Eagle arrived, the group of 10 immediately left the hotel and headed to the port of Jin City to board the ship. The cargo ship was a cargo ship that transported weapons from outside the country. It was controlled by the country, and those who could board the ship were all active soldiers of the country. Even so, Pigeon and the others had snuck onto the ship in secret. Even the captain did not know. The Snowfield Brigade quickly sent their coordinates back to the military. At 9 o'clock sharp, the cargo ship left the port and headed for the vast sea. Major General Liu stood up from the computer and said to the technical soldier who had been tracking the signal closely, "Take shifts 24 hours a day. No one is allowed to leave their post at will. If anything happens, report it immediately." A secret rescue mission was much more difficult than a normal rescue mission. Everyone had to be in disguise, and even the weapons they brought with them couldn't be their own weapons. With Q King as their backup, although this mission was highly dangerous, they were still very confident. Chapter 2027. The 48 hours of turbulence at sea didn't make Yi Qian feel any discomfort. She didn't vomit, dizziness, or any other seasickness. If she didn't, the other members of the Snowfield Brigade wouldn't either. They had all undergone training at sea, and these things that would affect their combat state shouldn't happen to them. There was no sunlight, no fresh air, and they didn't know when night was coming or when day would come. Yi Qian, who had been eating hardtack for 2 days, waited quietly to get out of the cabin. They arrived at a port in South Asia. This country had been trading military weapons with China. As the cargo ship was about to enter the port, the 10 members of the Snowfield Brigade came out of the lower cabin like ghosts. The military boots stepped on the iron sheet, making rhythmic thud-thud sounds. Yi Jian, who was walking in the lower cabin, could even smell the rust in the air constantly entering her nose. Left, 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 keep up. In front of them, the pigeon's voice was so low that it could only be heard at a close distance. It ordered the comrades behind it to move forward quickly. The military provided the blueprint of the lower cabin of the cargo ship, and the 10 people left one by one according to the escape route on the blueprint. There was a time difference of almost 3 hours between the country and China. They left Jin City 48 hours ago and arrived 48 hours later. The time in China was 9 in the morning, but here it was 6 in the morning. The port where the cargo was delivered was a military port in this country, and it was heavily guarded. The 10 people came out of the lower cabin in groups of 3 and quickly took turns to move forward to avoid the soldiers in camouflage uniforms. 4 o'clock, 3 soldiers, get out of the way. 4 meters to the deck. There are soldiers patrolling on the shore with binoculars. Group C, be on guard. Group A, B, and B move forward quickly and exchange positions. They communicated with sign language the whole time, and they kept alternating between moving forward and being on guard until all 10 people went around the back of the cargo ship and jumped into the sea. The sea was foggy in the early morning. After entering the sea, the 10 people swam from the surface to the shore. There was a commercial vehicle arranged by the embassy on the shore, and everyone's identification was in the vehicle. The 10 drenched people got on the car and checked their IDs first. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they quickly changed. Yi Qian was a female soldier, so all the male soldiers on the bus consciously looked straight ahead. The 3 male soldiers sitting in the back covered their eyes with their clothes and turned their heads to look out the window until Yi Qian finished changing. Yi Qian and Bai He were the first to enter the departure lounge. The 10 of them only made brief eye contact when they boarded the plane. The plane took off at 12 o'clock in China. Xia Jinyuan looked down at the time and jumped into a convertible jeep. He said to a foreign man with brown hair and brown eyes beside him in fluent English, "Partner, we can start to deliver the goods and get the money. Are you sure? If there are any police officers or Chinese people, you take care of them yourself." The brown-eyed foreign man glanced at the Chinese man with contempt. This Chinese man was crazy about money. He really didn't mind if the police opened fire and let him have a taste of his own medicine. Wearing a pair of ripped jeans and a motorcycle leather jacket, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were full of arrogance, and his temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer a soldier, but a Chinese man who worked for an arms dealer who sold guns and ammunition. He was willing to sacrifice his life for money. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows at the man who had one arm on the car door. While the man was waiting for him to answer, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away, leaving a long trail of exhaust. Chapter 2028. The foreign man was caught off guard that Xia Jinyuan would drive away. Half of his weight was leaning on the door, so he staggered a few times before finally falling on his butt. He choked on the exhaust from the fall. He got up and roared angrily at the car that was driving away. Fuck. Damn Chinese, go back to your country. Don't let me see you again, or I'll definitely blow your head off and teach you a lesson. Fuck you. Xia Jinyuan could no longer hear him cursing. Of course, if he had heard him, he wouldn't have minded punching him. After all, he fought his way in with his fists. He also wouldn't have minded taking out a pistol from his trouser pocket and stuffing the muzzle into the foreign man's mouth to shut him up. This was a country where private ownership of firearms was legal. Some women would keep a gun in their car in case they were robbed. Weapons were rampant, drugs were rampant, and law and order were extremely poor. This was the case in the slums. Most criminals hid in these places, living a more carefree life than the rich. Some of the triads in the country illegally hid firearms through these places. China prohibited private ownership of firearms, but there were clear laws. However, in mid-May last year, a vicious gunfight broke out in a southern province. Although it was an internal gang conflict, it also seriously threatened the safety of the people. After the incident, a gun without bullets was left at the scene. This gun was prohibited from being imported into China, and even its official use was prohibited. However, it appeared in the hands of a gang member. After a local police investigation, 2 important gang members were arrested at the end of July. After interrogation, they found out that their firearms were purchased from someone in China. Then, the Guangdong Provincial Customs did a spot check on a batch of detergent and found bullets packed in waterproof bags in the detergent. This matter attracted the attention of the local customs. Within a month, 4 customs offices in China found bullets hidden in imported goods. After a police investigation, they found that all the bullets came from the same country and were sent to the same person. The smuggling of firearms was no longer a problem that the police could solve. A large number of firearms illegally flowed into China. If the main criminal was not caught, it would bring great panic to society. Xia Jinyuan and his team only had one mission: to find the person who dared to directly trade with foreign firearms dealers. There were 6 people from the Snowfield Brigade on this mission. As usual, Xia Jinyuan led the team. He infiltrated the firearms dealers while K7Z7 and the other 4 were external help. Xia Jinyuan whistled as he ditched the foreign man and drove the car onto the street. When he passed by a convenience store, he turned off the engine and went in to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he came out, he seemed to have thrown the package and receipt into the trash can. Then, like a delinquent, he drove away in a Jeep that had not been washed for a long time. K7, prepare your weapons. Our brothers will be here soon. K7, who picked up the note, glanced at it and burned it with a lighter. After that, it was time for them to work. They were going to rob a batch of smuggled firearms and bring them back to China for their brothers to carry out the mission. Brothers were indeed brothers. They were really fated to meet in the same country even though they were on different missions. Xia Jinyuan and the others knew that Yi Jian would come, but Yi Jian and the others didn't know that their comrades were also here. The 3-hour flight to the destination, the weapons and equipment, and boarding the sightseeing boat, the whole process went very smoothly. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. Chapter 2029. He pulled open the bag containing the golf equipment, and the first item shocked all 10 of them. Oh my god, FMS topless rifle, feel and equipment. We need to land on the island at night. The FAMAS rifle is equipped with aiming equipment and night vision equipment to improve combat stability. Pigeon took out the topless rifle and put it away. He then took out another piece of equipment from the golf bag and waved it at his comrades who were starting to equip the topless rifle. Another good item, a bone conduction microphone, a piece of equipment for the U.S. Special Forces. The bone conduction microphone was currently the most advanced type of radio communication. Unlike the laryngeal vibrating headset, it consisted of an ear, a bone conduction microphone, and a bone conduction loudspeaker. It was a type of wireless communication that could be completed by moving a PTT switch. When fighting inside city blocks and buildings, under the interference of loud gunfire and noise, it was often difficult for combat personnel to clearly hear what their comrades were saying. However, there was always a situation where one couldn't clearly hear what their comrades were saying through the earpiece. It was a type of microphone that could vibrate through the skull and transmit sound to the headset. Even the comrades who were at the edge of gunfire could hear clearly what was being said. To be able to obtain equipment only available to the special forces in a foreign country. The 10 comrades of the Snowfield Brigade looked at each other. This was a little difficult to explain. How did the military get their hands on such advanced equipment? The electronic equipment included GPS, bone conduction microphone, tactical vests, a topless rifle and 4 magazines of ammunition per person. In addition to the rifle's original magazine, there were a total of 125 rounds of ammunition. Daggers, climbing ropes, military boots, helmets, bulletproof vests, knee guards. After checking everything one by one, the 10 of them were no longer surprised. They were all high-quality goods and they were all Western goods. All traces of Chinese origin had been wiped clean. Pigeon turned on the only portable military computer he had brought with him. His callous fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. When he saw the flashing red dot, Pigeon let out a sigh of relief. It's still on the island. It hasn't moved. Other than not being able to turn on the computer for 3 hours on the plane, Pigeon would pay close attention every 2 hours to see if the satellite signal had moved or disappeared. Fortunately, the signal was still there. The closest distance between the sightseeing boat and the island was 34 nautical miles, which was 62,000 meters away from the destination. If they really wanted to swim there, it would take a few days and nights. At that time, when the Pigeon said that it would swim over, Yi Qian only took it as a joke and did not take it seriously. For a distance of 65,000 meters, of course, they would choose to take a speedboat. There were speedboats available to rent on the island for the night. Of course, they would not rent them. They would choose to temporarily use them. To put it bluntly, they were secretly using them. Night gradually fell, and the sound of the sea lapping against the shore seemed to be louder than during the day. Someone stood up in the dark basement and seemed to be very irritated. After walking for about 5 minutes, the person changed to another seat and sat down. There were a total of 12 people in the engineering team, but there were only 10 people in the basement. 2 engineers had been taken away during the day and had not returned yet. The 10 people who were left in the basement for several days and nights were all dispirited and listless. They sat with their backs against the cold wall, not knowing when the sky would turn dark and when the sun would rise. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the sound of footsteps came from outside the iron gate, followed by the sound of the lock being unlocked. The 10 people who had closed their eyes were shocked and opened their eyes. 2 dazzling lights suddenly swept through the open iron gate, so bright that they couldn't help but close their eyes and raise their hands to block the strong light. Chapter 20:30. Throw them in, someone said in the local language in a low voice. Then they heard 2 plop sounds. When they opened their eyes, they only saw a few figures leaving. The smell of blood wafted over. Everyone in the dark was shocked and quickly groped around. Engineer Fong! Engineer Jiang! They shouted in a low and hurried voice. Then they heard 2 weak replies. Before the 10 people could surround them, the sound of distant footsteps came again. When they touched the bodies of the 2 engineers, the iron door opened again. A few figures rushed in fiercely from the strong light. Little Ding, hide in the back! Someone anxiously shouted and squeezed himself to the front. The figures that came in did not say anything. They pointed at the 2 people closest to them and shouted in the local language fiercely. You stand up! Before the 2 engineers could stand up, 4 figures rushed over and forcibly dragged the 2 engineers away. Bang! The iron door closed again, and the basement returned to peace. However, everyone's heart was covered in a haze. If their identities were discovered, it was impossible for them to just take them away. If their identities were not discovered, why did they kidnap the engineers? Some people took care of the colleagues who tortured them, while others held the hand of a young man with glasses and gently wrote the words "persevere until the end" on his palm. The 2 of them were dragged out and tortured. In a few days, everyone would suffer a round of torture. They had already sent back the satellite signal that they had been hijacked. With the country's military capabilities, they would quickly come to rescue them. Under the premise that their identities were not exposed, they just had to endure it until the end of the day. As engineers, they always believed that their country would come to rescue them. Engineer Fong, who was lying on the ground and could not move, wrote on the palm of his comrade with trembling hands, "Initiating data destruction." All the data was on the computer they carried with them. Among them, there was a very important document related to the military that had not been sent back to the country in time because it still needed to be perfected. This document was very important. If it could not be sent back in time, it was better to destroy it directly. In a situation where they could not confirm whether they were being watched, all the important words were communicated by hand. They did not know what they would face next. The people who kidnapped them were all equipped with guns. For safety, they had no choice but to wait. The sea breeze blew across the surface of the sea, blowing away the last trace of heat from the day. The sea was a little cold. Although it was winter in China, this place was full of sunshine, beaches, and bikinis. The Snowfield Brigade members who had reached the island quickly advanced through the feel-in device. Yi Qian's voice came from the bone conduction microphone. 2 directions, east and south. 2 sentry posts. 4 targets. Got it. Weaving Sparrow and I will take care of Dongxiang. Zhou Wan's voice was low. Amidst the dense foliage, Yi Qian and Bai He launched a pincer attack from the left and right. They were so silent that not even the sound of leaves rustling could be heard. They quickly closed in on their target and used a one-hit kill method to complete their sneak attack from behind by breaking their necks. Yi Qian was also good at fighting at night. He didn't give the other side a chance to struggle and finished off the target at the same time as Bai He. Clear. Clear. The sentry posts in the east and south were cleared, and the other 6 quickly moved forward with guns in hand. The tall trees and dense foliage became their last cover, and all 10 of them approached their final destination at a ghostly speed. Chapter 20:31. After running for some distance, Yi Jian looked back thoughtfully. She leaned against a tree trunk and said in a low voice, "It feels a little strange. The target I killed just now didn't seem to know how to fight back." Didn't know how to fight back? What do you mean? Pigeon, who was still following closely behind, asked. What's the difference? Yi Qian kept a lookout while frowning. I can't describe the feeling. It felt a little like dealing with an unarmed civilian. If he didn't have a gun in his hand, she would have suspected that he was an ordinary civilian. She thought back to the attack just now. When she wrapped her arms around the target's neck, the target's first reaction was not to use his hands to break free, but to struggle and twist his body. Someone with a certain level of skill would definitely not twist their body in an attempt to break free. Instead, they would use both hands to pry off their own arms. This was a subconscious action. If there was no subconscious action at all, it meant that the other party did not even think that their lives would be in danger. In fact, they did not even realize that their necks were locked tightly. His vigilance was poor. Pigeon knew that Yi Qian would not say such things for no reason. She said in a low voice, "They have guns in their hands. No civilian would walk around the island with a gun in the middle of the night. Even if they were really civilians, they had guns in their hands and they had hijacked the construction team." "I understand." Yi Qian, who was looking ahead, nodded lightly. Since they had guns, even if they were not as skilled as Lord Shuiyu, they were targets to be eliminated to ensure the safety of the rescue team. Pigeon and the others knew that Yi Qian did not have much combat experience. Chongying reminded her, "Qing Yao, don't underestimate people who look ordinary. Sometimes their lethality is no less than that of a soldier." In those war-torn countries, the women, children, and the elderly in suicide bombings were all ordinary civilians. But when was the danger and destruction they carried not frightening? Yi Qian suddenly remembered the mission she carried out in Pakistan. She had taken care of the 2 gun-wielding teenagers. Chongying's reminder was right. When carrying out a mission, she could not treat her targets as ordinary civilians. This was a fatal oversight. When they entered the depths of the island, they could no longer hear the sound of seawater hitting the cliff. The 10 figures were like sea swallows that could face the wind and waves. They crossed the crisscrossing rocks and stepped lightly on the thick layer of fallen leaves, quickly completing their search. After passing through the forest, Yi Qian crouched behind a rock covered in moss. Through the FAMAS night vision goggles, he saw a civilian helicopter. Found a helicopter. No suspicious targets around. Qing Yao, White Crane, be on guard. Weaving Sparrow, go take a look. Pigeon immediately made the arrangements. Helicopters were the best means of escape. It would be best to rescue the engineering team and leave by helicopter. Weaving Sparrow was an expert in piloting all kinds of helicopters. After receiving the order, he and Zhou Wan quickly approached under the watchful eyes of Yi Qian and Bai He. The other 6 people surrounded the helicopter and began to clear the area. There were people in the helicopter, so GK immediately crouched down. He held the gun with one hand and let out a sigh. He raised his other hand and pressed it down, indicating for Zhou Wan to crouch down as well. Yi Qian, who was in charge of the other side of the helicopter, also saw that there were people in the cockpit. He said to Bai He, who was guarding the tail of the helicopter, "There are people. It's not easy to deal with them." The helicopter's cabin door was not like a car door that could be opened by simply reaching inside. The inside of the door was locked by the pilot. Without unlocking the door, it could not be opened. Chapter 2032. Capture them alive. Pigeon's soft but clear voice came through the earpiece. "Interrogate them properly." "Roger that." Weaving Sparrow, who already had an idea, replied in a low voice. She waved for Zhou Wan behind her to come over. After a few gestures, Zhou Wan understood and nodded lightly. She slowly crouched down below the cabin door. Since they couldn't force their way in, they had to force the people inside to open the door themselves. Weaving Sparrow made a bold decision. She raised her rifle and knocked on the door. Yi Jian, who heard the sound, had already placed her finger lightly on the trigger. Once she noticed something wrong, she would quickly pull the trigger of the rifle with a silencer. At the tail of the helicopter, Bai He was half-crouching. He focused on expanding the perimeter to ensure the safety of Weaving Sparrow and Zhou Wan. In the quiet night, the dong-dong sound could be heard clearly by the people nearby. As the sound reverberated, the people sleeping inside couldn't help but open their eyes and look outside. It was dark outside. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The deep-featured, dark-skinned pilot touched his pocket and cautiously took out a pistol. In his other hand, he picked up a flashlight and turned it on. He shone it outside the cabin door. Sparrowhawk, who was paying close attention to the movements in the cabin, warned, "Be careful of the gun in his hand." Weaving Sparrow, who was beside the cabin door, slowly crouched down. A beam of light shone out from the cabin. At that moment, Yi Qian and Bai He, who were on guard, heard the strange noise at the same time. Both of them whispered at the same time, "Someone's here. Retreat." Weaving Sparrow and Zhou Wan rolled a few times and instantly disappeared behind the dense foliage. The Snowfield Brigade members who were on guard had already found a place to hide. Yi Qian aimed at a spot 10 meters away from him and reported in a low voice, 6 people. 2 of them are armed. 2 of them have their hands tied and their heads covered. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately readjusted her focus to observe. In the night vision goggles, there were no other colors other than the monotonous green. Yi Qian stared through the green at the 2 people who were being restrained. She pressed her lips together and said, "Is it possible that the 2 people being restrained are our engineers?" "Our engineers?" Yi Qian's words made Pigeon and the others, who could not see their target for the time being, excited. If it was one of our country's engineers who had been kidnapped, that would be great. The 12 kidnapped engineers all wore the same uniform. Look at their attire. The pigeon moved its feet and cautiously approached the closest hiding spot to the helicopter. "If it's our engineers, we'll take action immediately." "Yes, sir." The 10 members of the team of Shui Yu quickly entered a state of battle. "Dressed the same," Yi Qian replied. Then he added, "It's the same for the shoes. Regardless of whether they are our engineers or not, let's settle the other 6 first." Weaving Sparrow and Walking Cuckoo, who were closest to the helicopter, saw the vigilant helicopter pilot turn around. The 2 of them looked at each other and moved with light steps, closing the distance between them and the helicopter. The driver, who was quite alert, had already seen the light flickering in front of him. He simply turned off the flashlight in his hand and waited until the figure in front of him approached. Quite vigilant. "Wait for him to fully open the hatch before we act." Sparrow's eyes flashed with coldness. She crept forward until she reached a low rock covered in moss that could only hide one person. Chapter 2033. After concealing herself, Weaving Sparrow quietly peeked in the direction of the helicopter. She lowered her head and asked Yi Qian, "How far are we from you?" They were all hiding on the other side of the helicopter. With their vision blocked, they couldn't see the suspicious person Yi Qian had mentioned. They could only ask Yi Qian and Bai He for more information. "Not far, just 2 meters away. 6 meters to the helicopter." As the suspicious person approached, Yi Qian, who was hiding close to the tree trunk, slowly moved her feet. When the suspicious person was less than a meter away from her, Yi Qian circled to the other side of the tree trunk. She was very brave. Bai He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At such a close distance, even the slightest movement under her feet would be discovered. Bai He's tensed heart finally calmed down when the suspicious person didn't discover her presence. But before she could relax, she saw the audacious Yi Qian following her closely. "Qing Niao, what are you doing?" Bai He asked in a low voice. Her light voice was filled with worry. "You're too close. You'll be discovered." Instantly, Pigeon and the others tensed up. Yi Qian didn't answer. She was too close to answer. Instead, she pointed at the 2 figures and made a rescue gesture. She told Bai He that she could immediately protect the 2 people when the battle started. They might be engineers from their side. Bai He, who saw her actions clearly, took a deep breath and explained Yi Jian's behavior to his comrades. It would be better if she could protect them from a close distance. "Be careful, Qing Niao," Pigeon warned. The pigeons warned. They were here to rescue the engineers of their own country, so how could they avoid danger? She didn't stop Yi Qian. As a special forces soldier, she had the ability to protect herself. She also had her own judgment. She didn't want to interfere. The pilot of the helicopter had already noticed the figures in front of him. He waited until the figures came closer. Even though he had confirmed that they were from his side, he didn't immediately open the door. Instead, he pointed at the cabin door, indicating for them to come over and talk to him. It was obvious that he wanted to make sure that there was no danger around him. Young Sparrow Hawk, who had been observing him, sneered. "The pilot is the main target. We can kill the rest, but we have to leave him alive." He was so vigilant. He obviously knew what they had done and could be in danger. The vigilance of the men with guns was obviously not as high as that of the driver. They strode forward and spoke loudly, as if they were certain that no one would discover them. They appeared to be quite conceited. The pilot waited for them to reach the cabin door. After a while, he unlocked the door and jumped down from the helicopter. He looked around and asked the man with the gun, "Why did you bring them out? Why didn't I receive any notice? 1, 2, 3, move out." Just as the other party was speaking, the Snowfield Brigade members who were hiding in the surroundings made their move. Yi Qian leaped up and took out one of the targets with a pistol equipped with a silencer. He then shouted in Chinese, "Get down!" The figure whose hands were tied and head was covered reacted quickly and fell to the ground in an instant. But he took care of the other target who was being held captive. Several muffled gunshots rang out. The unprepared figures didn't even have a chance to resist before they were shot dead. The moment the vigilant driver took out his pistol, Sparrow, who was hiding behind the rock, was like a tiger pouncing on a tiger. She leaped and accurately grabbed the driver's right hand that was holding the gun. Then she threw him over her shoulder, not giving him a second chance to do so. Chapter 2034. The pilot had been on high alert the whole time. When he heard the gunshot, he immediately realized what was going on. He wanted to fight back, but he didn't expect to meet a well-trained Special Force soldier. He didn't even have the chance to fight back before he was subdued in one move. "Behave yourself. I've been watching you for a while." Weaving Sparrow clamped down on the pilot's hands and twisted them behind his back. At the same time, Weaving Sparrow grabbed a handful of rocks, grass, and leaves on the ground and stuffed them into the pilot's open mouth. The pilot was thrown over his shoulder. His chest was in pain and he wanted to cry for help, but his mouth was stuffed with something that made him want to vomit. His mouth was stuffed with rocks, sand, grass, and leaves, so he couldn't make a sound. His throat was filled with shock and fear as he struggled to escape. Zhou picked up the pistol that Weaving Sparrow had sent flying. She walked over to the struggling pilot and slowly squatted in front of him. The struggling pilot waited until his forehead was pressed against a cold metal object. The struggling pilot instantly calmed down. "Answer me seriously, carefully, and honestly. Otherwise, the bullet will go through your head." Zhou spoke in fluent English as she stared coldly at the other party. "Who are you? Why are you kidnapping an engineering team from a Chinese company? Answer me honestly. Otherwise, the bullet will explode your head and your brains will splatter everywhere." As she spoke, the cold muzzle pressed hard against the pilot's forehead. "Cooperate and you'll have a chance to live. Do you understand?" The cold muzzle and the frightening threat made the pilot's pupils constrict. He couldn't believe that someone had touched the island. "I can give you water to clean up the thing in your mouth. Remember, if you dare to open your mouth, the bullet will really go into your head. Just like this." Zhou suddenly moved the rifle away from the pilot's forehead and pointed it at the ground with a bang. The bullet brushed past the pilot's ear. The scorching heat generated by the huge impact swept across the pilot's ear. Mud and sparks flew, and the smell of gunpowder could be smelled. This move was direct and ruthless enough to make the uncooperative pilot tremble in fear. If you don't cooperate, the bullet will teach you the consequences of resistance. However, the engineer didn't give the pilot a chance to speak. He hurriedly said, "Engineer Fong and Engineer Zhang have been tortured. We don't know if they're dead or alive. We need to save them as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Save them first." In other words, there was no time to interrogate him. Of course, it was more important to save the pilot. Yi Qian relayed the engineer's words to everyone. Pigeon immediately said, "Get rid of the pilot." The pilot, who was still trying to play innocent, was mumbling something along the lines of "I don't know anything," when the vermilion bird coldly interrupted him. "Don't swear in the name of God. I'll send you to him right now." Twisting the neck and dealing with it without seeing any blood. The dead pilot's foreign face was still filled with deep fear, as if he didn't believe anything, but he had indeed been sent to meet God. Long Hawk and Sparrow Hawk picked up the 4M4S and handed them to Pigeon. Semi-automatic carbine, used by the American Special Forces. They still have Special Forces guns in their hands, so their firepower is quite high. The M4 had a terrifying shooting range and lethality. Its strap was also designed to connect the weapon to one side. This way, the person carrying the gun could be ready to shoot at any time while patrolling. Chapter 2035. The few sentries that they had taken care of earlier were all armed with normal rifles which were far inferior to the M4. Pigeon took the gun and asked the engineer beside her, "Have you played with an M4 before? Do you want to take one for self-defense?" Pigeon could not be blamed for asking such a question. Engineers were different from soldiers in the field forces. Although they had shot targets before, they specialized in engineering. It was normal that they had not played with an M4 before. We have to take it even if we haven't. The principle is the same. Although we don't know how to use it. One of the engineers took the M4 from Pigeon. Take it for self-defense first. We won't pull the trigger easily. If they did not know how to use it and still fired, it would be easy to accidentally injure their own people. However, it could still be used for self-defense. The other members of the Snowfield Brigade had already cleaned up the scene. Weaving Sparrow also came down from the helicopter and said that he was done. After the rescue was successful, he could immediately fly the helicopter and leave. He did not stay any longer and led the engineer towards the direction of the signal. The helicopter pilot was hired by the local government. Usually, if we need to do aerial surveys, he will fly the helicopter. We have worked together for half a year. This time, no one thought that something would go wrong until Xiaoding realized that something was wrong and contacted the government. When we woke up, we were in a dark basement. As they walked, the engineer with the gun in his hand told the members of the Snowfield Brigade how they were kidnapped. Although they were engineers as soldiers, they still acted like soldiers. Although they were not as agile as the special forces, they were much braver. From the conversation, they found out that they were on a small island. No wonder they could hear the sound of waves. They had thought that they were not far from the sea. Who would have thought that they were on an island? Yi Qian and Bai He were still in the vanguard. Some of the engineer's words were heard through Pigeon's earpiece. They found out that the engineer who was successfully rescued did not know why they were kidnapped. They also knew that their identities had not been discovered. Xiaoding's arm is embedded with the thermal satellite. Once it is activated, as long as his body temperature is maintained, the signal will always be there. Can you still receive his signal? Worker Zhang and I have been brought out for at least 2 hours. They had been saved, but their colleagues and comrades had yet to be saved. Pigeon took out the infrared detector connected to the thermal satellite. The red signal band was faintly flashing. It's still there. They are fine. That's good, that's good. We have to save Engineer Fang and Engineer Jiang as soon as possible. The engineer saw the flashing signal band and let out a long sigh of relief. The detector didn't have any red signal fluctuations before. The signal band was only available on the military computers connected to our country's military satellites. Now that the detector had a red band, it meant that they were very close to their destination. Discovered a building. Based on visual inspection, it seems to be a container or a metal house. Yi Qian's low voice came through the bone conduction earpiece. Every word was extremely clear. There are 2 locations on the second level of containers, and 3 locations on the first level of containers. There are 3 targets with guns patrolling on top of each container. A total of 15 people. We can't rule out the possibility that there are other sentries around. I suggest that we surround the area and conduct a carpet search. We'll deal with the inside after we've dealt with the outside. Yi Qian gave his opinion as he observed the situation. Assassinate the outer and patrol targets. We don't know the firepower inside. It's safer to stay in the dark. There were still 10 people in the engineering team inside. Most importantly, there were 2 injured people whose life or death was unknown. Before they found them, they couldn't fight directly. Chapter 2036. The members of the Snowfield Brigade who used birds as their codenames were the best at sneak attacks. The night was dark and the wind was strong, so it was the best time to commit murder and arson. When Yi Qian mentioned sneaking up on them, it was the same as saying what all his comrades were thinking. After observing for a while, they saw a few people jump down from the containers. Yi Qian immediately added, "Change of shifts. Their patrols have to change shifts." The single-story container facing east, which is 4 meters away from the other containers, is the first sentry post. There are 3 people patrolling it. There are 2 people patrolling the 2-story container near the beach. This is the highest sentry post. There are 2 people patrolling the single-story container facing west, so there are 7 people in total. The rest of you will enter the double-story container in the middle. Yi Qian, who was in charge of observing, explained in detail so that his comrades had an idea of what to do. Pigeon squatted down slightly and said to the 2 engineers, "Please hide outside. Here are 2 GPS units. Please take them. After we complete the rescue, we will immediately come to find you. If anyone escapes from outside, We will have to trouble you to take care of them. She handed the 2 GPS units to the 2 engineers and whispered, "We will meet up with you after we bring the other 10 engineers out. Hide here well and do not wander around unless there is an emergency." The 2 engineers took the GPS units and nodded calmly. "Don't worry. We will not wander around and drag you down. If we are not here, take the other engineers with you first. Especially Engineer Fong and Engineer Jiang. They are the core technicians. You must protect them." To the members of the Snowfield Brigade, the 12 engineers were their responsibility. Every one of them represented a responsibility. How could they abandon their responsibilities? "We have received orders that the 12 engineers must succeed in the rescue. We cannot give up on any of them. Please take care of yourselves. We will be back soon." Pigeon saluted the 2 engineers and quickly left into the silent and dangerous night. The 2 engineers lay quietly in the hiding spot chosen by Pigeon and the others. Their eyes were fixed in front of them. In the dark night, they could only see the ferocious tree trunks that looked like the horns of a monster. The soldiers who had been with them earlier had all disappeared without a trace. "I don't know which military special forces they are from. They are much stronger than the soldiers who escorted us here. With them around, Fong Gong and the others should be fine," an engineer with the surname Zhang said in a low voice. Although his voice was a little tense, he was very calm. Another engineer said, "As long as Engineer Fong and Engineer Jiang are still alive, they will definitely save everyone. The 2 of us should hide well and not cause trouble for them. Our own country's soldiers are still the most reliable." When I heard the female soldier yelling "Get down," I felt like I had eaten a tranquilizer and was instantly relieved. That familiar voice sounded, and light suddenly shone in the dark world, giving them a sense of security in an instant. They saw hope that was full of light. This was their country, a country that had never given up on them. Even if they were thousands of miles away, the country would immediately send troops to rescue them when they were in danger. That "get down" was to tell them that the country had sent people over. As soldiers, they were never afraid to carry out dangerous projects abroad. It was because they knew in their hearts that no matter where they were, they would never have to be afraid of being abandoned. Chapter 2037. Seabirds flew over the island, leaving behind a string of screeches before disappearing in the blink of an eye. The wind ruffled the leaves. Someone walked lightly but did not move a single leaf. Like a ghost, the person approached the converted container house. From the accounts of the 2 rescued engineers, they learned that they were being held in a basement where they could hear the sound of waves. When they were brought out, they felt like they had passed through a corridor and then went up a staircase. After walking for about 4 or 5 meters, they heard a creaking sound from above. A few people pushed them up the 2-meter iron ladder. When they climbed out, they could smell the fresh air. Then they were pushed down the ladder again. It was also about 2 meters high before they finally stepped on solid ground. From the engineers' accounts, they could deduce a few key points. First, the basement where they were being held was under these containers. Second, the containers in front of them were all 6 meters long, 4 meters wide and 4 meters tall. The data provided by the engineers showed that they had passed through a 1-story container. If it was a 2-story container, they would not be able to smell the fresh air after climbing the 2-meter iron ladder. They would have to climb up 4 meters. Third, they focused on finding containers that had a single exit at the top and had a ladder. Based on these points, the 10 people were divided into 2 teams, A and B. Yi Qian Bai He and the others were in charge of clearing out the patrol targets and providing security. Team A was in charge of approaching the single-story container to clear out the targets and find the specific location of the engineers. Yi Qian and Bai He were in charge of the single-story container that was slightly further away. She carried her rifle on her back. Unlike Bai He, she did not pull out her dagger. Instead, she revealed the silver wire that she had been using as an accessory recently. It had been a long time since she let it out for some fresh air. Tonight, she would let it play to its heart's content. When the silver wire was straightened, it flashed with a cold light. Her partner Bai He could not help but look sideways. She was holding something in her hand? "I'll go up, you go to the side." Yi Jian pointed up and then pointed to the side. Wearing the night vision goggles, Yi Jian communicated with the white crane with sign language. 2 against 3. Okay? Less than 3 meters away from the 2 of them, 3 armed men were walking back and forth on top of the containers. These were the targets that Yi Qian and Bai He needed to take care of. The white crane pointed at Yi Qian and stuck out 2 fingers. "You'll take care of the 2 above? There's one on my side." "Yes." Yi Qian nodded. Then she tugged at the silver wire in her hand. "I have this. It's easy for the 2 of us to deal with it." "What is this?" Bai He could not help but widen his eyes. Through the night vision goggles he could only see something that looked like a long string. It was definitely not a thread. A thread could not possibly emit a cold light. That was Yi Qian's secret weapon. On the battlefield, the most trustworthy people would always be their own comrades. Bai He did not raise any questions and nodded in agreement. The silver thread was a weapon that was even more useful than a combat dagger. As Yi Qian grew stronger, he could better utilize the silver thread's invisible killing power. The silver thread silently wrapped around the neck of one of the targets. Before the target could realize what was going on, something cold instantly tightened around his neck. The strong tightening force caused him to panic. Holding his gun, he struggled to pull out the thing that was strangling him. The other 2 men noticed that their companion was acting strangely. They raised their guns cautiously and placed their fingers lightly on the triggers. One of the men asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 2038. The only reply he got was the struggling woo-woo of his companion. The man who asked the question approached him with a gun. Another man was sweeping the area with his gun. He had already loaded the gun and was just waiting for the trigger to be pulled. Woo! The man whose neck was being strangled struggled with all his might. His hand even scratched his neck until it bled. And the gun fell out of his hand. In the eyes of his companions, he was like a patient who had a sudden illness. At this moment, Bai He took advantage of the fact that the man who was sweeping the area with his gun had his back facing her. She took a big step forward and threw the man off the container. The man who was approaching his companion heard the commotion behind him. Just as he quickly turned around, Yi Qian stood beside him. She raised her hand and lightly patted the man's shoulder. When the man turned around, a cold light flashed past his eyes. He felt a chill on his neck, and then a faint pain cutting the throat and breaking the neck were all fatal moves that a Special Forces soldier would definitely know. As a qualified Special Forces soldier, Yi Qian was now able to succeed in every move she made. In order to achieve a silent attack, they had to eliminate the targets simultaneously. When Yi Qian made her move, the others would do the same to achieve the same pace. There was no sound of fighting, not even a trace of movement. In less than 5 minutes, all the targets were eliminated. After exchanging blows, all the members of the Snowfield Brigade realized a problem. These people had very good rifles in their hands, but their fighting skills were quite poor. Other than being fierce, they had no strategy at all. They did not know how to resist at all, let alone how to face danger. A group of people with guns and ammunition, but no fighting skills, hijacked our country's engineers? What were they doing this for? These people are similar to the hooligans in our country. They are worthless. The member with the codename Chi Lu squatted down to examine the target he had taken care of. He picked up the opponent's hand and looked at it. There were no thick calluses on the area between the thumb and the index finger. There were no visible calluses on the 10 fingers or the palm. Other than the tattoo of a cobra wrapped around a sword on the wrist, there were no other clues. These people are just hooligans. They look powerful, but in reality, they are just using their M16s to scare people. Without this gun, they are nothing. After taking care of all the targets, the members of the Snowfield Brigade did not sweat at all. They easily took care of these people. If these people did not have guns in their hands, they would be no different from ordinary people. But now that they have guns and have kidnapped our engineers, they are not ordinary people. Yi Qian, who had retracted his silver thread, listened to his comrade's words. He pressed his back against the rusty container and stood guard for the white crane that had entered the container to search. She turned on the PTT switch and asked, "The first sentry post has been cleared. What about the highest sentry post?" Young Sparrow Hawk, who was in charge of the last 2 sentry posts, wiped the blood off his dagger as he replied, "Cleared. Long Hawk has already rushed over to support Group A." Another member of Team B said in a low voice, "Team B's targets are all clear. What's the situation with Team A?" "Find the container that the engineer mentioned. Weaving Sparrow and Walking Cuckoo, guard the 2 containers in the middle. The rest of you attack. Move out. Yes. Yes. Immediately. Following Pigeon's order, the scattered members of the Snowfield Brigade quickly approached the container that they were targeting. The Special Forces member codenamed Loon gently pulled on the small metal door that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. With a pull, the small door opened. Chapter 2039. They didn't act immediately. Instead, they tossed a small rock into the container. After a few clangs, the container fell silent. Without hesitation, Loon was the first to descend the container. 2 of his comrades extended their rifle barrels into the container to guard Loon. Loon didn't rush down like a hothead. He quickly entered the container and grabbed the metal ladder with one hand. He leaned sideways so his entire body was suspended in the air. He relied on his arm strength to support himself. In a few seconds he completed the 2 actions of entering and observing the container. 2 minutes later, everyone heard Loon say, "Come down." Yiqian and Bai He didn't descend. Weaving Sparrow and Zhou Wan guarded the 2-story container with their lives. She guarded the single-story container with her comrades. After entering the container, Dove and the others passed through the entire container. When they reached the front, they saw an underground passage. The entrance was the same width as the container and could fit 3 people at a time. It was very dark inside. There was no light or sound. The 2 members of the Snowfield Brigade took 1 step at a time. They nimbly stepped on the carved ladder and entered the underground passage. After they descended the ladder, they immediately stuck to the left and right side of the wall. Through their night vision equipment, they stared ahead without blinking. In the murky green world, they saw a long man-made cave. After confirming that there were no problems, they gently waved behind them. The other 4 comrades entered and took turns to advance. Outside, the sound of a helicopter hovering above the island could be heard. Yiqian, Bai He, Weaving Sparrow, and Zhou Wan's expressions turned cold. Even though they hadn't seen the helicopter yet, they reacted quickly and immediately found a new hiding spot. The sound came from afar. It was obvious that the helicopter was coming in their direction. "Dove, what's the situation inside?" "The situation outside has changed. A helicopter is coming." Yiqian, who had hidden well, immediately contacted Dove, who had entered the underground passage. Then she saw the helicopter fly into the sky. An extremely strong beam of light shone from the helicopter onto the top of the 2nd-story container that Weaving Sparrow and the others had been guarding. Suddenly, someone came out of the 2nd-story container and stood on top of it, waving at the strong beam of light. Yiqian and the others looked from the helicopter to the person waving at them. At this moment, the 4 of them were thinking the same thing. That was why they said the same thing at the same time. This person is the next target to be dealt with. The person on the helicopter saw that someone had responded. He retracted the beam of light and flew forward. Weaving Sparrow and Zhou Wan didn't give the person a chance to look around. The helicopter retracted the beam of light and flew forward. 10 engineers. This news was like a punch to everyone's heart. In an instant, their hearts ached so much that even breathing was painful. Watching the helicopter slowly descend, Yijian closed her eyes gently and suppressed the pain in her heart. She said in a low voice, "Retreat immediately. Get." Suddenly, a dull thud came from the top of the 2 highest containers. Yijian, who had been guarding the surroundings, cut off the call. She needed to go support GK and Zhou Wan. Chapter 2040. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Bai He entered the communication channel and quickly reported the situation outside. "The incoming helicopter has alerted the people in the container. Someone has climbed out to help the people in the helicopter. Let's take care of these people first. We'll cover for them. You guys take the engineering team and leave." The situation on the battlefield was always changing. Once they found the engineering team, there was no need to stay. They had to leave immediately. Bai He didn't mention that the target Weaving Sparrow went to take care of was a tough nut to crack. It wasn't as easy as the previous targets. There were still a few targets who managed to dodge Weaving Sparrow's killer move. They even created a commotion on top of the container and alerted the people inside. Yiqian saw this and immediately went to help. This time it wasn't about punching and kicking. Yiqian ran over and saw someone poking out with a gun. She didn't hesitate to take out her handgun. Bang! She shot the target in the head. On the other side, Zhou Wan was only a second slower than Yi Qian. She shot the target that came after her. Although the pistols were equipped with silencers, the two targets who were shot fell back into the container through the exit. The people inside stared blankly at their own people whose heads were bleeding. Someone shouted, turned off the light source and fired back at the same time. Gunshots rang out. Long Ying, who had climbed out of the container, reached out and grabbed Fang Gong, who was brought up by his comrades. He held Fang Gong's arms tightly and carried him out of the container. Fang Gong was already dead. There was only a trace of warmth left in his body. Long Ying carried him out with bloodshot eyes. He hoarsely said to Bai He, who was guarding below, "Help! Bai He!" The cooperation between comrades was tacit. The white crane was already prepared, and the eagle carried Fang Gong out and immediately carried him out of the container. Fang Gong, who did not forget to work before his death, was carried away. Then the unconscious Fang Gong was successfully rescued from the container. Pigeon, who was still in the container, repeatedly warned the engineering team, "Follow them. Don't look back." He didn't want to see another engineer sacrificed. He wouldn't allow another engineer to be sacrificed under the protection of the Snowfield Brigade. He could already hear the gunshots outside. The situation was tense. He had to evacuate with the engineering team immediately. The bullets pierced through the metal of the container, one after another. The people inside couldn't see outside and didn't know what was happening outside. In order to survive, they could only shoot blindly upwards, left, right, front and back, trying to scare off the people outside. They didn't dare to come out of the container to counterattack. They were afraid that if they came out, they would end up like their two companions who had their heads blown off. They were shooting blindly, but Yi Qian was not going to shoot blindly. She picked up the M16 that she had used to kill the target, went around to the front of the container and crouched down. She aimed at the center of the container and fired continuously. Bang, bang, bang. 10 bullets were fired consecutively. Yi Qian had blasted a bowl-sized hole in the front of the container. This hole was the only passageway through which Yi Qian could clearly see through his scope. Woo! Treat! Yi Qian aimed at the targets and pulled the trigger of her FMS rifle. After 3 consecutive shots, she hit 3 of the people inside. Without stopping, Yi Qian rolled to the side and left the shooting range. After killing 3 targets in a row, if she stayed in the same spot, she would also become a target. All the engineering team retreated into the forest. Yi Qian and the other 3 who received the notice did not want to continue fighting. They put away their rifles and quickly retreated. In front of them, the helicopter had already landed. Without the sound of propellers, they could clearly hear the sound of gunshots coming from the front. The group of people who got off the helicopter reacted very quickly. They instantly took out their pistols and surrounded the man in the middle to protect him. Chapter 2041. From the way they held their guns and their reactions, it was obvious that they had received professional training. The well-protected man in the middle was not tall, but his physique was very strong. His eyes, which were staring in the direction of the container, were like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time, emitting a ferocious light. He used the local language and said slowly, "Perhaps there are guests from afar. Tell everyone to take good care of the guests from afar. Especially friends from Chinese enterprises. For God's sake, you need to treat them well. Remember, I need their help, so you must treat them well." The man who spoke was very confident, and he was certain that no one on the island would be able to escape. One of the men who looked like an assistant took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he spoke quickly, as if he was conveying the man's instructions to the person on the other end of the phone. Although gunshots were coming from the front, the man in the lead was not afraid. There was even a faint smile on his deep-featured face. It was not a good smile, but a smile full of viciousness and bloodthirstiness. As an arms dealer who smuggled all kinds of guns around the world, he was used to the sound of bullets. To him, listening to the sound of bullets was no different from listening to a piano piece. There was no need to be afraid. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to stay on the island where there was a crossfire. He told his people again, "I need their help very much." Then he left with the driver and his assistant. The reason he was not worried was that 2 speedboats carrying nearly 20 armed bandits were about to land. As a lone island, it was surrounded by water on all sides. It would be difficult to escape if they were trapped. Moreover, it was his territory and there were so many of his own people. It would not be difficult to capture a few people. The sound of waves hitting the reef became louder and louder as the speedboats flew over. One after another, huge waves surged over, hitting the reef for a few meters before quickly retreating. Knowing that someone had entered the island, dozens of figures jumped down from the speedboats and ran toward the island after exchanging fire with each other. These people were all well trained. After running off the speedboat, some of them stood by the side, waving their hands and repeating the local language, which probably meant something like, "Hurry up, hurry up." Pigeon, who had retreated to the forest with our engineers, shouted retreat to her comrades who were still suppressing them with firepower. Weaving Sparrow, who was in charge of covering them, said in a deep voice, "Qingniao Bai He, you guys retreat first. Zhou Wan and I will cover the rear." After he finished speaking, the dense rain of bullets suppressed the firepower in the container. Yi Qian and Bai He did not hesitate. They put away their rifles and quickly retreated towards the forest. After retreating a few meters, the two of them found cover and aimed their guns in the direction of the container, reminding Weaving Sparrow and Zhou Wan to retreat and follow them. Retreat! Zhaoke! Zhaoke, who was slightly behind, signaled for Zhaoke, who was at the front, to retreat first. Weaving Sparrow did not hesitate. She put away her rifle and rolled several times on the ground, avoiding the bullets that streaked across the darkness. She retreated from the first position. In order to prevent the people in the container from rushing out, they had to take turns retreating. The sound of their comrades communicating with each other constantly came from the radio. The two engineers who were the first to be rescued had already met up with Pigeon and the others. They did not even have time to celebrate. They did not even say a word as they held hands and rushed to the helicopter under the cover of the Snowfield Brigade. Chapter 2042. Gunshots were heard from behind. Yi Qian's pupils constricted as he whispered, "The pursuers are here. Pigeon, run." Their original plan was to rescue the engineers secretly, but now that they had attracted pursuers, the entire plan was ruined. The Snowfield Brigade was made up of highly trained special forces, so they were exceptionally calm when their plan was ruined. No one panicked. Pigeon immediately asked Qingniao, "The helicopter can only carry 7 people, including the pilot. Qingniao, do you know how to fly a helicopter?" There were 22 engineers and the Snowfield Brigade, including the sacrificed Fang Gong. The helicopter could only carry 7 people, including the pilot. Pigeon intended to let Yi Qian retreat first. However, Yi Qian did not know how to fly a helicopter. "No, Bai He, Zhou Wan and I will bring up the rear. Weaving Sparrow will catch up with you guys. Let him take the 6 engineers and leave first." "Okay, you guys be careful. Sparrowhawk, you and Qingniao will bring up the rear." Pigeon's eyes dimmed when she heard Yi Qian's reply. She immediately agreed. Yi Jian and Bai He were originally assaulters, so they were assigned to cover the rear, which was still according to the original battle arrangement. Following the gunshots, the atmosphere became even more tense. Fortunately, the engineers were all soldiers, so they did not panic when they heard the gunshots. They followed the special forces that were protecting them across the island and kept running forward. The trees on the sea islands all had a common feature. The roots grew and emerged from the ground, meandering and exposing the surface, like the tentacles of an octopus clinging to the surface of the ground. When there was soil, they would take root again. These exposed and thick roots that were integrated with the ground became an obstacle for the engineers when they ran. The Snowfield Brigade members could easily jump over these roots, but the engineers could not do so all the time. After a few people were tripped, the speed of the evacuation was greatly affected. With their speed affected, it was easy for the pursuers to catch up. Pigeon thought of the sacrifice Fang Gong and ordered, "Chongying, you and Weaving Sparrow take turns to carry Fang Gong to the helicopter first. Take over the helicopter first, quick." The helicopter could only carry a total of 7 people, including the pilot. The sacrificed engineer Fang and the injured engineer Jiang would definitely go first. The other 4 had already decided in the basement. Now they just needed to run in the direction of the helicopter. The eagle, who had just handed Fang Gong over to the Weaving Sparrow, suddenly raised its head and looked to its left. Just now, it had seen a flash of light pass by. There's a situation at the beach. I saw a flash of light. He reminded all his comrades that there were pursuers behind them. If something happened at the seaside, it would be even more difficult to escape. Yi Qian, whose face was as dark as water, had a ruthless look in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "The three of us will run towards the beach. Turn away all eyes. Pigeon, hide the remaining engineers and send 2 more members to guard them. Then come and support us from the rear. We must first ensure that Weaving Sparrow successfully takes off." Yi Qian was a command-type military school student. Even though he had only been in school for 1 semester, he had started learning the basics of military operations in his first year. As a command-type military school student, he naturally knew how to plan for battle. Now, the enemy did not know how many people they had. They only knew that they had taken all the engineers with them. So they split into 2 groups. One group would retreat secretly, and the other group would attract all attention to protect the engineers. Chapter 2043. I think it's a good idea. Pigeon, follow Qing Miao's plan. Weaver Sparrow, fly the helicopter and leave. I'll meet up with you guys later. Chongying agreed to Yi Qian's plan. He didn't stop after realizing the situation. Instead, he continued to run forward with Weaver Sparrow. In this way, the 10 special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were divided into 3 groups. Yi Qian, Bai He, and Zhou Wan were in one group. They were responsible for attracting all the firepower. Chongying and Weaver Sparrow took turns to carry the sacrifice Fang Gong. Qi Lu and Lun brought up the rear and escorted Jiang Gong, and the other 4 engineers to the helicopter. Sparrow Hawk, Pigeon, and another comrade codenamed Blood Swallow protected the remaining 6 engineers as they hid on the island. At the same time, the sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky above the island. The 10 Snowfield Brigade members didn't look up. Instead, they worked together to evacuate as quickly as possible. The helicopter was very arrogant. It turned on a blinding light as it circled in the sky. Seemed to be looking for something. Yi Qian glanced at the helicopter. He said to Bai He and Zhou Wan, "When the helicopter turns around, we'll take a look under their noses." Since they were attracting all the firepower, they naturally had to let the enemy know where they were. When the beam of light flashed across a relatively open area, the bodyguard and assistant who had been observing the situation below quickly whispered to the man who had his legs crossed and didn't have the slightest bit of worry on his face, "I saw a guest from afar." "Very good. Tell the people below to treat the guests well." The man had his eyes closed the whole time. He looked quite relaxed. "For those disobedient guests, let them enjoy being surrounded by the sea. Send them to meet God." Soon, the man's words were transmitted to the ground. The 3 people who were illuminated by the light entered the forest and ran in the opposite direction of the other 2 groups. Just as they passed through a few wild coconut trees, Yi Qian suddenly shouted, "There's someone in front." Yi Qian smelled the smell of low-quality perfume in the salty sea breeze. It wasn't just one type. There were several types mixed together. It was so strong that it was pungent. The 3 of them quickly circled behind the leaves. Through their night vision goggles, they saw a few people slowly approaching from the front. There were 3 people before 12 o'clock, 2 at 10 o'clock, and 3 at 2 o'clock. These people should have come up from the beach. From the looks of it, he should have just arrived. His pants are wet. Yi Qian, who was observing them, spoke softly. She did not need to speak too loudly. Her bone conduction earpiece was able to transmit her words clearly to the ears of her comrades. "I have good stuff on hand. I'm in charge of the 2 o'clock area. Qing Miao is in charge of the 10 o'clock area. And Bai He is in charge of the 12 o'clock area. We didn't know how many people they had, so we came here first." Zhou Wan's lips moved, and at the same time she moved closer to the 2 o'clock area. Yi Qian pulled open the silver wire and slowly approached the 10 o'clock position. He slowly leaned against a tree and held his breath as he waited for his target to approach. After chanting 3 times in his mind, the silver wire was like a snake hidden in the leaves. It silently wrapped around his neck and tightened, then pinned him against the tree trunk. Yi Qian, who had 1 foot on the tree trunk, used all his strength to tighten the silver wire. The man in front of the tree trunk kicked his feet a few times, and then there was no sound. The other target who was with him did not notice anything strange. He only saw his partner's back pressed against the tree, and his feet kept kicking, as if he was trying to kick something off the bottom of his shoes. Chapter 2044. This kind of sneak attack was very dangerous. Once discovered, the person would be exposed. If the person on the other side still had a gun, it could be said that he would be treated as a live target. The reason Yi Qian dared to make a move like this was because the two targets were walking separately. There were 2 trees between them, and the other target's line of sight was obstructed, so he wouldn't be able to spot her immediately. As a Special Forces soldier, she had to learn how to win a chance of survival in the most dangerous environment. Excellent professional skills were the guarantee of winning a chance of survival. Yi Qian was a daring and careful Special Forces soldier. In addition, she had been hunted down by Yi Ying in her previous life, so she had an instinctive ability to avoid danger. She could quickly determine the most advantageous move for herself, and the least likely to arouse the other party's suspicion. At this moment, even though the second target was only 2 trees away from her, her daring move didn't arouse any suspicion until the first target was taken care of. Yi Qian, as a Special Forces soldier, was able to deal with the situation calmly and without batting an eyelid. The second target saw that his companion was still leaning against the tree, but her feet weren't moving. She seemed to be leaning against the tree to rest because she was too tired. He shushed his companion softly, then used his gun to sweep the surroundings. Sensing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he walked around the 2 trees between them and walked over. As he walked over, he said something in a low voice. Yi Qian, who was hiding behind the tree, didn't understand. She was focused on listening to the footsteps and didn't pay attention to what the other party said. She was calculating how far the other party was from her. As the other party approached step by step, the silver wire wrapped around the combat glove slowly loosened. When they were close enough to hear the other party's breathing, Yi Qian suddenly retracted the silver wire. The target, who had already stopped breathing, lost his balance and fell forward. The approaching target immediately realized that something was wrong. He raised his gun and fired behind the tree. Yi Qian was so close that they could hear each other's breathing. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to shoot. Before he could even open fire, Yi Qian pounced on him from behind the tree. He grabbed the man's right hand with one hand and twisted the gun out of the man's hand. Her movements were quite fast, and every step was calculated very precisely. She twisted the gun in the target's hand away, and raised her elbow to hit the target's chin hard. Not only did the target not shout, but he also almost bit off the tip of his tongue. Before he could recover from the pain of his tongue being bitten, the sky and the earth were turned upside down, and he fell to the ground on his side. This was a foreign man who had received training. He was dizzy from the fall, but he endured the pain from his shoulder and completed 2 rolls to avoid Yi Qian's attack. At the same time, he reached for his pocket. He wanted to take out his gun, but there was no gun in his pocket. Realizing that he didn't have a gun, his first thought was to run away. But just as he turned around, a foreign object pressed against his heart. "Are you looking for it?" Yi Qian, who was holding a gun in her hand, asked calmly. She loaded the gun and placed her slender finger lightly on the trigger. The cold muzzle was aimed at the target's heart. "Unfortunately, you've lost it." The man who had bitten the tip of his tongue to the point of his flesh was unable to make a sound. He was panting heavily. He was a little scared, but he didn't give up. His raised hands moved slightly, trying to snatch the gun back. Chapter 2045. The gun was already in her hand, so how could she take it back? Just as the opponent's hand was about to move, Yi Qian was even faster. In order to block the opponent's escape route, she only had time to jump and aim her gun at the opponent. She had no time to draw her dagger and slash the opponent's neck. But as she spoke, her left hand, which wasn't holding the gun, had already pulled out a combat dagger. Just as the opponent's hand moved, she pulled out the magazine with one hand. This action was easy for Yi Qian, who could still reload with one hand. The magazine fell to the ground along with the gun. The opponent's attack was fierce. He wanted to fight to the death to see if he could survive. In the face of such a strong attack, Yi Qian curled up the corner of his mouth slightly. His left foot stepped on a rock, and his whole body soared into the air. With a bang, his right leg kicked hard at the opponent's head with a strong wind. The man was so dizzy that it seemed like his brain juice was flowing out of his ears. He staggered and couldn't stand. Yi Qian took advantage of the moment when he couldn't attack and slashed his dagger across the man's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The pressure was so great that it even spurted out a bloody mist. Clutching his neck, the target made a gurgling sound in his throat as if he had been filled with air. He staggered back a few steps and then fell to the ground with his head raised. Yi Qian, whose face was splattered with blood, plucked a few leaves to wipe his face. He said to his comrade, "The target in the 10 o'clock direction has been dealt with." As he spoke, he suddenly heard something running by his left, leaving behind a string of rustling leaves. Before Yi Qian realized what it was, he was already chasing after it. "There's a fleeing target in the 12 o'clock direction. Help us," Bai He said with a distorted voice. "I sprained my leg and dislocated my ankle." He escaped. This wasn't good news. Yi Qian's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Treat your injuries first. I'll chase after him. The target is running towards me. I'm already chasing after him." The black figure in front was the fleeing target. They had to chase after him. If they were discovered that there were only 3 of them, it would cause trouble for the other 2 teams. In order to avoid the enemy's helicopter, Weaving Sparrow had yet to take off. If they were discovered, all the engineers would be in danger. If you don't treat your leg properly, you can just wait to retire. Zhou Wan, who was speaking through clenched teeth, was using her dagger to stab the twitching target twice. She then said to Yi Qian, "It's an old injury. Just a slight sprain and it'll dislocate." Whether it was a new injury or an old one, the white crane needed help. Zhou Wan stayed behind and said to Yi Qian, "Be careful, Qing Niao. Send us your location at any time." The black shadow was right in front of him. Yi Qian could only reply with a single word. "Okay." The black shadow in front of him suddenly turned around and fired continuously behind him. Bang bang bang. The gunshot broke the silence of the entire island. A tall and slender figure paused and chased after the source of the gunshot. His speed was very fast, like a tiger running in the jungle. Rocks and trees could not stop him from moving forward. Everything became a blur in front of his speed. The gunshot not only caused him to change direction, it also caused the people who had alighted from the helicopter to run over. Bai He and Zhou Wan's eyes darkened. Bai He, whose ankle had been reconnected, hurriedly said, "Quick, go support Qing Niao. She's now surrounded." Chapter 2046. Just as Bai He and Zhou Wan had said, Yi Jian had already become the target of the encirclement. There were about 20 people on the 2 speedboats, and they had only taken care of 7 of them. There were still about 10 people scattered nearby. The gunshot sounded like an emergency call for everyone to gather, and more than 10 black figures surrounded them. Yi Qian, who had dodged the shots, knew that she was in danger. Since the enemy had already opened fire, there was no need for her to hold back anymore. The moment she dodged, the enemy slyly dashed a few meters away. Yi Qian's eyes were locked on the black figure in front of her. Listening to the sound of the black figure running, she chased after it like an arrow released from a bow. The target was clearly more professional than the one Yi Qian and the others had taken care of before, but it still couldn't be compared to a special forces soldier who had undergone rigorous training. After running for about 10 minutes, the target's stamina plummeted, and his agility and reaction speed were obviously not as good as before. Yi Qian was communicating with Bai He and Zhou Wan. "The target is running in the opposite direction of the 2 groups, which is exactly what we planned. You 2 continue to attack from the shadows, but I'll come out in the open." Although it was a little inappropriate to attack from the shadows, for the safety of the engineers it was worth the risk. From the moment the 3 of them intentionally allowed themselves to be swept by the helicopter's beam, they were already taking a risk. "The 2 of us are about 100 meters away from you. We found 3 targets. Qing Niao, the 2 of us won't be able to support you in time, so be careful," Zhou Wan reminded her in a low voice. There were a lot of targets to take care of, so she would have to fight alone. "Roger that." Yi Qian, who had been watching the black figure disappear behind the leaves, adjusted her breathing, answered calmly, and jumped down from a rock. When she landed, she was in a half-squatting position, but she quickly rolled twice and hid behind the roots of a tree. Bai He and the others had found 3 targets. On her side, other than the target she was following, 2 more black figures entered her line of sight. From their movements it seemed like they were searching with guns. Yi Qian, who had hidden well, exhaled softly and slowly adjusted the focus of her rifle. She didn't want to shoot with the rifle in her hand, so she planned to use her handgun. The target was very close, so shooting with a rifle would be overkill. Furthermore, she didn't know how many people there were. So she needed to ensure that she had enough ammunition and couldn't waste bullets. The FAMAS rifle in his hand had an effective range of 300 meters. It was equipped with NATO-made warheads, and there were only a pitiful 25 bullets in the magazine. However, the FAMAS rifle had a very big advantage. It was quite effective when firing in 3 bursts. Now that there were only 2 targets, it was better to save the bullets and use a pistol instead. Unfortunately, the pistol in her hand could not fire automatically. She had to pull the trigger once to fire a bullet, but it was fast. The rifle in the other party's hand was a Canadian C-series rifle. Its effective range and speed were much faster than the pistol in her hand. 2 targets meant that she had to fire 2 bullets. In order to prevent the other target from having a chance to fire when she fired the first shot, she needed to use a side jump to complete 2 consecutive shots. Yi Qian let out a sigh of relief when he saw the gun in his opponent's hand. He slowly held his breath and raised his pistol. Bang! Bang! The 2 bullets were like continuous shots. The first target hit in the head didn't even make a sound. He was still holding a C-series rifle and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 2047. Although the second target reacted, all he saw was a shadow flying past him. Just as he was about to shoot, he heard something exploding in his chest. It was the bullet that pierced through his heart with great force. His beating heart was severely damaged, and its mission was interrupted. There was no chance for his opponent to slow down, nor was there any threat to his consciousness. 1 second he was breathing fresh air, and the next second he was facing death. Yi Qian, who had fired 2 shots, was the first to fall to the ground with his right hand. By the time the gunshot disappeared, he had rolled 2.5 times on the ground and was leaning against a tree. He was panting slightly. The gunshot wasn't loud. It was as low as the sound of a drum being struck twice. It didn't have any frightening power. Even the smell of gunpowder was blown away by the salty sea breeze. In less than a minute, it was blown away without a trace by the sea breeze. Yi Qian, who heard the sound of someone falling to the ground, didn't immediately come out to check. Instead, he leaned against the tree quietly. He counted to 5 in his heart before he left. The black figure, who had fled at least 50 meters away, ran too fast. He didn't hear the footsteps behind him. He cursed under his breath and sat on the ground with his hands on his knees. Before he could relax, a cold voice came from behind him. "Stand up." The person who spoke pressed a hard object against his temple. "Put down the thing in your hand. Otherwise, I can guarantee that the thing in my hand will not be polite to you." The voice was low and slow. It was obviously a threat, but there was an indescribable elegance to it. It made people's hair stand on end. "God!" The black figure, who was so shocked that he almost peed in his pants, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voice. Even his tense shoulders relaxed. "This damn Huai. One day I'll send you to God." The Western man who looked down on you Huai could only curse in his heart. It was stupid to get angry at his own people. Even though he knew that it was stupid to get angry at his own people, he couldn't let go of the prejudice in his heart. He shouted in English with a heavy accent, "Jack, where did you come from?" His head tilted to the side, and the frightening gun barrel hit his forehead. The man, who was already in a sorry state, was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and fiercely waved Huayi's arm away. "Damn it! Are you going to keep pointing at my head? Put your gun away, Chinese." This was the anger that came from the humiliation of being seen in such a sorry state. But he didn't fling Huayi's arm away, nor did he let Huayi take away his gun. Instead, the gun was pressed against his forehead. He even heard the sound of the trigger being pulled. "Hey partner, what are you trying to do? Don't joke about guns." Just now he had dared to throw a tantrum, but now he was terrified. His lips were trembling as he spoke. The Chinese man, Xia Jinyuan, whose arm was hurting from the slap, put away his gun and said in standard American English, "You seem to be afraid? Do I need to be afraid? You have a gun too." The man who didn't have a gun pointed at his head was even angrier. He gritted his teeth and replied with resentment in his eyes. Of course I'm scared. If it were you, you would have been killed by them long ago just like this. Chapter 20:48. As he spoke he stood up. Just as he stood up, he suddenly raised his hand and raised his gun. He tried to hold the gun against Xia Jinyuan's forehead to regain some of his dignity. Xia Jinyuan had already seen through his intentions. As soon as he retracted his arm, he moved as fast as lightning and accurately pointed the gun at the man's forehead. No wonder you're afraid. Even the speed of your gun is slower than others. Just like this. It's enough for me to kill 3 or 4 people like you. Having a gun pointed at one's forehead was a scary thing, no matter how close they were. What's more, this man didn't have a good relationship with Xia Jinyuan, so he was even more afraid. The man who had lost his arrogance stammered. Yes, I'm very afraid. So, partner, we need to work together. Yes, we need to work together. I don't know where they came from, but they're very, very powerful. There were 8 of us, but I was the only one who escaped from them alive. They were very fast. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have been killed like Bieber. There was nothing more terrifying than watching one's partner get killed. If he hadn't escaped fast enough, he might have died like Bieber. Jack, we can't waste any more time. We should find other people. By the way, why are you alone? Where are the others? Where did they go? In order to make Xia Jinyuan move the gun away from his forehead, the man who was trembling in fear kept talking, trying to get closer to Xia Jinyuan by talking. Hearing light footsteps about 3 meters away from him, Xia Jinyuan covered the man's chattering mouth and chuckled coldly. Shut up if you don't want to die. Someone is coming. The man was so scared that he didn't even need to cover his mouth and automatically shut up. From the left came the rustling sound of leaves brushing past. Under the dim light of the sky, through the sparse trees, he saw 3 black shadows walking with their backs bent. All right, we'll wait here. We'll wait here. You take this side, I'll take this side. Climb up the tree. It sounded like they were lying in ambush for someone to come. The man who was with Xia Jinyuan was overjoyed because the 3 of them were none other than his own people. Boris, it's Boris's voice. That's great, with them we don't have to be afraid of those people chasing after us. He was very happy, so happy that his face showed joy. He even wanted to raise his voice to greet them. However, Xia Jinyuan's words almost shut him up. Do you think the 3 of them are a match for those people? If so, you can say it at once. If not, arrogant job, you had better shut up. Do you understand what I mean? I don't want to die with you. Understand? That one sentence extinguished Job's hope. He even wanted to leave as soon as possible, but he did not say it out loud. He didn't want a Chinese to look down on him. Just now it was already embarrassing enough. Xia Jinyuan didn't pay attention to him. He wanted to know who on earth dared to come to the private island of an arms dealer, who even the highest authority in the country didn't want to provoke, and who dared to exchange gunfire on the island. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan didn't know who he was about to meet. At this moment, he just wanted to watch and not get involved. Yi Qian, who was chasing after the enemy, didn't know who she was about to meet. After separating from Bai He and Zhou Wan, she carefully passed through the dense foliage of the unknown trees and stuck close to a curved tree. She didn't move forward. Chapter 20:49. There was danger ahead, so she couldn't go straight ahead. She had to take a detour. It was dangerous to fight alone without support. She could only rely on her own abilities to solve the problem. She could only rely on herself to solve the problem. No one would tell her what to do, and no one would appear when she was in danger. Yi Jian, who was very clear in her heart, moved very carefully. She instinctively sensed the danger and immediately changed her direction. Instead of going straight ahead, she took a detour. With the help of Phelan's equipment, Yi Qian kept her rifle trained. She looked through her night vision goggles, searching for her target in the monochromatic green world. She heard GK's voice in her earpiece. 35 degrees north latitude. The wind is from the southeast. The pilot's code name is G Quebec. The Bell 407 helicopter will take off at 11:20 p.m. Local time. Roger, roger. Take off immediately. Take off immediately. Take off at 11:23 p.m. Local time. Take off successfully. GK finished her conversation with Pigeon. The rest of the team listened to the conversation and smiled faintly. Shit, that's our helicopter. Did the guy who flew it take it away? Damn it. Where did they all go? Does no one know what happened? A bearded man cursed on his phone. He made several calls in a row. Every time he made a call, he scolded the person who answered it. Who the hell took the helicopter away? Hurry up and go see what's going on. Damn it. You'll die a horrible death. You've angered the boss, so you'll all die a horrible death. Even the helicopter had been taken away. They didn't need him to remind them. They knew that it would be difficult to explain things to their boss. I know we'll die a horrible death, including you. You too. If you have the time to scold us, why don't you go see what's going on? Also, we don't know the pilot of the helicopter. Goodbye. The man who answered the phone was livid. He also scolded back. Bang 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 bang. Someone fired directly at the helicopter that was taking off, trying to shoot it down and make it crash. Long Ying and Pigeon guarded the helicopter until it reached a safe altitude. When they heard the gunshots, they looked at each other and ran towards the source of the gunshots. On the other side, Yi Qian heard someone talking in a low voice. She slowly searched the area and saw someone lying on a tree through her night vision goggles. There was a rumbling sound of a helicopter flying overhead. Yi Jian, who had a faint smile on her face, pulled the trigger. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, she shot the person hiding in the tree and made him fall from the tree. She only saw one of the 3 targets. When the other 2 heard the gunshots, their necks instinctively shrank. Then, they immediately raised the rifles in their hands and fired continuously. The dense bullets drew out streaks of fiery red as they pierced through the air. Bang bang bang. Some hit trees, some hit rocks, and some passed through the lush foliage and landed somewhere unknown. Yi Qian held his breath as he rolled twice before crouching on the ground. He waited for the barrage of bullets to finish. Up ahead. Quick. Not far away, Bai He and Zhou Wan heard the gunshots and quickly came over. In front of them was the Qing Miao. It must be the Qing Miao exchanging fire with them. The gunshots were very loud and attracted the attention of the bandits who were still searching in the dark. Yi Qian, who was already surrounded, was exposed by the gunshots and became the target of a group of bandits. Over here. There's still someone here. Damn it. If we don't catch them, we'll all be in trouble. Chapter 2050. A few black shadows rushed over from Yi Qian's left while shouting loudly. Their movements were too loud, and they became the targets of Zhou Wan and Bai He. The 2 of them were about 30 meters away from Yi Qian. When they heard the sound, they bent their backs and rushed forward like cheetahs. In the blink of an eye, they had covered several meters. We are still 20 meters away from you. Qing Miao, hide well. The 2 people who attacked kept in close contact with Yi Qian at all times, so that Yi Qian would know that she was not fighting alone. After Bai He finished speaking, Zhou Wan said, "Don't expose yourself so easily. Leave the target who just spoke to us." Although the island's terrain was complicated, it was only so big. These people were also familiar with the island's environment. Now that they had locked onto Qing Miao's range of movement, if she moved again, her hiding spot would be completely exposed. She would become a live target that would be shot full of holes. Attracting firepower was to ensure the safety of the engineers, but they also needed to ensure their own safety. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that although these people were well trained, they were only at the level of elementary school students. Although they had powerful rifles, their skills were limited. Even if they locked onto Qing Miao's approximate range of movement, it would not be easy to find Qing Miao. Understood. You guys be careful. Yi Qian, who was hiding behind a tree, said calmly. Don't worry. Pay attention to your surroundings. There are many targets that came ashore from the beach. I've taken care of 5 and you guys have taken care of at least 5. There are still targets that have not been taken care of. I suspect that they came ashore on a boat. I plan to capture one of them alive and ask him about the exact location. You plan to steal the boat? Bai He heard the movement ahead and hid behind a tree while Zhou Wan stood guard in front of him. The 2 of them had been moving forward alternately. This way, not only could they ensure the safety of their comrades, but they could also discover the target immediately and quickly engage in battle. Yes, this way we can all leave the island. Yi Qian gently brushed away a leaf in front of her. After she spoke softly, she shushed her comrades. This was to tell them that she had discovered the situation and could not speak. She is safe for now. Let's go and take care of the guys in front of us first. The white crane lightly made a hand gesture, and the two people hiding behind it crept towards the direction of the movement. The Snowfield Brigade was familiar with fighting on land, sea, and air. Although the terrain of the island was unfamiliar, the environment was familiar. Soon, the two of them saw a dark shadow flash past behind the leaves, heading towards where Yi Qian was. You shoot from that side and I'll shoot from here. Give them the illusion that we're lying in ambush all over the island. The white crane stared coldly at the black figure shuttling through the monotonous green. In this way we can disperse the danger on Qingniao and also attract the target who might still be hiding. Once these people thought that there were many ambushes on the island, they would not dare to approach the Qingniao again. Secondly, they would not dare to open fire at will. This would make it easier for them to meet up with Qingniao. Yi Qian heard their plan. As she watched the black figure move away, Yi Qian whispered, "Be careful." Then she carefully moved forward. She wanted to go around the two hidden targets in front of her. The gunshots coming from the left did not distract her. Judging from the sound of the bullets, it was Zhou Wan and Bai He who fired. The FAMAS was equipped with SS-109 NATO standard ammunition. Because the FA was a light machine, the barrel of the gun was slightly louder when it was fired. Therefore, Yi Qian could tell who fired the shots just by listening to the sound of the bullets. Chapter 2051. Of course, she could not rule out the possibility that the enemy had an FAMAS. However, after the two shots were fired, there was no sound. Such a clean and efficient method was the combat method she was most familiar with. Gunshots rang out again. Just as Bai He said, the firepower concentrated on Yi Qian had decreased significantly. At this time, the 5 people in the helicopter and the remaining 3 people in the container were already quite close to Yi Qian. They were familiar with the island's environment and they moved very quickly. They were able to deduce the sound of the gunshots and maintain contact with the people in front, so they did not have to search for the exact location. When the gunshots reached their ears, a man who was walking at the front with a submachine gun cursed and yelled at the people around him. "Hurry up, if all the guests are killed by them, none of us will be able to withstand the boss's anger." Before they left, their boss had said that he needed guests alive. Everyone was afraid of this arms dealer, who even the government did not dare to casually deal with. He was famous for his brutality, especially the 3 men who had asked the Chinese engineer to escape. Their faces were even paler than when they exchanged fire in the container. They were very afraid of their boss. Elimination complete. Qingniao reset the position. Bai He and Zhou Wan, who had taken care of 2 more targets, were afraid that they would deviate from their route, so they contacted Yi Qian to confirm the correct direction. Yi Qian, who had shifted her position, repositioned herself. Then, holding her breath, she dashed out from behind a tree and fired at the black shadow that was searching for her position. She was using a handgun. At this time, Yi Qian, who knew how dangerous her situation was, only dared to use a handgun with a silencer. A gun that sounded as loud as knocking on the door would reduce the risk of exposing her exact location. At this time, there were only 4 people closest to Yi Qian. They were the 2 people who had fired at Yi Qian earlier, as well as Xia Jinyuan and Job, who were still watching from the sidelines. Xia Jinyuan, who was familiar with this kind of sound, knew that the gun in the shooter's hand was equipped with a silencer. The sound of a gunshot equipped with a silencer would not spread over a large area. The impact and vibration of the bullet would pass through the silencer, and the high-pressure gas would be slowly expanded by the sound-absorbing material arranged inside the silencer. This would reduce the speed and vibration of the gas, and the moment the bullet was fired, the high-pressure gas would slowly expand, so the gunshot sound would be exceptionally small. The shooter was indeed bold, but he was also very careful. After killing 2 people, he immediately found a new hiding spot and hid himself in the shooter's blind spot. He had been watching for nearly 10 minutes, but he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the shooter's clothes. This showed how powerful the shooter was. However, the other party didn't notice his presence either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be heading in his direction. Should he warn the other party? If he wanted to remind her, he would have to use some methods. Xia Jinyuan, who was deep in thought, quietly glanced at the arrogant guy beside him. Should he throw him out to remind him not to come here, and that someone else had already occupied this place? Job, who still didn't know that he was in a bad situation, felt his heart tremble violently. He said in a low voice, "Jack, is that damned bastard coming our way?" His muscles tensed up, and he was even ready to shoot himself. He raised his hand but immediately withdrew it. His eyes darted around and he thought of a plan. He thought of Xia Jinyuan. "Jack, if we don't get rid of him first, we'll be discovered by him. When that happens, neither of us will be able to escape." Chapter 2052. His arrogance and prejudice were all gone. In order to save his own life, he kept giving in. "Shoot him, Jack. Only you can kill him." "Really, I believe in your ability." "I can't. I have to admit that I'm not as good as you. You're really the bravest Chinese I've ever met. Buddy, I'm really happy to be your friend. It's my honor." It was not an ordinary admission of defeat. There was nothing he could do about it. He was really scared, especially since the other party had killed his companion so easily. He would rather bow his head to a Chinese than lose his life. Just this once, he would speak nicely to the damn Chinese. Just this once. He swore to God that there would never be a second time. The fear in his heart made Job put down his ridiculous arrogance, but Xia Jinyuan was quite calm and did not take his hypocritical words to heart. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and slowly mocked. "Boss, is the gun in your hand a display gun? Haven't you always been very powerful? You can shoot yourself. Also, you're the most powerful guy. How can a Chinese like me compare to you? Be brave and shoot. Don't make me look down on you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. How could I shoot my friend? Even if the other party killed everyone on the island, as long as I'm not exposed, I will never shoot." Job was so angry that his face turned blue. He knew that he was being mocked, and the person who was mocking him was the Chinese he had always looked down on. His surrender just now was the biggest concession he could make. He thought that if he softened his attitude, the other party would be very grateful. Who knew that the other party would laugh at him for being a coward? With an ashen face, Job gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You damn Chinese! You will pay for your cowardice. Pay the price. If you don't go out, you will be killed by those guys. You will be killed." His clown-like behavior could not possibly make Xia Jinyuan angry. In exchange, Xia Jinyuan mocked him even more and said seriously, "Don't worry. Even if you are killed, nothing will happen to me. You can rush out. I will not stop you. As long as you are not afraid of being killed, or think that you have the ability to kill them, you can rush out and be a hero. A hero like Superman. Do you want me to kill you with this gun?" The arrogant Job raised the gun in his hand. How dare he mock me? Very well. He would let this damn Chinese know the consequences of angering him. The cold gun pointed at Xia Jinyuan's forehead. Job, who had always looked down on Chinese and black people, said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He really wanted to kill Xia Jinyuan with the gun. Facing the threat, Xia Jinyuan curled his thin lips slightly. He was not afraid at all. He spoke softly and slowly. The contempt in his tone was enough to make the other party jump in anger. "You don't dare to rush out to help your own people. Instead, you dare to point a gun at me. Mr. Job, your cowardice makes me look down on you even more. Do you know why I don't like talking to you? Because everything you say makes me look down on you. It makes me feel disgusted. You are the most cowardly, arrogant, and worthless person I have ever met." Chapter 2053. Thinking that he had been insulted, Job's breathing became louder and louder. It was especially clear in the tense and silent night. "Very good, keep breathing like this." Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes with a smile. A cold light flashed in the depths of his dark pupils like a sword, full of sharpness. "If you have the guts, shoot me now." "Huh, Mr. Job, I've never seen your guts before." In the face of a gun pointed at his forehead, Xia Jinyuan was still so calm. He was so calm that the sarcasm in his voice deepened. "You only have the guts to point a gun at me. A Chinese who looks down on you. As for the rest, Mr. Job, with all due respect, you're as timid as a mouse." The thick sarcasm made the muscles on Job's face tremble with anger. He was so angry that his heart ached, but he didn't dare to roar because the black shadow that scared him was too close to him. But he couldn't accept being mocked by a Chinese who looked down on him whenever he wanted to. I have to give him a warning, damn it. Chinese, you've successfully angered me. Even if you kneel and apologize to me right now, I won't forgive you. His finger slowly pulled the trigger. Job's eyes were filled with malice. If you can't escape tonight, I'll be the one to execute you. Go to see God. As soon as he finished speaking, Job's vision blurred, followed by a sharp pain in his wrist. If he hadn't bitten his lips, he would have screamed. Go to see God? Are you sure you have the ability to send me to see God? Xia Jinyuan, with his index finger hooked on the gun, swung the fully loaded gun, and said with a faint smile, Be honest, Mr. Job. The person who will kill you has already heard your voice. The bone-chilling voice floated softly in the wind, making Job, who could only suck in cold air from the pain in his wrist, shiver violently. A fear that he had never felt before rose from the depths of his heart and rushed uncontrollably to his limbs. Job, who was shivering, met a pair of cold, ferocious eyes. There was a light in his eyes, as if something terrifying would come out of the light and swallow him whole. Job was scared. He raised his hands and slowly placed them behind his head. He could only speak with his actions. He was so scared that he did not dare to open his mouth, but he was unwilling to accept it. Even if he was afraid, he was unwilling to accept it. He was not willing to be threatened by a Chinese. Wait, damn it. Yi Qian, who was searching for cover under the dim starlight, did indeed hear a commotion. She heard someone speaking in a low voice, sounding angry, as if they were arguing with someone. He didn't continue forward and slowly came to a stop. He couldn't go any further. Someone was lying in ambush. The light in the forest on the island was rather dim. If it weren't for the dim light from the stars in the sky, the entire island would be so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Yi Qian didn't go any further. He quietly hid between two rocks. This was a shooting blind spot. Even if the target was less than 5 meters away, it was impossible to shoot accurately. The bullet would only hit the thick rock. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Yi Qian pursed his lips. Was he the same person? Two people. Quarreling through the phone? Doesn't look like it. She didn't see the light from the phone screen. It must be two people. But one of them could hold his anger. Xia Jinyuan, who was listening carefully, raised his eyebrows with interest. What a powerful person. He heard Job's voice from at least 5 meters away. Chapter 2054. Just like his little fox, she was very sensitive to hidden dangers around her. She was born with a better sense of hearing than others. But it was also a little troublesome. This place had become the focal point of their firepower. There were a total of 9 people who had rushed to the island with him, not including the guy on the other speedboat. If they all surrounded him, there would be bloodshed. It was a little strange. Although this island was a place for arms dealers to trade, there were no signs of it being developed. There were security guards around the sea, and all ships and tourists were forbidden to enter. How did these people with special skills enter this small island? Why did they want to enter this island again? Enemies of the arms dealers? Competitors? Xia Jinyuan pondered for a moment. His handsome face hidden in the darkness no longer had the elegant smile of a ruffian. Even his eyebrows revealed a thin sword-like coldness. He did not care who these people were, but he was afraid that their appearance would alert the target he needed to bring back to China. If that happened, it would be a little troublesome. The target had finally revealed himself. Through various channels, he found out that he was going to make a deal with the arms dealers soon. If he stopped, the cunning target would continue to hide. He did not know when he would be able to capture him. What are they doing, damn it? What are they trying to do? Do they want to die? Xia Jinyuan, who was deep in thought, was quickly awakened by Job's panicked voice. He looked forward with a sharp gaze and saw the shadows behind the leaves moving in his direction. No wonder Job was afraid. He was afraid that they would see him and force him to join the battle. He was overestimating himself. With such skills, he wanted to imitate others and launch a sneak attack. That was exactly what the powerful person wanted. He would wait for the target to come closer and catch them all in one fell swoop. Yi Qian, who had been hiding well, had already seen the shadows moving in the faint sunlight. Seeing them coming towards him, his black eyes, which were as bright as the stars in the sky, flashed with a cold light. There was no trace of worldly affairs, only a deep chill. I'm surrounded. You guys flank me from the right. He used the smallest voice possible to let his comrades hear him through the microphone. Capture one alive first. I'll attract their attention. You guys take the opportunity to circle to their front. There were people in front and people on both sides. Behind them were Bai He, Zhou Wan, and the engineers who had not left yet. They could not retreat. They had no choice but to advance. Knowing that there was an ambush nearby, Yi Qian's voice sounded like he was speaking in circles. He didn't say anything, but his comrades could hear him clearly through the bone conduction headset. Bai He, who was already close to Yi Qian, softly said, "Okay." The three of them formed an inverted triangle with Yi Qian as the center and Zhou Wan, and Bai He as the extension points on the left and right. They would circle to the front of Yi Qian to surround the target and annihilate the enemy. The shadow was getting closer and closer to her. Yi Qian glanced to her left. Earlier she had heard heavy breathing about 5 meters to her left, which meant that someone was lying in ambush there. But for some reason she did not sense any danger. The other party should have been hiding there for some time, but they didn't show up, nor did they shoot at him. It was as if they were an outsider who didn't want to get into trouble. The cautious Yi Qian didn't sense any danger, but she didn't believe that there was no danger. With cold eyes, she saw through the cracks in the rocks that the shadow was getting closer and closer. She heard Bai He and Zhou Wan's voices. They had successfully circled around. Chapter 2055. Just as the shadows were about to reach a tree, Yi Qian suddenly stood up from behind the rock and shouted, "Move!" She raised her gun and pulled the trigger. After the first gunshot, Yi Qian released the trigger and moved to the side of the rock to finish the second shot. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching from the side, suddenly heard a short and cold shout. His originally calm and dark eyes were suddenly filled with a storm of emotions. Even if it was just a monotonous voice, he could still recognize the voice. It was Little Fox. It was Little Fox, who had been separated from him for less than a month. She was actually right next to him. At this moment, Major Xiao's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. His lover was right next to him, but he didn't notice her immediately. He was even admiring her skills while watching her fight. Suddenly, Job, who had been obediently putting his hands behind his ears, stood up abruptly and slammed into Xia Jinyuan. He said viciously, "Go to hell, you disgusting Chinese." Yi Qian heard the sound. She turned sideways and fired at the direction where the sound came from. The bullet hit the rock with a bang, and sparks instantly appeared. She didn't expect to hit the target. There was a blind spot in front of her. Her shot was just to scare the person away. Xia Jinyuan, who had also found the blind spot, was in case someone fired at him. He kicked Job, who had plotted against him, to the ground. Xia Jinyuan squatted down and stuffed the cold barrel of the gun into Job's open mouth. "You're really an unlucky guy. I wanted to let you live, but you sent yourself to death. Mr. Job, you should go and meet God." Job, who had failed to plot against him, shook his head desperately. He could explain. The terrified Job didn't even have a chance to speak. Suddenly gunshots rang out. It wasn't a single gunshot, but a high-frequency gunshot. It was very aggressive and very unfriendly. Dense gunshots rang out. The forest, which had only sporadic gunshots a moment ago, suddenly had an increase in firepower. The sound of bullets was like thunder shaking the ground. Job was so scared that his legs twitched violently. He lost control of his bowels. High-frequency gunshots. Someone was coming, and it was coming from the front. Coming from the front? The people who took the helicopter with the arms dealer? Not good. These people were high-ranking mercenaries. They were all armed with high-powered submachine guns. Xia Jinyuan stopped talking nonsense with Job. The moment he pulled the pistol out of Job's mouth, he clasped Job's head with both hands and broke his neck without hesitation as Job screamed in horror. He needed to meet up with Little Fox and his comrades on the island. He needed to help them leave on the speedboat. It turned out that the missing military engineering team had been kidnapped to the island by the arms dealers. No wonder Little Fox and the others were able to sneak over. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were like unsheathed swords. There was nothing that could stop them. With such a high frequency of shooting, Little Fox must still be in front. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the rock, glanced at the bullets that flew past him in midair, and a faint smile appeared on his elegant and handsome face. He crawled out from the rock. Amidst the dense gunfire, his cold voice came with a smile. "Stay tight. I'm coming, little fox." Yi Qian, who was lying so close to the ground that even her cheeks were pressed against the ground, suddenly froze. She actually heard Captain Xia's voice amidst the deafening gunshots. She was hearing things from the sound of the bullets. Chapter 2056. His voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating. From the gunshot, every word was clearly heard by Yi Jian, who was looking at him and thinking about him at that moment. Yi Qian, who was lying so close to the ground that even her face was pressed against the ground, suddenly froze. She actually heard Captain Xia's voice amidst the deafening gunshots. She was hallucinating from the sound of the bullets. Zhou Wan's cold voice came through the earpiece. "Qing Niao, please answer if you hear me." They were worried that Qing Niao would be in trouble due to the high-frequency gunshots. Yi Qian, who thought she was hallucinating, adjusted her state of mind. She lay still and smiled. "We're still alive, we're fine." The bullets were all aimed at the sky. Only the stray bullets grazed us. After a slight smile, she gradually pursed her lips as she listened carefully to the gunshots. Her expression turned serious as she said, "I suspect that they want to capture us alive, otherwise they wouldn't be shooting blindly at the sky. Dove, how's the situation on your side?" There were only two possible reasons for such a situation. One was to intimidate and the other was to surround and capture. Yi Qian was more inclined towards the second reason. They were not afraid of being surrounded and captured. They were very close to the beach, so they could fire back while retreating towards the beach. They were mainly worried about Dove and the others, as there were still 6 engineers who had not left. "We're fine." Dove, who had not disturbed Yi Qian and the others and had only listened to Yi Qian's conversation, replied, "Stabilize your firepower, there's no need to fight them head-on. We're now close to the beach. Once Blood Swallow drives the assault boat over, we'll leave immediately." Yi Qian heard this and calmed down a lot. As long as they sent the engineering team back, everything would be easy to solve. The 2 assault boats they drove from Scenic Island were too noisy, so they did not drive directly to the beach where it was convenient to get ashore. Instead, they approached the highest cliff of the island, and the 10 of them dived to get ashore. According to the plan, after the rescue was successful, the team members would swim back to the cliff, drive the assault boat over, and leave with the engineering team. Now that Yi Qian, Bai He, and Zhou Wan were too far away, if they let Dove and the others drive the boat over to rescue them, the engineers would lose a layer of protection. If anything happened, they would be in danger. That was why Yi Qian suggested that the 3 of them seize the ship. They would seize the ship and leave from here. That way they wouldn't have to distract Pigeon and the others anymore. They just needed to protect the engineer as he left. Yi Qian's timely answer reassured all his comrades. Zhou Wan, who was unable to get up due to the high-frequency shooting, covered her arm that had been grazed by a stray bullet and said in a low voice, "It's good that you're all right. The enemy's firepower is too strong. If they continue to suppress us, we might really be captured alive." No matter how large the bullet capacity of a submachine gun is, it can't be used like a machine gun. Even if they take turns to fire, there will still be times when they need to change the magazine in between. Yi Qian, who had not yet cut off his communication with the pigeons, looked at a crooked tree. A cold light flashed in his dark eyes as he locked onto a certain spot. He said softly, 30 rounds. You have to change the magazine after 30 rounds. Baihe Zhou Wan, cover for me. I'll go to the sniping position and kill one first. At this time he would kill as many as he could. Killing one of them was equivalent to having one less submachine gun to fire at. In the inverted triangle battle just now, Baihe, Zhou Wan, and the others were too close to the group of people who had used high-frequency shooting to intimidate them, so it was not convenient for them to move quickly. Only Yi Qian, who was slightly further away, could do so. Baihe and Zhou Wan, who were too close, were already covered in tree bark and leaves that had been shaved off by the bullets. Hearing this, the 2 of them replied at the same time, "No problem." Chapter 2057. They believed in Qing Niao. They believed that if she said that, it meant that she could do it. This was the trust between comrades. On the battlefield, trust would become tacit understanding, and perfect cooperation would lead to victory. Continue. Scare them until they don't have the strength to hold their guns. Behind the uneven rocks, there was a metallic coldness emanating from the dark muzzle of the gun. Bullets were fired so fiercely that the muzzle was like a tongue of flame that kept spitting out flames. The man who fired the most fiercely shouted fiercely. He was a very typical Mesozoic. He had curly hair, deep eyes, and tan skin. He quickly changed the magazine like a crazy bison, yelling arrogantly as he fired continuously. Missiles flew out from his gun, bringing a stronger smell of gunpowder to the forest. Although the high-frequency shooting drowned out his voice, Yi Qian remembered that he had changed the magazine when he paused to reload. Yi Qian, who was familiar with all kinds of guns, had already calculated how long it would take to finish firing all 30 bullets. At the same time, he was thinking about how to get to the sniping position that he liked. Yi Qian, who was in danger, ended the communication with her comrades. She began to prepare to go to the sniping position. Just as she raised her head slightly, she heard the voice that she thought was an auditory hallucination. She is firing at the sky. He probably wants to catch you alive. There are 2 speedboats by the sea not far from you. You can choose to take one and leave. As for the others, while the firepower is here, take your own boat and leave. The familiar low voice came clearly from beside her. This time she heard it clearly. It was definitely not an auditory hallucination. She really heard Captain Xia's voice. It came from beside her. It was low, calm, and had a majestic power that could pierce through people's hearts. Every word fell clearly into her heart. Yi Qian, whose heart was trembling slightly, looked in the direction of the voice in disbelief. Tentatively she called out softly, "Captain Xia! Captain Xia? Q King." Not only did Zhou Wan and Bai He hear it, but the pigeons protecting the engineers also heard it. Their faces all showed surprise. Qing Niao was talking to Q King? How was that possible? The fact was that it was possible. Yi Jian shouted and immediately got Xia Jinyuan's answer. Then Yi Qian saw a long rock move less than a meter away from him. A familiar voice with a faint smile came from that direction. "It sounds like you're very surprised. I'm also very surprised to meet my little fox here." Major Xia, who had silently approached them, perfectly disguised himself as a rock in the dark. He heard Yi Qian talking to her comrades, so he quietly waited for her to finish. He did not appear abruptly. With the speed at which she fired her gun, if he appeared abruptly, she would definitely treat him as a target that needed to be eliminated. She would directly shoot him as a reward. Yi Qian was really stunned. Captain Xia? It was really Captain Xia. She met Captain Xia, who was also on a mission on the island. After running such a big circle, he ran into Captain Xia? It was too unbelievable. Yi Qian was not the only one in disbelief. His comrades who heard him were also in disbelief. Bai He, who was the closest to them, hid behind a rock. She leaned against the wet rock and gently adjusted her breathing. She asked Yi Qian, "Qing Niao, who did you call just now?" Yi Qian, who was still in shock, looked at the black shadow that had already crawled to her side. She listened to her comrades' voices and slowly reached out her hand. Her hand first touched Xia Jinyuan's head, then slowly touched his handsome face. It was warm and solid. Her fingers could even feel his breath. Chapter 2058. He didn't hear wrongly. It wasn't a hallucination. He was really right beside him. Yi Jian couldn't help but smile at the realistic touch. A ball of light gradually spread out from the depths of her black eyes, making her cold black eyes as bright as the sun in an instant. Even the sharpness on her face softened a lot. Yi Qian, whose hand was still touching his face, suppressed the joy in his heart. He maintained his composure on the battlefield and told all his comrades, "It's Q King. He's right beside me." There was complete silence in the microphone. Obviously, everyone was stunned. Q King? 2 teams with different missions actually bumped into each other on the same island? All firepower is now on Qing Niao's side. "Do Chongqing, bring our engineers and retreat quickly. Leave Qing Niao's team to me." His comrades were still in shock. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the earpiece. "Baihe Zhou Wan, don't move for now. Wait for Qing Niao and I to finish sniping, then cover for them." Yes. The captain was here. Even if the two teams had different missions, now that they were on the same island, they could still listen to his commands. Moreover, with him fighting alongside Qing Niao, they didn't have to worry about Qing Niao's safety. Yi Qian put the bone conduction earpiece back on. His bright black eyes contained a deep smile as he stared unblinkingly at the handsome face in front of him. Even though he could only see the outline of his handsome face, Yi Qian couldn't take his eyes off him. His face was deeply imprinted in her heart. Even though she could only see the outline of his face, she could still clearly see his eyelashes in her heart and eyes. No wonder she didn't feel any danger just now. It turned out that Captain Xia was hiding himself. That meant that he had been watching from the sidelines for a long time. He knew of her existence, but he didn't know who she was? Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a slightly thought-provoking smile. He knew of her existence but did not know who she was. Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, I have to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. The Major didn't know that his girlfriend was going to have a chat with him. Seeing that she was staring at him, he smiled and said, "Little guy, there's no way for you to look and touch as much as you want in the rain of bullets. When I return home, I'll let you have a good look and touch." If there wasn't the word touch, it would be the most serious sentence. However, with the word touch, there was an indecent air. It sounded frivolous, but the look in his eyes was very serious. He was actually trying to remind Yi Qian of the current situation in another way. Affectionate gazes were not suitable for now. Yi Qian heard a hint of seriousness in her voice and immediately looked away. When the smile in her eyes returned to her heart, the coldness returned to her face. She turned sideways and pointed at the crooked tree parallel to them. She asked him, "Sniping position, how about it?" The position was good. From here the line of sight was wide, but from the front it was blocked by a rock and became a blind spot. There was a slope below, and the crooked tree that grew out of the cracks in the rock was indeed a good sniping position. His little fox could always quickly find the best sniping position. She had the instinct of a hunter to quickly find the prey. This instinct was also a talent that allowed her to find a way to survive in a difficult situation. Without the help of night vision equipment, Xia Jinyuan was responsible for shooting from the back. He would shoot wherever Yi Qian shot. It was time for them to make a move. A rifle was not a sniper rifle. Although Yi Qian said that he had completed the sniping, he only fired one bullet and immediately retreated. After all, the opponent was holding a submachine gun and had been shooting at a high frequency. If she didn't retreat in time, she would have become a live target. Chapter 2059. The Snowfield Brigade's counterattack began with Yi Qian's shot. Through the night vision equipment, she saw a man in front of her with his phone facing outside, as if he was talking to someone. He wanted the person on the other end to hear how loud the gunshots were. It was just a submachine gun, not a machine gun, and not a heavy weapon. Did he really think that he had succeeded in suppressing the enemy with his firepower? Ha, arrogant and conceited enough. Being arrogant and conceited on the battlefield was equivalent to underestimating the enemy. Yi Qian's lips curled into a smile, like a begonia flower blooming in the rain. It was beautiful but cold enough. Bang! The gunshot blended with the high-frequency gunshots. It was not sudden at all, and it did not immediately attract anyone's attention. The Mercedes-Benz man who was shot in the head maintained his posture of holding the phone in his right hand, lying motionless on the wet rock. Red and white liquid slowly flowed out of the hole in his head into his dark eyes, and then slowly flowed all over his face, completely covering the conceit on his face. The person who was with him finally realized that something was wrong with his companion. He shouted his name but did not get an answer, so he hurriedly reached out to push him. This push ruined everything. The firepower on one side began to slowly rise after Jane's counterattack. The special forces were no longer suppressed by the firepower, and the imbalance was no longer tilted to one side. Yi Qian and the others would fight their way out of the predicament and turn the situation around, finally achieving a suppressive victory. The Snowfield Brigade's counterattack began. Bai He and Zhou Wan were the vanguard, and the two of them held up their rifles and pressed forward. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan cooperated well and advanced all the way from the rear, running. Every time they advanced 1 meter from the hail of bullets, it was a display of the professional skills of the special forces. The one-sided high-frequency gunshots became high-frequency gunshots from both sides, and the Mercedes-Benz who were all asking for credit from their boss were caught off guard. Amidst the intense gunfire, someone trembled as he dialed a group number on his phone. Mr. Antonio, we need backup, we need backup. The words that were repeated a second time were forever stuck in his mouth, and he would never be able to say it again. Even though his entire body was hidden behind a rock, a bullet directly pierced through his throat and through his cervical vertebrae, bringing with it red blood and white bone fragments as they fell to the ground. These people had received a certain amount of training, but after all, it was not long-term training. They were used to playing with all kinds of guns with the arms dealers. They had been dominating this beautiful city in the northern part of the Caribbean Sea, at the northern end of the Yucatan half-island, for too long, so much so that their self-confidence had inflated and become arrogant conceit. It was this kind of conceit that made them lower their vigilance. They thought that as long as they kept shooting with their guns, they would be able to get things done. Reality had given them a hard slap in the face, After a few slaps, they saw stars before their eyes. Faced with the intense gunfire and the fact that 4 people had been shot in succession, the remaining people panicked. The small island was just a deserted island that the arms dealers would only visit during normal times. He would not send his elites to stay on the island. If it were not for the 12 engineers sent by a Chinese company, he would not have sent a single person to the deserted island. However, the arms dealer himself did not expect that the Chinese company, which was cowardly and would never dare to clash with the locals, would actually send people to his island and rescue the engineers he had kidnapped. Chapter 2060. After hearing that most of his men had been killed, Antonio, who was smoking a cigar, tasting red wine and hugging a hot girl, kicked the luxurious European-style ivory-white coffee table so hard that the crystal goblet on the coffee table rolled onto the thick woolen carpet. I want to know who the Chinese company hired to fight with me, Antonio. Hijo de la Chingada. I'll make sure everyone in this gang is finished. Antonio, who didn't know the real identity of the engineer, never thought that the Chinese would send their own people to rescue him, let alone that the people they sent were special forces. This country located in North America was one of the world's 5 largest gangs. Antonio, the arms dealer, belonged to one of the very powerful gangs. He smuggled arms, and his number of people, weapons, and equipment were even comparable to the country's police and army. Although the Chinese military had investigated Antonio thoroughly, they had never thought of eliminating him. He belonged to another country, and the Chinese would not overstep their boundaries. They also wouldn't go against an arms dealer for no reason. They carried out the rescue in secret and secretly found out who exactly had arms dealings with Antonio. The fact that the Chinese had only come secretly and not openly showed their attitude. Antonio didn't know that the Chinese had sent people, so he didn't know their attitude. Now, his anger wasn't because the Chinese company's engineer had been rescued, but because he felt that his dignity had been challenged and seriously insulted. Tell the people on the island that I will give a lot of money to anyone who catches him alive. Find out who the fucking bastard is going against me, Antonio. This was a result that even the low-key Chinese company didn't expect. In order to give Antonio the impression that the Chinese company was weak, he didn't expect the Chinese to send their own special forces to rescue him. He didn't know who took the blame, but it was expected that the already chaotic city would become even more chaotic. Soon, Antonio's subordinates received such an answer from the fierce gunfire. He only felt waves of despair. How could they catch someone alive when they needed reinforcements? Maybe it would be his turn next. The people around him fell down one by one. In the end, there were only 3 people left, and 2 of them were injured. The suppressive firepower had reached its end. Pigeon and the others had successfully boarded the ship and left the island with the Chinese engineers. Yiqian Baihe and Zhou Wan, who were now completely relieved, stopped attacking under Xia Jinyuan's signal. The 4 of them no longer fired at the same time. Instead, they fired individually, keeping the bullets flying in the air was enough. The 3 of you go to the beach and leave as soon as possible. Leave the rest alive. Xia Jinyuan took Yiqian's bone conduction headset and said in a low voice, "Get the embassy to arrange for everyone to leave tonight, including the engineering team. Let them all return to China. The one who exchanged fire with you is Antonio, an arms dealer who is famous for his brutality. His armed forces are more powerful than the armed forces of the government and the military. Now that you have rescued them, he will definitely make a big move. Go back to your country tonight. No one is allowed to stay. He arranged for his people to leave, but he didn't think about whether it would be dangerous for him to stay. Yi Qian bit his lip and asked him softly, "What about you? Will you be okay?" "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Aren't there still a few survivors? I won't let Antonio vent all his anger on me." Xia Jinyuan could hear Yi Qian's uneasiness. Under the cover of the night, he held Yi Qian's hand. She was wearing a combat glove, so he could only touch her fingers. "Don't be afraid. I have a way to divert his anger." That meant that something would definitely happen when they returned. Chapter 2061. Xia Jinyuan's answer didn't reassure Yi Qian. Instead, it made him even more worried. They had coincidentally bumped into him, who was also on a mission. He didn't need to think too deeply to know that he was now in hiding. In a situation like this, only he and a few people who had intentionally stayed behind could return alive. What kind of consequences awaited them when they returned? Yi Qian couldn't calm himself down. The moment he held her hand, Yi Qian gripped his hand even harder. "What ideas do you have? Can you share them with us?" "That's right, Q King. What ideas do you have? Let's work together to perfect them so that you won't be too implicated in this matter." He was also very worried, but he knew that worrying was useless. He also knew that his comrade was already deeply involved in this matter, and couldn't completely escape. He could only try his best to not be implicated. Xia Jinyuan had already understood Yi Qian's worry from the sudden tightening of his hand. He curled his lips into a faint Xia Jinyuan smile. He was calm and revealed the confidence of a strong person. Antonio is an extremely arrogant and conceited arms dealer. His arrogance is so great that even the local government can't afford to offend him. At the same time, he's also someone who looks down on us Chinese and Chinese people. He loves to say that Chinese people are timid and cowardly. This has already become his catchphrase. A person who looks down on Chinese people? Wouldn't Captain Xia be in even more danger? Yi Qian even held his breath. Her emotional changes didn't escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. He gently patted the back of her hand with his free hand. She was too worried about him. He could feel her nervousness even through the combat gloves. He looks down on Chinese people and Chinese people. He thinks that all Chinese people are timid, cowardly, and afraid of trouble. He never dares to lie to himself. Even the people around him are affected. He naturally thinks that Chinese people are timid and afraid of trouble. He spoke softly, but there was an unconcealable sharpness in his words. Yi Qian and the other two couldn't help but clench their fists when they heard this. An arms dealer looking down on their country, this was something that couldn't be tolerated as soldiers. A strong country with a strong army. Only a strong country with a strong army can intimidate the world, and only a strong country with a strong army can let the world know that our country is not something you can look down on. They were all soldiers. Wearing this military uniform meant that they had the responsibility to fight for the country. Gunshots continued to ring out around them. The heavily injured opponents were already retreating as they fought. They did not dare to continue fighting for fear that they would also fall into a pool of blood. If it weren't for Xia Jinyuan's order to keep them alive, Zhou Wan would have killed all these people who looked down on the Chinese side. Xia Jinyuan knew that his words would anger his comrades, but that was the truth. Antonio was not the only one who looked down on China. Many countries in the West did the same. Even some countries in Asia looked down on China. This was a fact that they had to recognize. Only by recognizing it would they be able to improve. He continued in a low voice. I'm sure that he must be thinking that some local gang has been paid by a Chinese company to wage war against him. He didn't expect that the Chinese would send their own troops to rescue the engineer. Just now, he was sitting in the helicopter. He left the matter to his subordinates and left without worry. From this, you can see how conceited he is. I was originally worried that the high-ranking mercenaries around him would harm you. Now it seems that these mercenaries have also been influenced by him. They think that they can easily solve the problem that Antonio gave them. Chapter 2062. Their contempt would become Xia Jinyuan's shield. Of course, it would also become our country's shield. One day they would pay the price for their contempt. Yi Qian was not as flustered as she was at the beginning. She glanced at Bai He beside her. With just one glance she could see her own shortcomings. She was already flustered, but Bai He's breathing was steady and steady. It was facing Captain Xia with a normal attitude. Bai He, who didn't notice Yi Jian's attention, asked calmly, "You're going to face Antonio with a few survivors and escape, aren't you?" Xia Jinyuan nodded. "That's right. There are probably 2 or 3 people who haven't been dealt with yet. I'll go back with them. As a Chinese person who is looked down upon by him, I'll tell him who got to his private island and took away the Chinese company's engineers. He won't suspect that it was actually the Chinese side who sent the soldiers. As long as you return to the country as soon as possible, nothing will happen." Yi Qian understood his plan. He was going to use Antonio's contempt for the Chinese and his belief that the Chinese would not dare to lie to him. He was going to make use of this to get himself out of trouble. In addition, the mercenaries who had also underestimated the enemy would definitely speak the same way as Captain Xia in order not to be punished by Antonio. This would make Antonio believe Captain Xia's words even more. But how was it possible for him to escape unscathed? But he didn't say much, so she wouldn't get anything out of him even if she asked. All her comrades knew that Captain Xia would definitely not be safe when he returned. They all knew this, but she also knew it herself. This was the ordeal that any Special Forces soldier would go through. Everyone was the same. There was nothing special about it. How to protect oneself in the enemy's camp depended on one's own ability. And this outstanding soldier in front of her was not worried about his own safety. On the contrary, when he mentioned Antonio's contempt for the Chinese and the Chinese, his deep voice was full of sharpness. A dignified country was looked down upon by a criminal, and its citizens were looked down upon by a criminal. This kind of contempt meant nothing to a Chinese soldier, who shouldered the glory and responsibility of the motherland. What Xia Jinyuan wanted to do was to protect the glory of the motherland, and let this arms dealer see the majesty of a great country. Of course, he was not stupid enough to take the initiative to run to the arms dealer and tell him what the majesty of a great country was. The Chinese side had always been modest. One day they would tell those arrogant people who looked down on the Chinese side that a great country had risen. And as a soldier, Xia Jinyuan would use his strength and life to protect the dignity of the motherland. This was Xia Jinyuan, a soldier of the Chinese side. He also represented thousands of soldiers of the Chinese side. Hearing his determination, Yi Qian Xia Jinyuan, she gently placed her right and slowly said, "We're all waiting for your safe return. Please come back safe, of course." As long as he could come back, he was Xia Jinyuan. Being injured, being injured, being it was being. A glory that was not shameful but rather glorious. "Don't worry, we'll all come back safe and sound." Xia Jinyuan's hands overlapped Yi Qian's hands, and then clenched them tightly. He looked at the 2 male soldiers coldly and said in a deep voice, "Bai He Zhou Wan, you 2 protect Qing Niao well. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." 2 sonorous and powerful voices answered, telling their captains that they would definitely protect their comrades well. Chapter 2063. Xia Jinyuan nodded, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. He believed that his comrade would protect Qing Niao well. Remember, go back home tonight after leaving the island. There were only sporadic gunshots in the exchange of fire. Xia Jinyuan, who had finished his instructions, let go of Yi Jian's hand. Under the faint starlight, his dark eyes, which were as deep as the sea, gazed tenderly at his lover who had unexpectedly appeared in front of him. He gazed at her affectionately. "Qing Niao, give me your pistol." Yi Qian's expression softened because of his gaze. She immediately looked at him warily. She subconsciously felt that it was not a good thing for him to ask her for her pistol. But he glanced at the wary Yi Qian, took out a pistol from his combat vest, and handed it to him. "Use mine." They had been comrades for many years, and he already understood why Xia Jinyuan needed a pistol. "No, Qing Niao's is fine." Xia Jinyuan refused. He looked at his lover coldly and said calmly, "Qing Niao, give me your pistol." He repeated himself. Yi Qian's heart trembled. She gripped her pistol tightly, and the corners of her eyes were red with tears. As smart as she was, she already understood why he insisted on her pistol. This towering man who had always been her guide told her that there was no such thing as soft-heartedness on the battlefield. The people who were still alive on Antony's side were all injured. How could Captain Xia, who was temporarily one of them, be unscathed? He had to go back, and he had to go back with injuries, but he could not bear to watch any longer. He bit his cheek and looked away. Zhou Wan, who was still firing bullets, growled, "Give it to him, Qing Niao. This is an order. This is an order." A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Finally, Yi Qian reached out her trembling hand and handed over the pistol. Under the combat gloves, she gripped her right hand so hard that her knuckles were contorted. The skin on the back of her hand was white, and even the blue veins were clearly visible. She had no choice but to hand over the pistol. Her grip was so tight that Xia Jinyuan did not manage to take her hand back. It was not until he grabbed her wrist and tightened his grip that she let go. "Qing Niao, sometimes you have to make the best choice for yourself. I once told you that the battlefield is always full of cruelty that you can't imagine." He took the gun that fell from her hand. He was calm and even had a slight smile on his face. He was so gentle yet so cold. It's not difficult to make a choice on the battlefield. You just have to remember two things. Before he could say the 2 points, he shot himself in the arm as Yi Qian watched. Yi Qian knew that he was going to hurt her, but she wasn't prepared for it. She thought that he would at least finish his sentence before he started. Because of his sudden gunshot, Yi Qian clutched at her chest. Her delicate face was full of pain. The smell of blood wafted over. Xia Jinyuan's calm voice sounded again. "You just have to remember two things. 1. The right choice. 2. The right choice. Remember these two things, and you'll be able to quickly make the right choice that benefits you the most in the future." As long as Xia Jinyuan found her shortcomings, he would only make one choice: to tell her seriously and teach her. A low gunshot rang out. Compared to Zhou Wan's gunshots, the sound of a pistol with a silencer was as soft as a stone thrown into a pond. However, it sounded like a clap of thunder in Yi Jian's ears. Chapter 2064. It was such a small gunshot, but it shocked Yi Jian so much that her heart hurt. It hurt so much that it was as if there was a hole in her heart. Countless cold air rushed out of the hole. It was so cold that she couldn't stop the cold air from entering her heart, even if she covered her heart with all her might. The smell of blood drifted to the tip of her nose, and in an instant, the tears in her eyes burst out. This was a bloody battlefield. A battlefield full of cruelty, but one that had to be faced. Wearing the dark green military uniform meant that you had to accept the cruel baptism of blood, and only by accepting the cruel baptism of blood could you become a qualified soldier. Tears dripped onto the back of Xia Jinyuan's hand. His fingers moved slightly as he returned the gun. He did not comfort her, but only handed the gun back to her. He maintained his usual calmness and said, "After 10 minutes, I will lead them to chase after you. You must complete the retreat within 10 minutes. The speedboat is only about 8 minutes away from you. Go back to your country with peace of mind. Antonio might not even meet a small fry like me." He said this to Yi Qian. He knew that she was worried, so he didn't say anything else. It was his duty, so he could only tell her that he would return safely. Xia Jinyuan patted Baihe's shoulder with a faint smile. "Protect Qing Niao. Have a safe journey, my comrade. Don't worry." Baihe nodded solemnly. They came out together, so they naturally had to go back together. When he raised his hand to pat Yi Qian's shoulder, Yi Qian reacted faster and grabbed his hand. She wanted to say something, but her heart was in so much pain that she felt as if she was going to suffocate. His arm was still bleeding, and Yi Qian had bite marks on her lower lip. She kept adjusting her breathing. She really wanted to hug him. She thought about it and hugged him. In front of Baihe, Yi Jian pulled her hand out of his grasp and hugged the man who had been leading her forward all the time. She avoided the gunshot wound on his arm and hugged him tightly, as if she was afraid of losing him. "I'll wait for you to come back. I'll wait for you to come back. Please come back safely." She didn't ask how serious his injuries were. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would start sobbing. Xia Jinyuan hugged her back naturally and gently patted her back. Little Fox's heart ached for him. "I'll definitely come back safely. I've said it before, I'll always be by your side." This was a man's promise to a woman. He would always walk side by side with her and never leave her. Her tears seeped into his collar. 1 drop, 2 drops. It was just a short hug, but his collar was already stained with her tears. Yes, I'll remember it. Captain Xia, I'll remember everything you said. She cared about him very much. She cared so much that she wished she could stay by his side and face the danger together. Xia Jinyuan's heart melted like water. He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and lightly and quickly kissed her ear. Remember, if I go back on my word, you can punish me however you want. Good girl, let go. It won't be good if you continue to hug me, he said sympathetically. Perhaps his kiss gave her strength, or perhaps his promise calmed her down. Yi Qian let go of his arm and turned to Bai He. Zhou Wan has already shot the 4th magazine. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. She had never let her guard down. This was a habit. She tried very hard to control her emotions. She didn't want Captain Xia, who was on a mission, to worry about her. No matter how much her heart ached, she wanted him to see that she was strong. Chapter 2065. Sensing her emotions, Bai He patted her on the back and said to Xia Jinyuan, "We'll wait for you to come back." The departing comrade patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder and rushed out of the forest in the dark with a Qing Niao whose heart was trembling. It was a brief encounter, and they parted before they could even share their feelings. Xia Jinyuan waited until he could no longer see Yi Qian's figure before he gently touched the back of her hand that was dripping with her tears. His fingers were wet with cold tears, and he pursed his lips tightly. The tears were cold, but they still burned his skin. Little fox, this is war. You have no way out and have to face its cruelty. You have no other choice. Wiping away the tears on the back of his hand, Xia Jinyuan began his own operation. He had to meet up with Antonio's subordinates first. The distance between the two sides was not far, and Xia Jinyuan only took 5 minutes to sneak into the vicinity. Yi Qian and the other 2 had just rushed out of the forest and were looking for a speedboat according to Xia Jinyuan's instructions. They tried their best to arrive within 6 minutes of an 8-minute journey. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan seriously told the 2 injured mercenaries and a local, "If we don't chase after them, Antonio will be even angrier. At the very least, we have to know who jumped into Antonio's territory to do such a thing. You all know how fierce Antonio's temper is. If we don't know anything, what will be waiting for us?" Of course, it was the last thing they wanted to face. The 2 mercenaries gritted their teeth and accepted Xia Jinyuan's suggestion. However, the local was so scared that he refused to go with them, trembling all over. Xia Jinyuan glanced at him. The famous arms dealer Antonio, although his equipment and subordinates were all very powerful, there were still a few cowards among them. Xia Jinyuan was used to seeing these tyrannical people, so he couldn't get used to the sudden cowardice. When Yi Qian and the others saw the speedboat, Xia Jinyuan and 2 other mercenaries rushed out of the trees and onto the beach. The speedboat started, and the noise alerted the mercenaries who were looking for it. One of them shouted, "Damn it, they took our speedboat." The speedboat was steered by the white crane, and after a beautiful turn, it rushed into the sea. Yi Qian turned her head to look at the sea. She could vaguely make out someone running from the beach. She gripped the railing tightly and pursed her lips into a straight line. Q King is an all-round soldier king. His overall skills, stamina, and quality are much stronger than us Snowfield Brigade veterans. Back then, when he was parachuted into the Snowfield Brigade to become the captain, we were all unconvinced. He was still a young Q King. However, in less than 3 months all of us were convinced. We were completely convinced. Seeing that Qing Niao was still worried about Q King, Zhou Wan told her some things about Q King and the Snowfield Brigade. When she mentioned these things, there was only admiration in his voice. The pilot test should be the responsibility of the Air Force, but because our brigade needed to import a new batch of fighter jets, the military ordered the Snowfield Brigade to send 6 Special Forces soldiers to test the new fighter jets. The test was a high-risk test. When Q King completed a high-altitude spinning dive, one of the control buttons suddenly malfunctioned. In order to protect this new fighter jet, Q King refused even when the command center ordered him to abandon the jet and jump out. In the end, he successfully drove the jet back to the airport. This time I was completely convinced by his courage and skills. Qing Niao, he is our king. the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, and the soul of our team. Since he said that he will return safely, Qingniao, you have to choose to believe in him. Because he is the soul of all of us, he is one with us. We have to believe in him. This was a lesson from a veteran to a new recruit. Chapter 2066. We have to believe in him. Yiqian looked at the small island that was getting further and further away from her. She retracted her gaze and softly told Zhou Wan, I know we have to believe in him. I just feel sorry for him. He wasn't a god. He also needed someone to dote on him. She felt sorry for him because he had to face so many difficulties. She felt sorry for him because he had to be at the forefront of everything he did. He wanted to protect her, but she also wanted to protect him. Zhou Wan heard something strange, but she didn't know what it was. Qingniao felt sorry for Q King? Why did it sound so strange? For a moment Zhou Wan didn't know what to say. However, he knew that Qingniao wasn't at ease. She was still worried about Q King facing the arms dealer alone. From the small island to the port, Zhou Wan kept talking about Xia Jinyuan's time in the army and his missions. Every incident was like a brush with death. Every incident made Yiqian's heart palpitate. Q King used his ability to tell us that other than him, no one else in the Snowfield Brigade is qualified to be the leader. He is the leader. Every word he says is an order to us. We have no choice but to obey. It's useless to feel sorry for him. You can't stay behind to accompany Q King. It's useless to worry. You can't reach out to help him. However, Q King isn't fighting alone. J5 and the others aren't at the base. Maybe they're on a mission with Q King. He had already said this. If Qingniao still couldn't feel at ease, then there was nothing he could do. Even though he didn't know if J5 and the others were really on a mission with Q King, he could only say this to comfort Qingniao. Bai He, who was driving the speedboat, saw that Zhou Wan was at a loss for words and Qingniao still didn't feel at ease. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Qingniao, we're also on a mission. Before we bring the engineers back, our mission will continue. You can't be distracted by Q King's appearance, understand? You have your mission and Q King has his mission. Completing our missions perfectly is the greatest consolation for each other. His words made Yiqian's heart skip a beat. Yes, she had not protected the engineers back to their country. Her mission had always been there. He had made a very serious mistake. He had been swayed by his personal feelings. When Yiqian realized this, her face turned pale. How could she neglect her mission because of her personal feelings? Captain Xia had once told her very clearly that they were no longer lovers on the battlefield, but comrades in arms. Personal feelings must not affect the entire battle situation. How could she forget his teachings? How could she let him down? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Yiqian was willing to admit her mistake. She was now a soldier on a mission, not Captain Xia's girlfriend. She could not be swayed by personal feelings. If she failed the mission because of personal feelings, not only would Captain Xia look down on her, but she would also look down on herself. In exchange for her apology, Bai He and Zhou Wan gave her a forgiving smile. You didn't do anything wrong. This is the first time you've encountered something like this. Anyone would feel bad. It's normal. You feel sorry for Q King, but we also feel sorry for Q King. It's just that as veterans, we know how to hide our emotions. We know that as soldiers we should act like soldiers. The White Crane comforted Yiqian in this way. Every word it said was sincere and not perfunctory. Chapter 2067. Yiqian was a female soldier who was personally taught by a world-class sniper and a first-class sergeant major. Once she realized her mistake, she quickly corrected it and no longer let it affect her. She was a soldier who was on a mission. At this moment, personal feelings had to take a back seat. Nothing was more important than her mission. This was the responsibility a soldier should have. It was also the responsibility a soldier must have. The three of them departed from the island nearly 2 hours later than Dove and the others. When Dove and the others got into the car arranged by the embassy, the three of them who had received the port's location were still at sea driving a speedboat. The first batch of engineers has been arranged. Their luggage has also been sent to the airport. The direct flight back to China is at 4:08 a.m. There are still 2 hours and 19 minutes before the plane takes off. Qingniao and the others might not be able to catch the first flight back to China. Dove, who had finished communicating with the embassy, told her comrades in the car with a serious expression. The second flight will have to wait until 4 p.m. This is a very troublesome matter. It will take them nearly 12 hours to get back to China. 12 hours was an unusually long time. During this long wait, no one could guarantee that there would not be any accidents. Antonio is not only an arms dealer. Even the taxis here belong to his company. His influence is everywhere in the city. I'm just afraid that something will happen. After Dove finished speaking, the car was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chongying's eyes turned fierce. I'll stay and support them. If there are any changes, we'll fight our way out. Antonio's influence is too great. The government doesn't even dare to go against him. How can we fight our way out? Qi Lu immediately denied it. This soldier from the northwest region was not handsome, but his long years in the military gave him a sharp look that made people feel as if their necks were being sliced by a knife. He hugged his rifle and said coldly, "If we're really discovered, King Q will be in even more danger." He's still in Antonio's camp. What he meant was that if Yi Qian was discovered by Antonio, Antonio would very likely think that Xia Jinyuan, who was Chinese, had deliberately let Yi Qian go. At that time, not only would Yi Qian and the others be in danger, but also Q King, who was on a mission, would be in danger. Shui Yan, who was disassembling a gun, raised her head and calmly added, "There are still a few brothers missing from the base. You have to count them in as well. If something were to happen, not only would Q King die, but a few of his brothers in the base would also die." In an instant, the atmosphere in the car became even more solemn. Q King is not our concern for now. We can't interfere with different missions. Although they were very worried about the safety of Q King and the others, it was not something they could meddle in. Their voices were as cold as ice. The embassy has prepared for the worst. If Qing Niao and the others are discovered by Antonio, they can only be smuggled back to their country. I hope they can escape safely and survive the 12 hours they have to stay here. No one said anything else. They abandoned their comrades and left first, because this was forcing them to do so. With the military? As soon as Chongying mentioned the military, Pigeon, who knew what he wanted to say, interrupted him with a wry smile. The military has contacted me. We have to leave first. Engineer Jiang and the others have a lot of information related to national defense. We can't stay here. I've also asked the embassy if they could delay the departure of the plane by an hour. It's also impossible. The longer the engineers stay here, the more the country will be in danger. The information on Engineer Jiang and the others is too important. If there's an accident, our country will have to bear an immeasurable loss. It's very, very big. It's completely beyond our expectations. Chapter 2068. Bang! Qi Lu punched the car door. He stretched out his legs and hugged the rifle with his eyes closed. He did not want to continue the conversation. He was furious, but he had no other choice. He knew that his comrades would be in danger, but he could only watch helplessly. You're just thinking about the worst. Nothing bad will happen. Didn't something similar happen in the past? In the end, everyone returned to the team safely. Pigeon, who was also feeling helpless, tried to console his cold-looking comrades. Think positively. Think about the three of them and think about the good. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Pigeon and the others did not see Yi Qian and the other two until they boarded the plane. The car arranged by the embassy was still parked at the brightly lit port. No one drove it away. The port was not quiet at 4 o'clock in the morning. There were people driving motorcycles from one side of the port to the other. There were also people climbing onto cargo ships filled with containers and walking back and forth. There were people on the lighthouse with binoculars looking out at the sea from time to time as if they were looking for something. These people were holding knives in their hands. Some of their chests bulged, revealing the outline of a gun. They walked back and forth around the port without stopping for a moment. There was a gentle breeze on the surface of the sea. The sea breeze carried a salty and fishy smell, mixed with the smell of fuel. The rumbling sound of the speedboat drifted faintly from the dark sea. It gradually got closer and closer until the figure of the driver could be seen clearly from the port. They did not dock at the port. After making a 180-degree turn, they sailed back into the sea. There was not only one speedboat on the sea. There were 10 speedboats. They circled the area and moved forward, then moved closer. From time to time, the people on the speedboats would shout at the top of their lungs. They were all looking for a speedboat as well as the people on the speedboat. Expand, expand. Expand the search area. It's too dark. I can't see anything at all. What the hell? Where did they go? As the speedboats dispersed, some curses could be heard faintly. In less than 5 minutes, the people on one of the speedboats shouted to their companions. Suddenly, all the speedboats turned into arrows and rushed over. 3 figures dove under a ship. After a while, someone jumped out of the water as if he was standing and grabbed a rope that was used to release a lifeboat. Soon before the strong light from the ship swept over, the figure grabbed the rope tightly with both hands. He was as agile as a monkey climbing a tree. His feet kicked the hull of the ship, and in a short while he climbed onto the deck. Someone walked over with a light on the deck. Yi Jian's eyes darkened as she suddenly lowered her body and hid under the lifeboat. Since she was soaking wet, she couldn't just roll across the deck. The water stain she left behind would tell the guys with the knives that someone had been here before. When the sound of footsteps faded away, Yi Jian immediately climbed onto the deck. His feet hooked onto the handrails of the deck, and his hands nimbly and quickly untied the rope and placed it into the sea. Earlier, she had stepped on Zhou Wan's shoulder to touch the rope that had not been released into the sea. Now she had to release the rope so that her comrades could successfully board the ship. To prevent the water droplets from dripping onto the deck and attracting attention, Yi Jian quickly took off her clothes in the dark. She wrung the water from her clothes tightly. She couldn't take off her pants and wrung them dry, so she could only grab a corner and wring it. The water flowed along the hull of the ship. Not a single drop of water fell into the sea. Soon Bai He and Zhou Wan came up and used the same method to tighten their clothes and pants. When a few men with knives came over, the 3 of them were long gone. Chapter 2069. Xia Jinyuan told Yi Jian and the other 2 that Antonio's power was so great that even the government's army couldn't compete with it. He wasn't lying at all. The 3 people coming out of the port couldn't drive even if they passed by the cars prepared by the embassy. The entire row of cars, regardless of whether they were big or small, had their wheels all locked, and the name Antonio was sprayed with red paint. It was blatantly telling the owners of these cars that the one who damaged their cars was none other than Antonio. Abandon the car, go find the embassy. Bai He saw the car lock and the red paint, and decided to go find the embassy immediately. According to the agreement, a comrade in the car would pick them up and go to the airport together. Now that there was no one in the car and the car was locked, it was obvious that Chongying, who was supposed to stay behind, had left with them. Chongying's departure undoubtedly told the 3 people who didn't leave that the situation was dangerous, and they had to leave. Yi Jian, who was in charge of security, saw the 5 people who had just walked past him coming back from the front. The strong light that could illuminate 20 meters directly shone in their direction. He whispered, "Hide." The 3 people's backs seemed to be equipped with wheels, and each of them slid under the car's chassis. Most of the cars parked at the side of the port belonged to tourists who were going to the island for sightseeing and accommodation. These people didn't seriously search under the car's chassis. They just kept sweeping around with the strong light, looking for suspicious people. The 3 people under the chassis watched several pairs of big feet pass by under their eyes, and only came out when the footsteps disappeared one by one. When they came out, Chongying had something in a black plastic bag in his hand. The 3 people who didn't have time to open it didn't stay at the port any longer. They took advantage of the light gray sky to leave silently. The embassy is well prepared. Zhou Wan took out a passport from the black plastic bag and waved it. It saves us half the trouble. The passports that the 3 of them forged before boarding the plane were still on their bodies except for the photos. The entire passport was torn apart and sunk into the sea together with their rifles and equipment. Now they had nothing on them except a pistol, a GPS tracker, a dagger, and the clothes they were wearing. The things prepared by the embassy solved the problem of their passage. The bus card, cash, mobile phone, passport, and immigration card were enough for the 3 of them to cross half of the city and head to the airport. At dawn, the faint golden light broke through the clouds and illuminated the city where sin and beauty coexisted. The cars on the street kept honking as they passed through the narrow streets and arrived at the place they needed to go. Yi Jian, who had already changed his clothes, learned a little about the city he was in with the help of the convenience store clerk. Then he came out of the convenience store with breakfast for the three of them, chicken rolls and warm milk. Zo-won and Bai-hee were waiting for her by the roadside. One of them was wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt, while the other was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt. At this moment, the two of them, who were dressed casually, did not have the sharpness of a soldier. They were no different from tourists on the streets. They were holding a map and were gesturing, as if they were discussing how to proceed from here. Little Yi is out. Zo-won, who seemed to be focusing all her attention on the map, smiled and waved at Yi Qian. Bai-hee, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, looked at Yi Qian with a smile and whispered to Zo-won, "I have good taste, don't you think Xiao Yi looks good in this?" "Not bad." Zo-won nodded. She was indeed beautiful. She was refreshing like a girl who came walking on the waves early in the morning. Her eyes were pure and innocent, and her smile was like a flower. She was so beautiful that just looking at her made one feel happy. Chapter 2070. Bai-hee, who came from a wealthy family in Jiangnan, had a better sense of aesthetics than his comrades. When Yi Qian took out a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, he couldn't bear to look at her. He couldn't help but ask her, "Do you like jeans and a white t-shirt?" Yi Qian only answered him with one word, "Convenient." The word convenient stunned Bai-hee for at least 3 seconds. The girls he had interacted with could spend hours dressing themselves up, and his mother was even more so. She could start preparing for what she was going to wear the next day the night before. Having interacted with so many girls who spent so much time getting dressed, Bai-hee didn't know how to react when he heard Yi Qian say convenient. Soon he felt relieved. Yi Qian wasn't like the girls he had interacted with before. Yi Qian was a soldier, and soldiers shouldn't waste time. In order to pursue efficiency, they would definitely do whatever was convenient. In the end, he picked out the clothes that Yi Qian was wearing. It was a pair of loose brown cotton linen trousers that showed off the length of her legs, paired with a light sky blue cotton loose short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of bohemian-style flat-heeled sandals. Yi Qian was shocked when she put it on. Zo-won and Bai-hee, who were waiting for her to change, couldn't hide their amazement. She looked really good. She was tall, fair, and had delicate facial features with a hint of coldness, but there was a hint of gentleness in the corners of her eyes. She had a temperament like ice and fire, and was exceptionally charming. When she put on a straw hat with a circle of colorful plastic flowers, she looked even more playful. Seeing that Yi Qian was still some distance away from them, Bai-hee whispered, "In the future, little Yi will be the flower in our team, and the kind that stands out from the rest. Life will be more exciting," Zo-won concluded. Wouldn't life be more exciting with a female soldier in a group of male soldiers? They would be more well-behaved in private. Yi Qian, who walked in the sunlight, didn't know that her comrades were talking about her. She handed the breakfast to them and asked with a smile, "So which route is better?" There was no way to grasp the entire route. At the very least, they had to know the rough route. The map was their way of grasping the rough route. It was convenient for them to escape immediately if anything happened. Although the transportation is convenient, the roads in the city are complicated. Even experienced drivers would get lost. The white crane rolled the map into its hand and took a bite of the chicken roll. Coin, who was paying attention to the surroundings, saw a few people with totems tattooed on their arms knocking on the glass window of a taxi. With a dark gaze, it said in a low voice, "Looks like this street isn't peaceful anymore. Let's talk while we walk." He understood the language here, so he could clearly understand what these strong men were saying. Yi Qian's eyes darkened slightly. Antonio's influence had already exceeded their expectations. What about Captain Xia after he returned? Was he doing well? The white crane patted its shoulder lightly and said, "Let's go and take a carriage." "All right." Yi Qian hid his worries well, and didn't let his comrades notice anything strange. He smiled faintly and got into the taxi. She believed in Captain Xia's ability, but she couldn't believe that he could really escape unscathed. The taxi drove for less than 3 kilometers before it blocked the road at a corner. The horn was blaring so loudly that it was deafening. As the car moved slowly, the three of them encountered a few strong men knocking on the glass window. The taxi driver lowered the window after the first knock, afraid that these people would smash his car. One of the strong men leaned on the window with one hand and looked at Yi Qian with a somewhat presumptuous gaze. By he and longing behind them were also being sized up by two strong men. Chapter 2071. It wasn't just one taxi that was stopped by them. In less than 10 kilometers, Yi Qian saw countless taxis being stopped by them. Some people resisted and shouted, but it was no use. The only good thing was that they didn't hurt anyone. It was probably because of this, and the other party didn't do anything too outrageous. They only knocked on the windows and asked the tourists where to get on the bus, where to go later, and chatted with the driver. When they felt that there was no problem, they let the taxi leave. Yi Qian and the others stopped the taxi twice, and it took them 2 hours to reach the designated location of the embassy. It was an old 2-story residential building. The person who received them was the deputy ambassador, who had been in contact with the military. When he saw the three of them standing outside the door, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. "We're safe here, we're safe here." The ambassador was a middle-aged man in his early 50s. He warmly welcomed the three of them into the living room and immediately poured them a cup of tea. The joy on his face hadn't completely disappeared. "The country has been waiting for news of the three of you. Now that the three of you have returned safely, the country is relieved." The military was indeed relieved. Major General Yang received Yi Jian's call and heard her voice coming from the other end. Major General Yang, who was pressing down on the steel cup, slowly grasped it tightly. The heavy stone in his heart was finally put down. "From now on, listen to the embassy's arrangements. Don't act on your own. Wait for the 4 p.m. flight to fly back to China. Also, don't worry about Q King. We have our own people working with him. You can rest assured." Since this was the first time Yi Qian knew that the members of the Snowfield Brigade had to infiltrate the enemy's camp to complete their mission, the Major General couldn't help but explain. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have said a word. Yi Qian felt guilty when she saw that even the Major General was comforting her. She pursed her lips and said softly, "I know you don't have to worry about me. He has his mission and I have mine. We're all working hard for our respective missions. We'll meet again when we return to China." "That's right." Her words made the Major General smile involuntarily. Qing Yao's ability to accept things was very strong, and her self-control was also very strong. At that time, when she said she wanted to leave, she did not hesitate at all. From this, it could be seen that she knew her responsibility very well. A soldier who knew his responsibilities would not let his country down. As for Xia Jinyuan, he was afraid that there would be some trouble. After hanging up the phone, the Major General's face turned serious. He was going to suffer some physical injuries. For a soldier, flesh wounds were common even during training. He just had to grit his teeth and bear with it. Before he left the country, Xia Jinyuan knew what kind of criminal he would be facing. He was mentally prepared and would not be defeated so easily. Right now, the military didn't know where he was, and J5 and the others couldn't contact him either. They could only wait for him to contact the military. As for when to contact the J5 with Xia Jinyuan's ability, he would send out the news within 3 days. All-round Soldier King was not a title that could be easily given. When Yi Qian found out about Xia Jinyuan, she was accompanying Principal Chun to the hospital for a checkup. Although Principal Chun had been discharged, his body was still injured and had to undergo monthly checkups for half a year. Yi Qian, who was sitting outside waiting for Principal Chun to finish his checkup, saw the familiar number. When she pressed the answer button, she had already taken 2 deep breaths. Chapter 2072. From the nervousness when she answered the phone to the joy when she hung up, Yi Jian, who was holding the phone, covered her face in the end. The corners of her eyes were already wet. This is great, this is great, this is really great. He didn't go back on his word. The man she believed in and loved deeply didn't go back on his word. J5 has sent the latest news back to the country. Q King is currently safe and has successfully approached Antonio. This is beneficial for the completion of the mission. That was what the Major General told her. She could tell that the Major General was very happy. She had been back for 3 days. From the moment she boarded the plane back to the country until now, all she could think about was his smile and what he said. Even in her dreams, she dreamed of him wearing a neat and fitting military uniform, standing under the sun with his right hand holding his military cap. He gave her an elegant but slightly mischievous smile and said to her, "Little fox, I'm back." He was back. The man she loved was really going to be back soon. Yi Qian sat bent over with her elbows on her knees and covered her face. She alternated between crying and laughing. Her expression was indescribably relaxed. It wasn't until this second that the pain in her heart disappeared. The Major General's words disappeared in an instant. This is great. Everyone is safe. This is really great. Wiping her tears, Yi Qian took a deep breath of the disinfectant smell that she hated. Her delicate face revealed a smile that was as bright as the sun outside the window. Her watery black eyes were full of vitality, sweeping away the darkness from before. Yi Jian stood up and was about to walk around when she suddenly felt an unfriendly gaze coming from the front. Yi Jian raised her eyes and glanced over. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She and Yi Ying were fated to meet each other. From her previous life to this life, they would always bump into each other inadvertently. Beside Yi Ying was Sun Dongqing. She was holding a stack of forms and complaining about the hospital's service. Seeing her daughter stop, Sun Dongqing couldn't help but stop as well. Looking up from the stack of forms, Sun Dongqing's eyes widened. Why did she bump into this wretched girl? Ying, let's go. We can't bump into this wretched girl. She's your nemesis. As long as you meet her, nothing good will happen to our family. Now, Sun Dongqing did not dare to confront Yi Jian head-on. After suffering so many losses, she was really a little scared. Ying was not afraid. She smiled and said, "Mom, our family is not a place where a little military school student like her can do whatever she wants. With Dad around, she's nothing." The last sentence was said through gritted teeth. Who does an orphan think he is? How dare he ride on my head? In the past, she had been careless and had fallen for the wretched girl's tricks time and time again. In the end, she had missed the college entrance examination and had to go abroad to avoid the limelight. And now? Ha ha ha, did she still need to avoid it? He didn't want her to enter the army? But she just had to enter. What's more, the deputy chief of staff had personally made the call and completed all the procedures. All he had to do was to issue a certificate proving that she didn't have a heart attack, and that it was really a misdiagnosis. Now that she had made a comeback, it was Yi Qian's turn to suffer. Sun Dongqing, who had wanted to leave, suddenly laughed. That's right. With old Yi around, what was there to be afraid of? Now that he was in contact with the deputy chief of staff it meant that Ying would have a powerful backer once she entered the army. Yi Qian, that wretched girl, was nothing. Once Ying entered the army with a few tricks, Yi Qian would be dead. Instantly, Sun Dongqing, who was full of confidence, grabbed Yi Ying's hand and walked towards Yi Qian with a smug look on her face. Chapter 2073. At this moment, Yi Qian really didn't want to see the mother and daughter walking towards her. However, the mother and daughter were obviously back to their previous arrogance. Their eyebrows were filled with pride, as if they couldn't wait for the whole world to know that their family had a happy occasion. Especially Sun Dongqing. Her gaze was as if everyone else was inferior and she was the only one who was noble. She even walked with her own wind. Yi Qian only glanced at the mother and daughter. She originally wanted to walk around, but she sat down again. If she walked away now, Sun Dongqing would definitely think that she was scared. She was really embarrassed. She might not have such a competitive heart towards others, but towards Sun Dongqing and her daughter, she really had to have a competitive heart. Otherwise, they would be even more insatiable. Yi Ying could already tell that Yi Qian had cried. Seeing this, her cherry lips curved into a sweet smile. When Yi Qian cried, she had to smile even more. Not only did she have to smile, she had to smile sweetly and beautifully. She had to let her know that she, Ying, couldn't be defeated just because she failed the college entrance exam. With a cold gaze, Ying sat down lightly. She didn't even dare to look at Yi Qian. She pretended to be worried and asked Sun Dongqing, "Mom, do you think I'll be able to enter the capital government regiment directly this time? I'm still a little worried." Not only did she smile sweetly and beautifully, but she also had to show the smile of a winner. Using words and actions to suppress others was Sun Dongqing's strength. Ying took after her in this aspect. Hearing this, she immediately understood and smiled. "My precious daughter, what else do you have to worry about? With your looks and talent, you can sing, dance, and even play the piano. The leader already said that as long as your body is fine, you can definitely enter the army. The leader also said that it's a pity that a girl with such talent like you doesn't enter the army. If you enter the army to gain experience for a few years, you'll just end up as a fetus. Be reborn. Ying continued her mother's words coquettishly. She then lowered her head as if she was very embarrassed. I just don't feel at ease. That's why I want you to enlighten me. Seeing that Yi Qian did not react even after saying so much, Sun Dongqing gritted her teeth and thought to herself, little bitch, you're pretty good at enduring. If she doesn't anger you today, her surname isn't Sunday with a vicious expression. She gently patted Yi Ying's hand that was holding her arm and joked kindly. Why do you feel so uneasy? Now that it's settled, all we have to do is wait for your medical report to be sent over, and the specialist will give you another consultation. Then you can report to the army directly. What's there to worry about? It's because I can suddenly go to the army that I feel uneasy. Yi Ying held Sun Dongqing's arm and pouted. It used to be so difficult to get in, but now that I've returned from France I can get in. Moreover, I'm in the capital political group. It's like a dream. I can't believe it. The mother and daughter deliberately slowed down their pace and walked over as they talked. When they were about a meter away from Yi Qian, Ying smiled at Yi Qian, who was still unmoved, and asked, Happy New Year, Yi Qian. Aren't you a military school student? You must know a lot about the army. Can you tell me why they said that I couldn't enter the army before, but now I can? She intended to regain her lost face through Yi Qian. How could she let Yi Qian go? She asked aggressively. I really can't figure it out. I didn't expect this to happen to me. If it were you, an orphan, and the army said that they don't want you, I dare say that you won't be able to enter for the rest of your life. Chapter 2074. Yi Qian knew exactly what Yi Ying was thinking. Seeing this, she slightly and lazily raised her eyes, then lowered her eyes and continued to remain silent. At this time, the more she remained silent and the less she spoke, the more it would ignite Yi Ying's anger. What she wanted to do was to ignite Yi Ying's anger, and hear what she would say in her anger. Yi Ying was able to enter the military all of a sudden. Needless to say, it must be related to the Du family. In her previous life, Yi Ying was the daughter-in-law of the Du family. In this life, Yi Ying relied on the Du family's connections to enter the military. Would she become the daughter-in-law of the Du family? The Du family and family Xia did not get along. If the Du family, who used their power for personal gain, did a few more bad things, it would be easier for the family Xia to take action. Sun Dongqing could not stand Yi Qian's disregard. She stood up and stared down at Yi Qian, who had always looked down on her and thought she would not amount to anything. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Stupid girl, you think you're so great just because you're a military academy student? How is my Ying inferior to you? As long as she wants it, there's nothing she can't get. In the past, it was because of you that Ying suffered so much in school, that she suffered so much and suffered so many grievances. Now Ying is about to enter the military, and it's the Beijing political regiment. I'd like to see how you're going to make things difficult for Ying. Sun Dongqing had always thought that Yi Ying's current situation was all because of Yi Qian. Ying was not at fault at all. Why did she say that Yi Qian was here to make things difficult for Ying? Because every time it was a critical moment, the unlucky one was always Yi Ying. No matter how good their family's calculations were, in the end Yi Qian would be fine. Now that she had the help of a benefactor, and it was the deputy chief of staff Du, no matter how powerful Chen Dongfeng was, could he be more powerful than the deputy chief of staff Du? Could he still stop deputy chief of staff Du from arranging for Ying to enter the military? She couldn't enter the provincial army because her Ying was destined to be assisted by a noble to enter the capital government regiment. Seeing that Yi Qian had remained silent and still looked down on her family, Sun Dongqing wished she could slap Yi Qian to show him how powerful she was. What Ying was thinking was also what Sun Dongqing was thinking. Seeing Yi Qian's indifferent expression, as if it was no big deal for her to enter the capital's political group, Yi Ying, whose heart was filled with resentment, no longer had the smug smile on her face. With a gloomy expression, she shouted in a low voice, What's so great about you? Do you think you can stop what I want? What's so great about being a soldier? Do you think I care? In my eyes, he is just a poor soldier. I have neither money nor power. If it weren't for you, do you think I would have joined the army? Didn't I tell you not to think you're so great just because you got into the military academy? Even if I didn't get into the military academy, I can still be a soldier. No matter how much she said, Yi Qian's expression remained indifferent. He raised his hand to look at the time. It had been 10 minutes since Uncle Chun went in for a checkup. The mother and daughter had been talking for so long, but Yi Jifan still hadn't come out. The corners of Yi Qian's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Without Yi Jifan around, Sun Dongqing and Ying were nothing to be afraid of. Finally, Yi Qian, who had been sitting quietly, moved. The moment she moved, the mother and daughter's faces lit up. They thought she had stimulated Yi Qian. Ying, what does your joining the army have to do with me? Is it worth it for you to come all the way to the hospital to report to me? Yi Qian put her hands into the pockets of her cotton-padded jacket. Her slender fingers pressed a few keys as she said, "There's really no need for that. I don't even want to know if you're a soldier or not." Chapter 2075. It would have been better if she hadn't opened her mouth, but the moment she did, the mother and daughter were infuriated. What did she mean by specially coming to the hospital to report? Who did she think she was? Yi Ying's face had turned green from anger because of Yi Qian's few words. However, Yi Qian didn't stop there. Since she had spoken, she naturally had to record what she wanted to record. Since you hate soldiers so much and say that we soldiers are poor, why did you choose a poor soldier who you despise for me? You really don't have to make things difficult for yourself for me, and don't make things difficult for others, understand? Yi Qian kept saying that Yi Ying joined the military because of her. Yi Ying's face had turned from green to black. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Yi Qian, you really think highly of yourself. Who do you think you are that I have to trouble myself to specially tell you? Report to you? I despise poor soldiers, so naturally I despise poor soldiers like you. Why would I need to report to you? What a joke." She was so angry, so angry. She made it sound as if she was afraid of her, and needed to eagerly come to the hospital to ask her if she agreed to enlist. Yi Qian, who had been recording with his phone, saw that she was extremely rude. Her eyes darkened as she stared sharply at Yi Ying. "Who do you think you are that you dare to come to me to show off? A person who can't even take the college entrance exam, who wronged an instructor during military training, who spread rumors everywhere, who can't even stay in school. What right do you have to speak to me?" Yi Qian, who had a strong aura, not only suppressed the mother and daughter with her tone, but also her aura. After she finished speaking, the mother and daughter, who were arrogant just a moment ago, were now trembling with anger. "Wretched girl, what did you say? I dare you to say it again." Sun Dongqing, who was so angry that her temples were throbbing, glared at Yi Qian. She looked as if she would pounce on him and tear him apart at any moment. "My good daughter has been wronged by you. I dare you to say it again." Her anger did not affect Yi Qian at all. Yi Qian only raised his eyebrows slightly. "Wronged? If you don't qualify for the college entrance examination, the Education Bureau can investigate. During the military training you wronged the instructor and the whole school knows about it. Do you need me to wrongly accuse you?" Suddenly Yi Qian changed the topic and said mockingly, "That's right. Yi Ying is about to enter the army. Of course she can't bring up her dark history. Otherwise, all of your family's efforts will be in vain." "That's strange. Since Yi Ying doesn't want to be a soldier, why does she have to be one? Just now I said it was for me, but you guys said it wasn't." "Ying. Oh Ying, did your father force you to join the Beijing political group? Director Yi actually has such great ability to actually send you to the Beijing political group. It seems that I really have to be more careful in the future. With such ability, no wonder you and your mother are so proud." Hearing this, Sun Dongqing laughed. She was laughing because of Yi Qian's last words. "Wretched girl, you think you can stand out just because you got into the military academy? You're just an orphan with no parents. Even if you get into the military academy, you're destined to be a basic officer. Even if my Ying doesn't get into the military academy, she can still be an officer. She'll get higher and higher. And no matter how hard you work, it'll be useless. As long as my Ying and your deputy do in the army." Before Sun Dongqing could finish speaking, Yi Qian was very alert and interrupted her. She said coldly to Yi Qian, "Yi Qian, as long as you're still in the army, I won't let you off." Chapter 2076. Even though Yi Ying interrupted Sun Dongqing in time, Yi Qian had already recorded what she wanted to record. She really was the deputy chief of staff. In her previous life, Ying did not join the army, but she successfully married into the Du family. In this life she joined the army so she could probably marry into the Du family. But Yi Jian stared at Ying for a while with a vicious glint in her eyes. Then she chuckled. This chuckle made Ying feel a little flustered, especially when the look in Yi Jian's eyes was like a sharpened knife. It brushed past Yi Ying's scalp, causing her to feel a chill in her heart. Before she could calm down, she heard Yi Jian slowly say to her, "Ying, even if you enter the capital government regiment, you'll only be a small artistic soldier. Even if you have the chance to become an officer, I belong to the field forces. Can a mere artistic soldier like you extend your reach into the field forces? If you dare to extend your reach into the field forces, do you think my leader will let you do whatever you want? Ying, what do you think the army is? Is it a place where you can abuse your power?" His voice was majestic, powerful, and powerful. Every word was like a clap of thunder, making Sun Dongqing panic. She turned her head to ask Ying, "Is what she said true? Could it be that even the deputy chief of staff can't do it?" Ying was also shocked by Yi Qian. She was in a daze for a short while, and Sun Dongqing had already said the person who shouldn't have come out of her mouth. Ying was so shocked that she was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She exploded and said sternly, "Mom, I'm going in for a checkup. Come with me." Screwed up again, screwed up again. Dad repeatedly told her not to let anyone know who sent her into the army, but Mom couldn't hold back and said the deputy chief of staff do. Luckily, she didn't say anything else and only mentioned the deputy chief of staff do. So what if the brat heard? She didn't have any evidence to prove that the deputy chief of staff do helped. Ying quickly calmed down, but she didn't dare to say anything more to Yi Qian. She was still in a daze, only thinking that her daughter had joined the army and became an officer, but she couldn't teach Yi Qian a lesson. If that was the case, then what was the point of being a soldier? "Ying, why don't?" "Mom, I'm going in for a checkup now. Stay with me, don't talk." Ying said in a low voice. "Dad said we can't mention deputy chief of staff do, Mom. Can you not be so impulsive?" Sun Dongqing, who originally wanted to say, "Why don't you transfer to the field forces?" was shocked. Her eyes flickered, and she was quite uneasy. "Did I just say deputy chief of staff do? Did I?" "Yes," she said it twice. She had recorded it clearly on her phone. Although Ying might join the army in this life, and might even marry into the Du family again, it was hard to say if there would be any changes before she actually joined the army. Capital political group? Did she really think she could join the army just because she wanted to? Her cold and sharp gaze met with Yi Ying's, who had walked to the door of the examination room and turned back to look at her. They could see the hatred in each other's eyes. This was right. She and Ying had to fight to the end. The door of the examination room opened, and the doctor came out and shouted. Ying responded and pulled Sun Dongqing in. The door of the examination room on the other side opened, and Principal Chen and the doctor walked out, talking and laughing. Yi Qian, who had turned off the recording on his phone, greeted them with a smile on his face. Chapter 2077. Update. Qingyan has undergone surgery due to health reasons. She will not be able to recover until next Wednesday. I sent out several notifications, but they were all useless. Yi Qian thought that Principal Chen did not hear the conversation between Sun Dongqing and her daughter. Only when he walked out of the hospital did he realize that he had underestimated a sniper's hearing. Ying is about to enter the army. What are your thoughts? As soon as they walked out of the hospital gate, Headmaster Chen asked faintly. Yi Jian couldn't help but stop in her tracks. When she was thinking about how to answer, Headmaster Chen asked again, "Are you afraid?" Afraid? He did not feel afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt that it was a good thing that had come to him. He could send the recording to Commander-in-Chief Xia and let him know what the Deputy Chief of Staff Du had done. It would also be evidence of Yi Jifan abusing his power for personal gain. Yi Qian smiled and said, "No, Ying is not enough to scare me. The one I need to be careful of is Yi Jifan. He is the root of the Yi family's foothold in the southern province. To catch a thief, you need to catch the ringleader. As long as the Yi family topples Yi Jifan, Yi Ying will have nothing to do with it." Those who were in the wrong had a clear conscience and were even arrogant enough to show off in front of her. They were not afraid of being exposed, so what was she afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? She met Principal Chen's scrutinizing gaze. The slight smile on her face was like the spring breeze blowing through the treetops. It was like watching the wind and clouds change with a smile. Uncle Chen, I have never been afraid of the Yi family. Not in the past and definitely not in the future. So what if Ying enters the army? So what if she enters the Beijing government regiment? She can control the clouds and rain with the flip of her hand? She will never be able to reach this stage. Even Yi Jifan is extremely careful when playing with power. He is afraid that if he is not careful, he will be consigned to eternal damnation. Ying thinks that she is infallible. She thinks that she can do whatever she wants after entering the army. Let her be so naive. Her words, her calmness, her open-mindedness, and her calmness in the face of trouble made Principal Chen laugh heartily. Little girl, you've really grown up. You've really grown up. That's right. Ying joining the army doesn't mean anything. She can't make any big waves or stir up any trouble. On the contrary, as long as she dares to make a move on someone who entered the army with a tainted record, the first person who won't let her off is none other than the person who sent her into the army. How should we conduct ourselves? You can gamble, you can fight, but you have to abide by the rules. Ying was very smart, but it was because of her intelligence that she failed. People who think they are infallible will never go far, and they will never be successful. You're right. Let her be so naive. Yi Qian, who was listening quietly, pursed his lips and smiled. Uncle Chen's focus was still on Yi Jifan. He didn't think that Ying could do anything. In fact, if she couldn't make any big waves or stir up any trouble, then she wouldn't be Ying. The recording and the phone should be able to make things difficult for Ying, but it also depended on Commander-in-Chief Xia's arrangements. These things weren't things that a small military school student like her could interfere in. Ying was right about one thing. She was indeed a small military school student who couldn't do anything. The only thing she could do was to hand the recording to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who received the recording, played it to the Military Disciplinary Committee. The recording clearly stated who did what, who entered the army because of what. Banned from taking the college entrance exam, heart disease. How could someone like that enter the Beijing political group? And it was even recorded. Several generals in the Military Disciplinary Committee looked at each other. When did Deputy Chief of Staff Du become so unreliable? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who left a copy of the recording, didn't interfere in this matter. Old Du couldn't be touched, but Director Yi of the Southern Province could. Having taught such an arrogant and savage daughter, he should know that his career wouldn't go far. Chapter 2078. Deputy Chief of Staff Du couldn't be moved for the time being, but Yi Jifan's investigation had already begun. At this time, the Southern Province's officialdom was still in the midst of the new year. Yi Qian, who gave the recording to Commander-in-Chief Xia, left the provincial capital at night. She needed to go back to Shuka village to retrieve her mother's belongings. Last year, Chief Kai came under the cover of night to hand over Sun Xueqing's belongings to Principal Chen. Yi Qian hadn't seen it until Principal Chen mentioned it. Only then did she know that her mother had left behind her belongings. In addition, Yi Jifan also had martyr Sun Xueqing's belongings. Thinking of her mother, Yi Qian, who had boarded the train, gently leaned against the train window. She slowly closed her eyes to hide the sadness in her eyes, while Xiuyan's beautiful brows revealed her unyielding determination. Girl, Chief Kai brought back martyr Sun Xueqing's belongings. I hid them in the closet. You go and retrieve them first. Yi Jifan also has martyr Sun Xueqing's belongings. This is what your mother left for you. You have to retrieve it too. Right now Yi Jifan's family is riding high. You have to avoid their limelight and retrieve the belongings your mother left for you. Their family won't be able to be proud for much longer. In her previous life she was useless. She didn't see any of her mother's belongings. She didn't even know that Yi Jifan had her mother's belongings. In this life she couldn't make the same mistake as in her previous life. She had to correct all the mistakes she made in her previous life. Principal Chen's advice flashed through her mind. Yi Qian, who was secretly adjusting her breathing, gradually calmed down. Soon, very soon. The current Yi Jifan seemed to have a bright future. But he didn't know that sending Yi Ying to the army was equivalent to cutting off his own career. Let them be proud for a while longer. The higher you climb, the more painful it will be when you fall. She was waiting for this family to fall from the clouds into the mud. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day when they returned to Shuka village. It was the time when the village was filled with smoke and delicious food. The atmosphere in the village was very festive. Spring festival couplets were pasted on the door of every house, and red lanterns were hung up. Yi Qian, who had a faint smile on his face, thanked the villagers for their invitation and returned to his home. The house was still the same as before. The green tiles, the white walls, the grass, and the trees were all so familiar. Creak, creak, creak. She pushed open the rusty wooden door and turned on the light. The pure white light shone on every corner of the living room. The familiar furnishings and the familiar atmosphere. This was her home. A home that could let her put down all the defenses in her heart and make her feel at ease. When his gaze fell on the two large chairs in the main hall, Yi Qian's eyes turned sour. It was Grandpa Jen's favorite chair. Grandpa Jen would sit in one chair while she would sit in the other. She would quietly listen to Grandpa Jen talk, listen to him teach her how to be a person, listen to him teach her how to be a person, listen to him teach her how to live her life, listen to him teach her, listen to him educate her. Things were still the same, but people had changed. Her home was still there, but the old man who wholeheartedly cared for her was no longer there. Yi Qian pursed her lips and walked step by step to the side of the large chair. Then she slowly sat down. Her body was slightly tilted as she faced the other large chair. Just like before, she maintained the posture of listening to Grandpa Jen's preaching. Grandpa Yijifan will fall from power very soon. Look, I've been waiting for this day for so long. You told me before that there are some things that I can't be too hasty about. I've always remembered your words. I've been waiting, hoping and waiting. Now that it has finally happened, I'm really happy. Chapter 2079. After returning home, Yi Qian sat on the big chair and looked at the empty big chair opposite her. She vaguely felt like she had returned to the past, when she saw the kind-looking old man in an old-fashioned military uniform looking at her with kind eyes. Yi Qian felt her eyes sting and she smiled. After returning home, she removed the outer layer that was the toughest and most resistant to wind and rain. The smile that lingered on the corner of her mouth was so soft. Grandpa, are you okay? I don't know when the girl will be back this time. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I've finally waited for Yijifan's end. I've waited for this family's end. I've waited for 2 lifetimes, and Yijifan's end has finally arrived. Grandpa, I'm really happy, really happy. She couldn't stop talking after suddenly opening her mouth. With a gentle smile on her face, Yi Qian seemed to have returned to the time when Uncle Jen was still alive. She slowly, carefully, and softly said the words that she didn't know how to say to Principal Chan and Xia Jinyuan in front of the empty big chair. I've never told you why I suddenly became sensible in the 2nd year of junior high school. I've always wanted to tell you, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. You said that I'm sensible now. You said that I finally understood. Grandpa, you don't know why I'm sensible now. It's all because I was taught a bloody lesson in my previous life. I was reborn with hatred. In my previous life, I didn't listen to you and refused your help. In the end, Ying forced me to be like a stray dog. I didn't even die with any dignity. But I never thought that I would be reborn. In this life, I came with hatred. The only thing I wanted to do was to take revenge. Other than that, I didn't have any other thoughts. Grandpa, you were the one who pointed out a path for me. You told me that in this life, other than taking revenge, there was another way to make my enemies hate me. I listened to your arrangements, listened to your words, and endured Yijifan, who caused me to be alone in my previous life, hovering in front of my eyes. I held back my hatred and silently put down the scissors and kitchen knives that I picked up time and time again. Your words and the path you pointed out helped me walk out of the darkness filled with hatred. I learned that only by being strong can I stand on my own feet. Only then can I complete what I didn't do in my previous life. When I couldn't take it anymore, I would think about your words. When I really couldn't take it anymore, I would go running, train, and vent. I endured it and endured it. In this life, I'm so lucky to have met you, Principal Chun, Captain Liu, and Political Commissar Yan. I even met the person I love the most in this life, Captain Xia, who is also my comrade in arms. Because of you guys in this life, no matter how bitter and tiring it is, I feel sweet. Grandpa, I don't think I'll come back home easily this time. Although I have a home in the village in my previous life, I was looked down upon by too many people in the village. Facing my neighbors in this life, even if they are very kind to me now, I can't help but think of them in my previous life. I know it's wrong, but Grandpa, I can't be so open-minded anymore. Some people, some things, no matter how hard I try, I just can't let it go. I remember the people who helped me in both lives, but those who bullied me and humiliated me, no matter how unrestrained they are in this life, I can't let them go. The fickleness of human nature is too bitter. In my previous life I was framed by Yi Ying. When I walked in the village I was pointed at. Grandpa, every time I return to the village, I can't help but think of the past. Chapter 2080. Yi Qian spoke of her secret in a very calm tone. There was no sadness or pain, only a sense of ease. Grandfather, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't let go of everything. The only thing I can do is to forget those things and those people. But don't worry, I won't do anything extreme. I will get along with them peacefully. I will bury all the things they did to me in my previous life in my heart. Along with the fate of Yi Jifan and his family, it will gradually fade away. I think I will be able to get over it, but it will take some time. In her previous life, the villagers of Shuka village all stood on Yi Ying's side. They scolded her for seducing the teacher from the city. Later on, whenever Sun Dongqing returned to the village, she would spread the news of her dirty deeds. When Yi Ying returned from her studies in France, the villagers compared her to Yi Ying, and their hatred for her reached its peak. Even after being reborn, Yi Qian still couldn't get over those inexplicable feelings. So, every time she came back, she would smile and decline the villagers' invitations to visit her house. She would never stay for dinner. She couldn't be calm without getting over it. This was Yi Qian's deepest secret. Even in front of an empty chair, it was very difficult to say it. She had to say the words that were buried in her heart, buried in her bones, word by word. It was as if they were extracted from the depths of her soul. Every word was wrapped in a layer of blood. Fortunately, she was able to face it calmly. Although every word was like crying blood, her expression was exceptionally relaxed. A dog barked faintly and woke Yi Jian up. She blinked her eyes slightly, and the old man, who seemed to be sitting on the big chair and listening to her talk, suddenly disappeared with a kind smile. Yi Jian blinked again. Facing the empty big chair, the smile on her lips deepened. She knew what she had said. She also knew that she had been talking to herself. She just wanted to say it out loud. She wanted to tell the secret that had been buried deep in her heart. She felt much better after saying it out loud. That was it. This secret didn't need anyone else to know. It was enough for her to know it. Yi Qian took a deep breath and stood up. Under the light, her eyes were like a lotus flower in the clear sky after the rain. She had weathered the wind and rain, but she was strong. The fire in the kitchen had already been lit. Yi Qian added some dry wood and set up a copper kettle with water. After washing her hands clean, she opened a waterproof and moisture-proof leather bag. Her expression was solemn. When she took out the items from the leather bag, Yi Qian's fingertips trembled slightly. She had just taken it out from the inner compartment of the wardrobe. It was her mother's belongings. There were 2 diaries. While warming herself up, she opened the first diary. The diary recorded the daily life of a soldier, as well as the love of a female soldier. There was no more news of the person I loved. It was as if he had disappeared. He disappeared, but I got pregnant, leaving behind his bloodline to remind me that our love was not a dream. I returned to the village and married an honest young man from the neighboring village. He was also a pitiful man who would never be able to have a child of his own. He said, "I'm also a pitiful person." Yi Qian slowly flipped through the diary and read it carefully. Line after line of words brought her into her mother's life. She knew how strong her mother was. However, she also felt sorry for her mother. Having a child before marriage was undoubtedly shocking in that era. Fortunately, her mother met her father, had a family, and had her own child. Chapter 2081. Yi Jian did not have the urge to know who the irresponsible man who left without any news was. She only knew that her parents were happy after they got married. Just as her mother wrote in her diary, the 2 pitiful people lived like good friends. They worked together during the day, and although they slept in different beds at night, they could talk all night long. She also knew that her father actually liked another girl in the village, but because of his health, He could only watch her get married and become a mother. When I received news that Xian Fan had died in a foreign land, I wanted to fight with my mother-in-law. It was her pressure that caused Xian Fan to die in a foreign land. It was her favoritism that caused Xian Fan to leave while sick. I wanted my mother-in-law to pay with her life, but before I could start, I had to return to the army. I had to face a mission that I knew would cause me to sacrifice myself. I had no other choice because I was a soldier. I had to obey orders and accept arrangements. I had no other choice. I was not afraid of sacrifice, but I was afraid that my daughter would be young and uncared for. I made a very bold choice. During the meeting, I stood up and loudly told the Prime Minister that if I sacrificed myself, I was willing to ask the army to take care of my daughter. As long as the Prime Minister agreed, even if my daughter lost me, she would be well taken care of. I also told my comrades that I was willing to ask them to take care of her. I did not ask for my daughter to live a life of luxury. I only wanted her to live a peaceful life. Even if she did not know that she had an irresponsible mother like me, it did not matter. I only wanted her to grow up peacefully and never know about those dirty and ugly things. I wanted her to grow up happily and happily. Seeing this, Yi Qian smiled with tears in her eyes. This was her mother. A fearless soldier who was not afraid of sacrifice. A great mother who left all her gentleness to herself. A peaceful life. Her mother wanted to make a final gamble in exchange for a peaceful life. But in her previous life, she failed to live up to her expectations and let her down deeply. In this life she would not let her down again. Yi Qian, who had never seen martyr Sun Xueqing's belongings, read the two diaries again and again. The fire in the stove was extinguished and reignited. The water in the copper kettle was cold and boiled. In the end, Yi Qian was so familiar with the diaries that she could memorize them without missing a word. Putting the diaries back into the leather bag, Yi Qian picked up a booklet with yellowed pages. The edges of the pages were rusty from reading too many pages. This was a booklet of military rules and regulations. Yi Qian flipped open the booklet and looked at some of the rules and regulations that still remained. It was as if she saw her mother seriously reading the booklet. The handbook was a little thinner than today's rules and regulations. Yi Qian finished reading it in less than an hour. Without closing the handbook, she stared at some of the underlined words. Her calm gaze slowly changed, becoming as sharp as the cold light on the tip of a sword. Smuggling, drug trafficking, violation of the law. These words were underlined. Her mother had sacrificed herself because of this. Now the people who caused her death had not been punished. In fact, they had climbed to a higher position. In order to cover up their crimes, they had even erased her mother's life. Mother, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Your daughter will find the people who harmed you. Your daughter will finish what you have not finished. After putting all the items back into the leather bag, Yi Qian sat in the kitchen and rested for a few hours. She left Shuka village at 5 in the morning. When she reached the entrance of the village, she turned back to look at the peaceful mountain village. Yi Qian looked away and strode away without looking back. There was a storm ahead, and she just sat there and watched it. Chapter 2082. From Commander-in-Chief Xia's tone, Yi Qian already knew that the southern province's officialdom was going to be chaotic. However, Yi Jifan, who had not received the news yet, was still immersed in the joy of his daughter, Ying, joining the army. After the physical examination, Ying, who received the authoritative results and handed in all the information, quickly received the letter of enlistment. There was still a month before the spring conscription. With the Du family's help, Ying received the letter of enlistment earlier than anyone else. The army that she was going to report to was none other than the Beijing political regiment that Yi Jifan wanted to send Ying to. Good. I'm relieved now. Yi Jifan, who received Ying's letter of enlistment from the post office, looked at the name written on it and couldn't help but smile. Letter of enlistment was written on the red hard surface in golden font. This was the letter that he had failed to obtain despite all his efforts. Unexpectedly, he got it by accident. When the Deputy Chief of Staff nodded, he wasn't very surprised. He only felt that things had taken a turn for the better, and that his daughter might be able to join the army. After the application, the physical examination, the sending of the information, he didn't feel very happy. After all, everything was unpredictable. As long as it wasn't confirmed, he would choose to visit. Now that he received the letter of enlistment and everything was settled, Yi Jifan, who had always been calm, finally believed the deputy chief of staff. Only then did the heavy stone in his heart fall off. Yi Jifan was naturally suspicious. In addition, this was all planned by the person behind the jade pendant. Previously, he had guessed that the person behind the jade pendant had asked Sun Yaozu to spy on him. At the same time, he didn't believe the person behind the jade pendant anymore. He also didn't believe that the deputy chief of staff could really send Yi Ying to the army. Now he believed it. Keep the letter of enlistment. When the uniforms are distributed, I'll go to the capital with you. Yi Jifan handed the letter of enlistment to Yi Ying. He felt comfortable all over and said with a smile, "We still have to go to the capital a few days earlier. Let's go to the Du family to visit Madame Li, and thank her for valuing you." If Madame Li didn't like Yi Ying's obedience, the deputy chief of staff wouldn't have opened the back door for Yi Ying so easily. This showed that Madame Li was indeed the head of the Du family. She could even influence the decisions of the deputy chief of staff. The deputy chief of staff didn't agree to join the army. She took the letter and nodded. She said excitedly, "If it wasn't for the deputy chief of staff, wouldn't agree so easily. Dad, not only do I want to thank Mrs. Li, but I also want to respect her. Because Li Yi had to go to the capital to join the army to join the army. When the time came, Yi Ying's eyes drooped as she touched the words, letter of enlistment. A dark and ruthless look flashed across her almond-shaped eyes. When the time came, she would mention Yi Qian to Madame Li. When the time came, she could use Madame Li to teach Yi Qian a lesson. Although Yi Jifan was happy, he didn't miss the change in Yi Ying's face. Seeing the dark look on her face, he could guess what was going on. The smile on his face faded. "It wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. Cherish this opportunity that didn't come easy. Stabilize your position first and put everything else aside. Don't lose the big picture for the small things. Do you understand?" Chapter 2083. Yi Qian was a thorn in their hearts. A thorn that could not be removed or touched. His desire to get rid of him was no less than his daughter Yi Ying's, but now was not the time to make a move. He still had to wait. Yi Qian is only a military academy student now, and you are in the arts regiment. The two of you will not have any interactions for now. Even if you want to use Madame Li to get rid of him, you still need to find an opportunity for Madame Li to take the initiative to help you. Before you find that opportunity, Yi Ying, you can only wait. Remember, Yi Qian's thoughts are not easily calculated by you. His ability is far beyond yours. This is an indisputable fact. You have already seen it, so there is no need for me to remind you. Also, I will keep an eye on Yi Qian. You don't have to be distracted. Work hard in the army. Don't disappoint Madame Li." As a father, Yi Jifan was undoubtedly qualified. He taught and nurtured his daughter with all his heart. He did not favor boys over girls. He only hoped that his daughter could achieve something. Now that she had received the hard-won enlistment notice, he was worried that his daughter would be too impetuous and lose the opportunity again. The smile on his face had already disappeared. As he spoke, his expression became especially serious. His tone was as cold as ice. "Don't go looking for trouble with Yi Qian. Don't think that you can hold your head high in front of Yi Qian just because you received the enlistment notice. You should know that." Yi Jifan's speech became slower and slower. In the end, each word was as heavy as a rock as he finished the last sentence. "Where did you get this enlistment notice from?" Yi Ying's heart was pounding. Not only did she hold her head high in front of Yi Qian, her mother also mentioned the deputy chief of staff. Yi Jifan saw that his daughter was a little flustered. The past made him a little afraid. His heart sank. He suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Did you and your mother do something stupid behind my back again?" No. The question made Yi Ying shiver violently and deny it. She tried to suppress the panic in her heart and put the notice in the drawer. When she raised her head again, she forced a smile and said calmly, No, I didn't. I know that it's not easy for me to get the chance to join the army. How could I spread it around? Even my good friends don't know about it. You see, I haven't gone out to play during this period of time. After submitting the medical report, I've been staying at home." You see, Mom wanted to go out to play, but I stopped her. It's because I know that I can't tell anyone that I've joined the army. Mom went out with some of her good friends today. I even specifically told her not to mention that I'm going to join the army. I'm already so careful, so how can I go around talking nonsense? She said a bunch of things in a panic, but Yijifan wasn't completely at ease. However, when he thought about how the mother and daughter really hadn't gone out much during the new year, he felt slightly relieved. It's good that you know. The military uniform will be arriving in a few days. Once it's received, we'll immediately head to the capital. Dad will only be at ease if I personally send you into the army. Yijifan wasn't afraid of anything else. He was only afraid that the mother and daughter would run out to look for Yi Qian. Today he was very afraid of Yi Qian. He was afraid that Yi Qian would find out that something had happened and cause trouble. Who knew that something had already happened and that something had already happened? A videotape of Yi Ying's extravagant lifestyle in a French nightclub was handed to Yi Qian by Ho Zi. Chapter 2084. Ho Zi had a very comfortable new year. After playing chess with Master Xia for 5 days without saying a word, he received the old man's approval and became the most legitimate son-in-law in the family Xia. Now she was flushed with success. Even her smile had some unfamiliar warmth. Yi Jian, who came to pay a New Year's visit, was stunned for a moment when he saw Ho Zi, who had no hostility between her eyebrows, only gentleness. Even if you didn't come, I was going to look for you. After sitting down, Ho Zi went straight to the point and took out a videotape from the drawer of the coffee table. I heard that Director Ye's daughter is going to report to the military. Send this videotape to the military she's going to. I guarantee that she won't be able to enter the military. Videotape? Guarantee that Yi Ying won't be able to enter the military? Before the confused Yi Qian could ask, Xia Yiwei, who came out of the kitchen with fruits, heard what he said and glared at him. Then she said to Yi Qian, who had been in the house for less than 3 minutes, Xiao Yi, ignore him. Come eat some fruits. It's the new year, let's not talk about such boring things. With that, she pretended to be unhappy and glared at Ho Zi. Her gaze was as charming as water, and her glare made Ho Zi raise his handsome eyebrows. The smile on his handsome face suddenly had a hint of a deep smile. Yi Qian glanced at the videotape on the coffee table, then looked at Xiao Yiwei, who was blushing from Ho Zi's smile. He thought to himself, did I come at the wrong time and disturb the two of them? Honey, what I told Xiao Yi was very interesting. Aren't you tired? Go back to the room and rest. I'll come back to the room to accompany you after I'm done talking to Xiao Yi. In the past, the mafia boss who could shake the entire southern province with a stomp of his feet had become an understanding flower. He got up from the sofa and helped Xia Yiwei up in front of Yi Qian. In a low voice he said, little darling, you're wearing your clothes inside out. I'll accompany you upstairs so you can have a good sleep. His voice was very low, but the person sitting on the sofa was a special forces soldier. No matter how low his voice was, she could still hear it clearly. With Captain Xia's adult education, Yi Qian instantly understood that he had come at the wrong time. He quickly picked up the hot tea he had brewed to hide his awkwardness and pretended not to see or hear anything. Xia Yiwei lowered her head to take a look, and her already delicate face turned even redder. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the culprit who had caused her to wear her clothes inside out. It was all because of this guy. He insisted on dressing her. Seeing her usually dignified lover looking embarrassed, Ho Zi suppressed her laughter in her heart. He liked to see her lively appearance. Her happiness, anger, and laughter were all so real. She was so real that he only needed to reach out a little, and he would be able to hold her in his arms and love her dearly. Hugging her slender waist, Ho Zi teased her gently. Didn't I tell you before? You can go upstairs and rest. You don't have to come down. Now that you're wearing your clothes inside out, you're blaming me. Madam, you're really hard to please. I'll deal with you later, Xia Yiwei said sternly. She didn't want to go upstairs, but now she had no choice but to do so. Ho Zi wasn't afraid of being punished. In fact, he couldn't wait for her to punish him. He coaxed her. Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll accompany you upstairs first. Then he turned to Yi Qian and smiled. Take a seat first. I'll send Yiwei upstairs to rest, then I'll talk to you about the videotape. Xia Yiwei maintained her usual dignified demeanor. She smiled calmly at Yiqian and said, Xiaoyi, I'll go back to my room to rest. Let's have dinner together tonight. Hou Zi, who was hugging her, looked at Yiqian with burning eyes. He thought to himself, we should have dinner together. Chapter 2085. Yiqian, who wanted to leave right away, understood the meaning behind Hou Zi's burning gaze. He quickly found an excuse that he could not stay for dinner. In exchange, Hou Zi smiled satisfactorily and Xiaoyue looked disappointed. Yiqian was sitting on pins and needles. Even the videotape of Yi Ying did not attract her attention. Compared to Hou Zi and Xiaoyue's calmness, Yiqian was still slightly inexperienced. Hou Zi quickly calmed down. The awkwardness just now did not affect him at all. He explained generously, your sister Yue and I are not young anymore. Old Master and Old Madam have clearly asked us to have 2 children every 3 years. In order not to disappoint them, we have to hurry up during the holidays. It would have been better if she did not explain. Once she did, Yiqian became even more embarrassed. Interrupting the 2 of them to have 2 children every 3 years. Should she apologize? Apologizing would only make things more awkward. Forget it. I'll just pretend that I don't know anything. Her awkwardness was met with Hou Zi's hearty laughter. Old Six's wife was an interesting person. She did not even frown when she was being ruthless. However, when she talked about adult topics, she was so innocent that he wanted to tease her. Forget it, he was going to make fun of her today. With Sixth brother's protective nature, he would definitely return the favor. His laughter finally resolved the awkwardness in Yiqian's heart, and the awkwardness on his face. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. If we continue, I'm afraid your face will be so red that you can make pancakes. Come, have a cup of tea first. He picked up the cup of tea beside him and elegantly took a sip. The awkwardness in Yiqian's heart dissipated. He looked at the mafia boss in front of him, who had lost his usual flirtatious demeanor, and was only left with a mature and elegant demeanor. He felt that he did not seem as ruthless as he did when they first met. The 40-year-old Hou Zi had the indifference of someone who had experienced 1,000 sails and sat leisurely in the bamboo forest. Of course, this was just a facade that could easily mislead people. As soon as the real Hou Zi opened his mouth, his voice was piercing, and his indifferent expression hid a murderous aura. He shook the videotape that had just been sent back from France and said with a smile, this videotape is full of Director Ye's precious daughter's romantic nightlife when she was studying abroad in France. You can take a look. A video of Yi Ying's nightlife in France? Taking the small rectangular video box, Yiqian opened the box and took a look at it under Hou Zi's instructions. When his dark eyes saw the videotape, a faint light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Closing the box, Yiqian pursed his lips and asked Hou Zi softly, Brother Zi, did Captain Xia ask you to do this? It was a question but also a confirmation. She could only think of Captain Xia and no one else. Because as long as it was about her and the Yi family, this man who loved her deeply would always help her in the dark. He had done so many things for her, so many that if he didn't mention it, she would never know. Yiqian didn't know, and Hou Zi didn't find it strange either. He smiled and teased. Other than Old Six, no one else can do this. Doing a good deed without leaving a name, how great. When Xia Jinyuan asked him to keep an eye on Director Ye's daughter, he said that he didn't need to tell Yiqian for the time being. The reason he didn't want to tell him was very simple. He didn't want to distract Yiqian, who had just been admitted to the military academy. Old Six's devotion. Yes, it was comparable to his own. They were both good men who were loyal to their women and had no complaints or regrets. While praising Xia Jinyuan in his heart, Hou Zi didn't forget to praise himself as well. Xia Jinyuan wasn't the only thick-skinned person. Hou Zi was also one of the best. Chapter 2086. Thinking about how he and Xiaoyue had almost missed each other because they had been in different places for a long time, Hou Zi spoke up for Xia Jinyuan again. It's not easy for you either. No wonder Lao Lu wants to protect you. He asked Yue to keep an eye on Yi Jifan, and he asked me to keep an eye on his daughter. Xiaoyi, Lao Lu said that it's his fortune to meet you, but I have to say that it's your fortune to meet him. They were a family. Yue and Lao Lu were closer than siblings. For Yue's sake, he had to put in a good word for Yue. He had no choice. The girl in front of him was extraordinarily outstanding. She was surrounded by wolves and tigers, and Lao Lu was often not by her side. If she was taken by another man, Lao Lu would be in trouble. Master Ho San, who considered himself as his brother-in-law, was worried about his brother-in-law's lifelong happiness. Yi Qian was already emotional because of Ho Zi's words. When he thought of Captain Xia, who was still on a mission abroad, his eyebrows were filled with deep affection. Brother Z, you're right. It's my fortune to meet Captain Xia. Sometimes I can't believe that I'm so lucky to meet Captain Xia. It's like a dream. Both of you are very affectionate. That's good. Ho Zi could see the same affection in her eyes as in Lao You's. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Back then, he and Yiwei were too stubborn. They blindly hid their feelings for each other. They were afraid that the other party would find out how much they loved each other. They felt that they were at a disadvantage and almost lost each other. Now that he thought about it, what he did back then was really ridiculous. Lao Lu and Yi Qian were the complete opposite of him when he was young. They were not afraid of letting the other party know how much they loved each other. Instead, they were afraid that they would miss the other party. This was good. They were much better than when he was young. Fortunately, he didn't lose Yiwei. He could still use the rest of his life to make up for the mistakes he made when he was young. Master Ho San, who was ruthless outside and feared by the people in the underworld, was now an ordinary man who was willing to stay at home. As long as he thought of the lover in his heart, no matter how heavy his anger was, it would dissipate instantly. I still have to accompany Yiwei. Let's make this short. Ho Zi, whose heart had already flown upstairs, regained her usual calmness. She said to Yi Qian, "The videotape was just sent back from France yesterday. I took a look at it. There is a lot of content in it. You have to hold it tight. It's not an ordinary videotape. It's a knife, a big knife that can make you happy. I've given you the knife, so you have to use it well." Director Ye's career has been too smooth. He suddenly forgot himself and forgot how much weight he has. You can just stand there and watch. When the time comes, the saber will rise and fall and we'll both be happy. Brother Z, let me give you a word of advice. Once you take the knife, use your strength. When the knife rises and the knife falls, cut it without leaving its roots. This is what it means to be a person who can achieve great things. This is a principle that Brother Z has worked hard to come up with for decades. Now I'll pass it on to you for free. Listen well and remember it well. Don't let Six Brothers' efforts go to waste, understand? I suggest that you prepare a few copies. Send one to the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection and one to Yi Jifan. Keep the original videotape for yourself. Even if Ho Zi didn't say it, Yi Qian also planned to do the same. Not only did she send it to the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection and Yi Jifan, she also wanted to send it to Mrs. Li. As Ho Zi said, this wasn't an ordinary videotape. It was a knife that cut off all of Yi Ying's escape routes. It was a knife that would make the Yi family unable to turn the situation around. Chapter 2087. With this videotape, she could make Mrs. Li hate Ying forever, and never let her enter the family again. With this videotape, she could make Ying fall into the abyss of pain and experience all the pain she had suffered in her previous life. The investigation by the Commission for Discipline Inspection would only bring trouble to Yi Jifan, and it would be difficult to implicate Yi Ying. This videotape was Yi Ying's lifeline, the lifeline of their family. Yi Ying would never be able to make a name for herself again. At Ho Zi's house, Yi Qian prepared a total of 4 copies of the videotape. She planned to send one to Commander-in-Chief Xia, one to Mrs. Li, and let Ho Zi keep the master tape. She would take the last one with her. She would not let Captain Xia's efforts go to waste. This videotape was the knife to cut off Yi Ying's path. She would not be merciful or soft-hearted. After sending Yi Qian off, Ho Zi took the master tape and went upstairs. Xia Yiwei, who had woken up from her nap, was getting up and getting dressed. When she heard the noise, she turned her head and asked, "Where's Xiaoyi? Did she leave?" She still has something to do. How could she not leave? After putting the master tape in the safe hidden in the closet, Ho Zi did not give Xia Yiwei a chance to get up. He hugged her waist and rolled onto the bed. He did not do anything but hug her and let her rest in his arms. Xia Yiwei, who had taken a nap, was also awake. She rested her head on his shoulder and asked with a frown, "Why did you bring the videotape back?" Didn't Xiao Yi want it for herself? This was a videotape that could make Yi Jifan furious. Xiao Yi had no reason to not want it. This is the master tape. She prepared 4 copies before leaving. Don't underestimate sixth brother's wife. You're not as ruthless as her. Houzi turned sideways. His eyes, which were no longer young, were still mesmerizing as he stared at his lover in his arms. He sighed and said, "She and sixth brother are a match made in heaven. Even the way they do things is very similar. Their temperaments are also similar. They both value relationships and loyalty. They're much better than when we were young. Both Lao Lu and Yi Jian are sensible people. They know how to get along with each other for a long time. Unlike us when we were young, we became hedgehogs after getting along with each other for a long time. We only stopped when we stabbed each other until they bled." Like Xia Jinyuan, he did not want his woman to worry too much. He naturally